Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hi, it's me Neil and I have a surprise for you. I've been scouring the warehouse and for the entire week starting Monday the 13th of September to Sunday the 19th of September I'll be bringing you a manager special every day. So for 7 days I'll be here live bringing you an amazing auction with amazing savings. So make sure you tune in and don't miss out.
Is that okay, Elliot? You're not going to do anything funny with my voice, are you?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Good morning on this lovely Sunday morning and welcome to Sewing Street. We have got so much for you today. In fact, we've got very special things for you today. Kat and I have created the first show for you. It's a bit naughty. We decided it's the 12th. Did you know that? It's the 12th of September. So everything in the first hour is under £12, but including our early bird as well. But we've put a few things in that probably shouldn't be under £12, but we're just praying the managers aren't watching. So let's hope they're not, because we've sneaked a few. They'll all still be in bed. We're up bright and early with you. And welcome. Thank you for joining us so early. What a lovely day. Should we start off with the early bird, which is this fantastic book, Mini Patchwork Projects by Beth Studley. Now, any of you who are regular viewers to Sewing Street will know and love Beth Studley's patterns. We've shown them lots and lots of times before on air. We've done demonstrations with them, created kits with them. But this book is projects just by her. Anyway, special price today, £8.99. £8.99. Oh, sorry, that is the normal price. That is not the early bird price. Now, it's sold hundreds, we've sold at £8.99, but because Kat and I have been let loose today, we are doing it on a very, very special price today of, not going to tell you till it comes, not going to tell you. It's a secret. And it is today only, this price, £6.99. And it will go back up at midnight. It will go back up to £8.99. So today only, it's £6.99. Should we have a look? 6 sewing patterns, so £6.99. That's just over £1 a pattern. So you've got lots of beautiful projects. Let's have a look. You've got all the basic materials. Lovely picture garland. How to make that? I like that. That's a really clever way, isn't it, of hanging up your pictures? Because you know how you're never really sure how to do it and use bits of blue tack and sellotape. But look, she shows you how to create little tabs for hanging them up. Love these reversible fabric trinket bowls. Aren't they gorgeous? Because they use such a small amount of fabric. And, well, if you're probably all like me, you've got masses of fabric in your stash and all those little bits. Perfect for. But aren't her instructions really good? She's got photos, she's got diagrams, so she's used what she needs and where, exactly how to do it. And you need such a small amount of fabric. Fabric 1, 10 by 10 inches. Fabric 2, 10 by 10 inches. Perfect. Look at these. So you could use these for your keep all your sewing things in. You could put sweets in them. You could put your jewellery in them, little buttons and clips. If you were giving someone a little present, what a nice way of presenting it. You know when you're buying someone a gift card for Christmas or their birthday, you could put one inside there. Nice little thing. Then we've got a little pin cushion. I can't believe this is only £6.99. But only for today, do remember that. And I've worked with Beth's instructions before, and they are really easy, very clear to understand. I love that little cushion. Then we've got the Halfsie needle case. That's really sweet, isn't it? So easy. And it's, you know, if you're thinking you want to make some little gifts or have a go at something small, maybe you've only got an evening to make something, this is perfect. It's nice to have those books that have got the great big quilt projects, but it's also lovely to have these little project ones as well that you just want to make. I love that. So each one is a separate coaster, but when you put them together, they make a pattern. Lovely to have in the centre of your coffee table, and then everyone can take their own little portion. Very clever, isn't it? Oh, I like that. And again, really small, like 9-inch, 6-inch squares, tiny piece of fabric. That's nice, isn't it? Little notebook cover. And there's a little, the tabs to hold your pencil in. So nice if you've got a notebook. We've done this one on air before. I've seen this. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Beth Studley's actual patterns we sell for £6.99 for a pattern, but this, you're getting 6 for the same price. So this is lovely. If you've got a special notebook or maybe a recipe book or a gardening book, or you're giving a book to a friend, what a great way to present it. It's got handles for carrying, little tabs to put your pencil in, and so easy to do. And again, using up all those small pieces of fabrics. Really clear, and I love the way she mixes together the diagrams and the photos, because some are more, sometimes it's useful to have one, sometimes for the other. That's a lovely project. And then at the back, we've got all the techniques. So how to do this foundation paper piecing in here. You've got all the templates, and the templates are full size. But what I like as well is she's given you her website here. So if you want to download the templates for free, then you can, which makes it easier because then you can print them out, which is really useful, particularly for the FPP if you don't want to trace it. So you can download that and then you can print that onto your FPP paper. So, talking of FPP paper, so that's our first early bird. Wait there a moment to tell you about that. First early bird, £6.99, normally £8.99. The price will go back up at midnight, but what a lovely little book. And if you know someone who's just starting out in stitching, this is a great present. Buy them this, a fat quarter bundle. You're done. Pop onto the under 20 quid. If you pop onto the Sewing Street website and go onto fabric and the pre-cut section, you'll find all our fat quarter bundles. That's a lovely little gift for somebody. But FPP is the thing today, isn't it? So there's FPP in here. So we've got another early bird because this wasn't supposed to happen today, but we discovered that we have got 2 shows today that are featuring FPP, one at 9 and one at 12. So what better than to sell the foundation paper at a special early bird price for you. Usually it's £14.99 for 100 sheets, which to be honest is fantastic value. But we said everything in our hour has got to be under 12 because that's what we decided. So we changed it. We're just going to do it. Now, if you've done FPP and you've used normal photocopying paper, you're going to realise how great it is to use the right stuff. £11.99, there's the price today, £3 saving. I mean, this comes into stock quite often, but then it flies out and then we can't get it and then it comes back in again. So £11.99. Now, if you've done FPP, you know that you sew onto the paper and then you tear it afterwards. Now, a lot of people, well, most people will use, you know, a cheap photocopier paper, which does tear off, but not anything like as easily as this. So this is the perfect weight. It's thick enough so that you can stitch through it and you can use it to make even the finest, tiniest FPP designs, but it's thin enough that it tears away beautifully. Once you've used it, you will never go back to normal photocopying paper. It is A4 size, so it will go into your printer. And it says it can be used in most inkjet or laser printers. So, for example, if you're doing the FPP from here and you download this pattern, you can then print it onto here straight away. So you can draw on it if you want to. It's very, very absorbent, so you don't get the ink transfer onto the paper, which is really important. And also, it's matte, it's not coated at all, which some photocopy paper is. So when you use it, it won't slip. But most importantly, it's really lightweight. So if you've done FPP, you'll know what I mean. You make several sections, then you join all those sections together. And because it isn't so bulky, it makes joining the sections together easier as well. So if you do FPP, this is a fantastic bargain and time to get it. Oh, we've got a review on the website. Once you've used this paper, you'll not go back to copier paper, said by Sarah. That's exactly what I said. It's perfect. So, and if you haven't done FPP before, you're going to love, we've got 2 shows today one's using a little bit of FPP, one is totally dedicated to a complete FPP masterclass, 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock. So if you haven't done it, you will love it. We've got a brand new book at 12 o'clock and it is amazing. Oh, another review. Good quality product, but easy to use. Goes to the printer well and rips well from the block. Well, what more can you ask for? That is, this does what it says on the tin. It's created by Carol Dirk, who is a world-renowned FPPer. So she knows what she's talking about. And talking to the 2 guests that we've got on air today, I'm just having a chat to them about it. They love it too. So it is the perfect thing. And we have never, ever sold this paper at under £12. In fact, we weren't supposed to do it today. But it's our under £12 hour to celebrate the 12th. And we do it. When you do your FPP, honestly, it will make the world of difference. When you see the book that we've got on at 12, you are going to love it. I was saying I don't think that sample will be going back to the warehouse. There are lots of you who are buying multiples of this, so please do stock up while you can. It always flies out, but it's our special under £12 hour. So there we go. There we go. So those are our 2 early birds. There you go. Special saving. Make sure, put it in your basket. And when it's in your basket, please check out. Don't worry that when you check out, you won't then get charged postage if you decide to buy anything else. We work slightly different to other websites where, once you've checked out, you then have to pay the P&P again. So we often get people going, I don't want to check out, and then I miss out. No, do, because you can check out as many times as you want between now and midnight. You will still only be charged the £3.95 P&P for the whole day. But the important thing about checking out is you secure it. If it's in your basket, other people can pinch it. Right, so that's our last few chances. We are selling out of the Beth Studley book, $6.99. $6.99. Amazing price. Look, there we go. $6.99 for this one, for the mini Patrick projects, and $11.99 for this one, which is the foundation paper. Perfect. And remember, you can use them together as well. So, shall we have a look at what we've got on today on this glorious Sunday the 12th? Now at 8 o'clock we have got under £12 on the 12th, and everything is, I can assure you, under £12. We've made it so, even though it's not quite supposed to be. So we've got some brilliant savings for you. 9 o'clock we've got the lovely Beth Miller in, who is going to be demonstrating her brand new Sashiko Cushion and Hanging, and you can make a quilt as well. So she's going to be explaining all of that. There's a little bit of embroidery, there's a bit of FPP, the Sashiko, fascinating hour. And what's great is Beth creates the kits herself. So everything comes in them. The instructions, the thread, the fabric. That's the cushion. And these come in 2 colourways. That's the quilt. Isn't that beautiful with the kimonos and the Sashiko embroidery? And that's the wall hanging. And we have got kits for everything. If you buy the wall hanging kit, you can then, that comes with the instructions for the quilt as well. And all you have to do is buy an extra fabric bundle add on to make the full quilt. That's lovely. So if you want a bit of mixture. I know a lot of you love to mix and match your media. I do. I love mixing together sort of a plique and embroidery. This puts together a bit of embroidery, a bit of patchwork, a bit of FPP, and it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And it comes in 2 colourways. It comes in that beautiful blue, but also a lovely red as well, which Beth will be showing you. That's 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, we've got Suzie Duncan in with a brand new Anna Maria Horner quilt kit. We've not done one of these before. I met Anna Maria Horner. I was really lucky when I went to the quilt fair in Houston, and she's a most fantastic designer, really inspirational. Her fabrics are bold and beautiful and brave and glorious. And this kit, full kit, everything you need, and the instructions, under £100. I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? Being able to find all of exactly the right fabrics to create that is not easy, but we've put together, we've had this kit curated especially for us. You can make the whole kit, and it's really, actually, when Suzie explained it to me, I thought, actually, that's easier than it looks. Really complex, but it's actually much easier than you think. All you need that's not in the kit is the backing. Perfect. So that's at 10. At 11, Beth is back with us. She is going to be going through a few kits that she's done with us previously that have been really popular, and she's going to go through, I think we've got about 4 or 5 different of her designs. She's going to be going through all of them. So if you've missed her previous shows and you'd like to see her kits, please join us at 11, where she'll be going through all of them in detail. Then at 12, Susie's back with us with this brand new book, 100 paper piece quilt blocks. I love this book. It's already selling on pre-order. It's a beautiful book. Now, if you follow a lot of these designers on Instagram, they've all been posting about this. This book features quilt block, 100 of them, by some of the best FPP designers in the business. And they've put them all together into this one book. And if you've not tried FPP before, or if you have and you're not sure about it, or if you want to learn some new tips, Susie's is going to run a complete masterclass for us, exactly how to create these blocks, and we'll be selling the book as well. And it is fantastic because there are some fantastic things. Now, if you want to, we've put everything onto pre-order for you, so that if you want to get ahead and make sure that you get it, all you need to do is go onto sewingstreet.com, and then at the top it says watch live. On that top bar, there it is, it's gone green now. Click on that, and if you scroll down, everything that is on today's show is on there. So all the things that I haven't even talked about yet, they're all on there. So there's all our under £12 hour. Oh, 2 things have already sold out. How did that happen? Please do get ahead. Please do get ahead. We've got brand new bundles. We've got all the kits from Beth. The 680 is back in stock, and Suzie will be using it. What a fantastic sewing machine. And it's on split pay. Even better. 5 payments. We'll be talking about that later. But they've been asking us, and we finally got it back in stock. So if you're interested in the 680, Suzie will be demonstrating it, and she can answer any of your questions about it as well. So everything is on pre-order. Look, there's the Anna Maria Horner. So if you want to get ahead, you're worried about missing out, click on add to basket, and then make sure you check out. And then you can have it. And the best thing, there's the book. There's the book, $5.50.99. The best thing is that if you get ahead and you buy it now, it means you can sit and watch the demo. You don't have to worry about missing out or trying to put your card details in. Get ahead now, and then it'll all be ready for you. Nice. So, under £12 hour on the 12th. We have got some lovely bundles here. This cat's put together for us. Oh, I like this. So look at this. So you've got in this bundle 3 half meters of starry navy fabric. So you've got, should we open it? Oh, I like this one. This is beautiful. Crafty cotton. Is this wider than... Yeah, that is wider than normal. How wide is that then? 140 centimetres wide this is. So in the bundle, you get this beautiful navy with white stars at 140 centimetres wide. Fantastic. That's like dressmaking fabric width. So when you're making something and it says how much you need, remember you've got extra fabric here, so you won't need as much. So we've got 1/2 metre of the navy with white stars on. We've got 1/2 metre of the white with small navy stars. And then we've got this lovely, perfectly matching chevron complementary. All of them, all fabrics are 140 centimetres wide. All of them are 1/2 metre. And for those 3, only £11.97. Saving £1.50. Saving £1.50 today. Because we had to get it under £12, so we just, well, it had to be, didn't it? Didn't want to go in £11.99. £11.97. 3 1/2 metres of beautiful navy. That's the sort of thing. Really goes well. Great thing to have in your stash. But if you've got any little projects in mind, perfect for Christmas. With the stars, nice for Christmas. Little store, you often see things like in the nursery, storage baskets, or in your sewing room, little gift bags, lining, outer, love that. So that's the navy option. We also have it in 2 other colourways as well. We have it in pale blue. Oh, this is so pretty. So again, 140 centimetres wide. You get the pale blue with the white star, then you get the big stars, then you get white with the little blue stars, and then you get blue and white stripes, like a ticking stripe. Isn't that pretty? I think that's a fantastic bundle. Again, they're all 140 centimetres wide and only £11.97 for the whole bundle. That's fantastic. So again, you know, it feels very nursery baby, but lovely though if you're thinking of dressmaking. I know you get 1/2 metre, but you could do so much with this. It's beautiful, isn't it? What a great width. So I'll just fold that one up. Now, we've only got 8 of these bundles left. Remember, if you buy multiples, it's not like our normal fabric where we cut to order. These are pre-cut into the 1/2 metre. So if you buy multiples, they will come as separate 1/2 metres. Right, and we have this in one more colourway. Pale pink. Pink. We've done the blue, so we're going to go pink. So again, you get the pink with the white stars. And then you get, oh, it's slightly different this one. You get pink with a little spot. And then you get the pink and white chevron. I mean, they go together really beautifully. I think for £11.97 for 1.5 metres of fabric, it's 100% quilting weight cotton, beautiful quality, and it's ever so soft. Really, really soft. So, I mean, although we have most of our fabrics are quilting weight unless we're dressmaking, but there are different qualities, and this is very soft. It's really pretty, isn't it? So 3 fabrics there. If you're thinking about bunting, pretty for bunting, you know, those sort of anything, well, I mean, for babies, nurseries, little girls, or parties. Name the day, name the baby. You know, those parties where they reveal the sex. Make all your pink bunting. Make a nice blouse as well. Because if you've got the 3 1/2 metres. Right, oops, should we do, those are those. The bag and pouch, yes. So if you want something to store your sewing in, this is the bundle for you. Features the lovely Monstera cheese plant leaves. So we've got 2 bags. We've got the big bag that's a lovely, like sort of, well, no, it's market bag size. Obviously, it's got a magnetic fastener there and a nice round, well, an oval bottom. So you can get loads in it. Look. Can you see overhead? Look at that. Nice big round bottom. Huge bag. And so great for storing your craft makes. Actually really good for putting all your knitting wool in if you've got a big project, or if you've got loads of fat quarters you want to store, or you just want to take it shopping. Look, take it on the beach. I reckon John Scott's got his on the beach. I'm sure we're missing one from the studio. He's got his leafy bag. So for £11.98 you get not only that bag, but also this one, and that's massive, isn't it? So it features a tassel on the top, zip top. It's this really lovely heavyweight, like canvas, but quite a large weave canvas, but really stiff and lovely. It's really strong, and then it's got green pom-poms all the way around the edge. So what a lovely thing. You could buy this, keep one of them for yourself and give the other one away as a gift. Perfect for storing your things. I mean, if you've got a little sewing project on the go, even if it's embroidery, you can get an embroidery hoop in here. If you're doing a bit of crochet, you could get a couple of balls of yarn and your crochet hook in there. Perfect for any of your sewing makes or for storing things in. Maybe you want somewhere to store all of your stranded cotton or all of you know, when you have all those sort of bag making fasteners and D-rings, really good for storing that kind of thing in. Or nice as gift too, because it doesn't have to be for sewing. We've got a question from Jan coming across the bottom. Good morning, Rebecca and team. Is today's voucher code just online in the shop, or can it be used with show deals too, please? Right, so those of you who have the special voucher booklet that we gave away a few weeks ago with orders, there is a voucher for today, but the offer is on website orders only, not on the things on today's show. There it's just purely things. So go on to www.sewingstreet.com, have a browse on the web. I mean, I've talked to you about few things. There's loads and loads of things there, from fabrics to books to haberdashery to everything, and loads of things. There is a section that's new in. Have a look through there. So the offer today, if you've got the voucher booklet, is on the website only. As far as we know, could give it a go. We think it is. Look, there's loads. Fabric and, everything. As you know, if you're a regular viewer, you will know how much we've got in there. Anyway, the voucher booklet is purely for items that are on the web. Okay? Right, we are in the teens now for the bundle. Please do keep checking out, though, because as you've seen, you know, this is our special under £12 hour. The items are selling out, so please put them in your basket and then remember to check out too. Right, let's do the Christmas stocking. There, this one. So pattern, we've done fabric, we've done bags onto patterns. This, 2 patterns in here. You got the applique Christmas sack and the stocking. Oh, is that inside? Okay, and you get the Christmas stocking. So in the pack for £9.74, you've got everything you need to know, the instructions and the pattern, all the piece, not the fabric, but all the sort of the pattern pieces to make the Christmas sack and the stocking at only £9.74. Now, if you've seen Kerry from Living in Loveliness on Sewing Street before, you'll know how great her instructions are. You always love them, but we thought we'd just put a little pattern in there for you. This is normally $14.99. Yeah, so I think this must have come in from when we had 35% off patterns. Anyway, we're going with it. It's £9.74. So normally, under £12, normally $14.99, but today you get the Christmas sack and you get the stocking pattern all together with all the pattern pieces. It is a big one, I see. It's like this kind of size. Elliot, that sort of size. It's a big sack, like that. I saw it earlier. So, message from Anne. Kerry's project kits are very easy to follow, would definitely recommend. Oh, that's a brilliant review, thank you. They are really easy. I mean, if you've seen on air, you will know. They are easy to make quick. If you're thinking, right, I would love to make my Christmas sacks or my Christmas stockings this year, this is the pattern for you. £9.74. Question from Mary. Can I order online with a voucher? And also on the show deals. I know show deals will have no discount from Mary. Yes, you can. Put it all on in your basket and then check out, and yes, you can. Right, that's that one. Next. I'm going to go for the heat gun because I think this is an amazing thing. I love heat guns. Glue gun. It's a glue gun. Now, I know we're all about sewing and we shouldn't be gluing. However, I've got one of these and it really, really does come in useful. I glued all my crochet things to my wreath the other day. But sometimes when you need to glue just small little parts on, but you want it to be strong, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But I love this pack. £11.98. You get the glue gun, but you also get the sticks as well. Saving £2. And it is really, really useful. I mean, I did think when I first got one, and I can't remember what I bought it for, something quite specific that I'm never going to use a glue gun, but it's really good because you can peel it off. It comes off if you want it to, because the glue is quite it dries very clear, and then later on you can take it off. But there are just some things that you have to glue on that you can't. And you know, you see in the instructions, glue gun, you think, oh, I've got one of those. It's a really useful thing to have in your sewing kit, which sounds odd since it's glue, but honestly it really is. £11.98, and you get the glue sticks as well. Comes with the plug, all the instructions. And if you bought them separately, pay £2 more. So this is a special deal for you today. But there are less than 15. Obviously, you all know how great a glue gun is. But, you know, but even for someone else, or, you know, because although we are all about sewing, we know that you do other crafts as well. And there's quite often that I will need to glue something on just because of the sort of fabric, or I'm using card or something, and it needs to go together. It's just a really useful thing, and a £2 saving. Why not? £11.98. Buttons. We've got a lovely wooden button bundle. So I know you love embellishing things. Now remember, these are probably not to be used as real buttons because they're sort of a funny shape. You need really large buttonholes. But these are perfect for embellishing things. So whether they're for sewing onto things that you've already sewn, maybe you've made a patchwork quilt and you want to add some little details. We'll go through all what you get in the packs. Really good for adding details. If you just want to make a card for somebody, you can sew these onto card. You can sew them onto fabric, just adding that extra little bit of details. So in this bundle for £6.99, you get 46 buttons. We've got all animal themes. We've got the sea themes. We've got dolphins and crabs and lobsters. We've got cats and chickens. Owls. We've got butterflies. Oh, I like this one. Bees and birds and ladybirds. All of these for £6.99. We've got dogs and rabbits and carrots. And then in this one, I love this one, bottles of milk and cows. So really, really good for adding detail, and I always like to do that. I think even if I'm, you know, making a cushion or a quilt or a bag or something, just sewing one of these little buttons on something, just lovely. And I love the fact, because they're natural wood, they'll go with any colour fabric, and they give just a really nice extra detail. You could paint them if you wanted to colour them in, but that is all of them. All 46 buttons that you get in your bundle for only £6.99. Fantastic. Right, now it's not just this one that Kat's stolen. This, see, we're not just about fabric, we're about tools as well. The hand sewing needles. Now, I love hand sewn needles. Really important, use the right needle for the job. Do not use just the needles that you buy really cheaply in the supermarket, because they won't be for the job you want them to do. So we have got all of the needles you need here. I'm going to go through them quite quickly, otherwise we'll never get through everything else. £11.41 for this whole pack. And honestly, if you're using a needle and it's not slipping through the fabric very easily, it's time to get a new one. They do run out after about 8 hours of use, and a new needle will speed up your sewing, but use the right one. So we've got embroidery needles, obviously for embroidery. Chenille needles, perfect for embroidery, but for using with thicker threads because they've got sharp points. Milliner's straw needles, these are my favourite all-purpose needles because they're long, sharp, with big eyes. They're not just for making hats. But I use them a lot for embroidery, and I use them for EPP. They are the best things for EPP. Leather needles, which have a chisel point, perfect for leather, as well as PU, oilcloth, anything that's not a woven fabric where you need to pierce a hole. Makes a massive difference if you're using a leather needle. Betweens quilting is what it says, for hand quilting, but also for you sewing very fine hems because they're very short. Long darners, well, they're invented originally for darning, but it's when you need an extra long needle if you need to get through something that's a little bit longer, or maybe you're working a lot of running stitches, perfect with a long darner. Tapestry needles used because they've got a blunt point for cross stitch, but you can also use them for sewing in ends on knitting. Sharps, perfect for general sewing, particularly sewing fine hems and sewing on buttons. They are short and sharp, and the eyes are slightly rounded, so they're easier to thread. And finally, beading needles, very long and very fine, but perfect for sewing on. They will even go through a seed bead. So that whole pack, Update your whole sewing needle pack. Use the right needle for the job, and honestly, it will make your sewing easier and more enjoyable. And for £11.41, that's a lot of needles. And each of the packs, I forgot to say, come in mixed sizes as well, which is great. So obviously all these needles do have different sizes, but each of the packs is mixed sizes, so it means that you can use the right size for the job that you're using. Perfect, love those. Definitely put those in your basket. Colour me in panels. They're all the way over there. We've got 2 panels in this bundle. Right, let's go for one of them. Now these are exclusive to Sewing Street. So on this first panel, it's hot air balloons. So these are perfect for children. You can colour them in using fabric pens, or you can embroider them, or you can just keep them black and white. You can use them, and maybe, you know, if you just wanted to keep them like this, you could use them to make a cushion and put bright fabrics around them. Just colour in parts of them, use them for applique. You can use Bonder Web and trace around the outlines and applique things on. Really, really good. Children love using these, but you know, they're really nice as outlines to use with other makes. So you've got one hot air balloon panel there, another one on here that's got the sun on it, sunshine and the rain. That's a really pretty one. And then the final panel is a smaller prints of loads. It's like a hot air balloon fiesta. But it's exactly the same hot air balloons in the bigger one. So you colour them in using the proper fabric pens. Or again, you know, if you want to do embroidery, things like this where it's monochrome, they work beautifully. If you were to use this and you just embroidered these stars in gold and maybe parts of the rainbow, you don't even need to embroider the whole thing. You see a lot of embroidery now where the main design is just black and white, and then you've got hints embroidered in. Just in a simple running stitch or a bit of satin stitch, looks lovely. So that's only one panel, but also in this bundle for £9.98, you get the space panel, which is this one here. Let me just open it all up for you. So in the space panel, we have, this is massive. So the whole panel is the repeat pattern. We have got spaceships, rockets, spacemen, the Earth, telescopes, a comet, planets, Milky Way, and the pattern just repeats. Now this is 140 centimetres in width. We've seen lots of you who've coloured in it, embroidered, appliqued it, used it to make children's backpacks. Perfect for things like PE bags or drawstring bags or book bags. Kids absolutely love these. You can get them involved by colouring in the pieces they want, and then you can make them up. You can use the individual elements to applique. So say you needed a spaceman, you could applique just the spaceman onto something. So when you look, it's 140 centimetres wide and 50 centimetres deep. That's a massive panel. But you get both of those. You get the hot air balloon and the space panel for only £9.98. That's fantastic value for money, isn't it? Saving £2. It's all about saving, isn't it? That's what the 12th is always about. The 12th is about saving, commonly known as saving on the 12th day. It's September the 12th. Yeah, it's a well-known saving day. Right, next. Books. I've got 2 books. Two in one bundle. So they're both in the Love to Sew series. Let's go through the first one, Quick and Easy Patchwork. Now, both of these books together are £11.99. You save £3.99. Quick, that's a lot. That's more than the P&P. So in this book by Claudia Schmidt, this is Quick and Easy Patchwork. Some lovely, lovely patchwork ideas for you. So if you're looking for some new ideas of things to make, this is great. You've got obviously all the sewing basics, all the techniques, but in quite good detail as well. I like these. You know, just little tips about cutting corners and how to turn round shapes out. So all of the basic details, joining strips, borders, how to make box corners. Then you get the projects, and they're all using little bits of fabric. So again, perfect for your stash. Shopping bag, and you know, not just a normal tote bag, features a nice patchwork piece across the bottom and a box corner. Rainbow pillow, isn't that gorgeous? So you don't need much of all these fabrics, so you can really use up things. I mean, obviously you don't need to do it in a rainbow, but I like that. It's really unusual, isn't it? Quite an easy and quick make as well. And look, it's even got rainbow ties on the back of it. Then we've got the cutlery roll, perfect for picnics. All the information. Patchwork bedroom, the princess quilt, that's gorgeous. This is a really good, I mean, that's a whole quilt pattern in there. Really good for beginners, very simple, it's just squares. So if you're thinking, do you know, I'd love to make a patchwork quilt, but they look too difficult, I don't know. Or you want to make something quite quickly, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Because it's just squares. Again, you can, I mean, it says about all the different fabrics you need, but you can just use, you know, a whole mixture. Great way to use up a lot of your stash in one quilt. You can make a pillow to match. But sometimes, although it's quite a simple design, it's nice to have the instructions in there so you can see how to do it. Heart-shaped pillow to match. Then we've got scrapbook covers. That's lovely, isn't it? So it's a little book cover with pockets in it. So perfect for your scrapbooking. Then we've got a pillow cover. Again, it's very, very simple patchwork. It even includes a detail about putting in the zip. Love the coffee cosy with the little coasters as well. What's next? Smartphone cover. That's nice, isn't it? See, that's ideal, isn't it? Because depending on what the fabric, you can use any fabric you want, depending on who you're giving it to. Whether it's for a child or a teenager or a man, you can just choose the fabric, whichever fabric you want, and the tablet covers as well. E-book reader cover, that'd be your Kindle. A makeup bag, oh, I like that, that's pretty, isn't it? Love the choice of fabrics in that one as well. How many's in this book? One moment, we've got loads in here, haven't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 projects in this book. And this is just one of the books in this bundle. There's the makeup bag. We've got a wall tidy. That's nice and bright, isn't it? I like that. Lovely pockets, just put all sorts in. And then on the back, you've got all the templates as well, all at full size. So that's one of the books in the bundle, Quick and Easy Patchwork. The other book we've got, Quilting on the Move by Alistair MacDonald. So both, you get both of these for $11.99, not just one. So we've got 10 projects in there. And in this one, we have got 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. 28 projects for $11.99. That's amazing, isn't it? So let's have a quick look through at the projects. Obviously, you've got all the materials and tools and basic techniques. Covers English paper piecing there for you as well. Things like inserting a zip. What a good, really clear set of walkthrough photos. Attaching bias binding. So we've got a hobby bag, just as, you know, there was the EPB zip purse, pin cushion, tea cozy and egg warmers. They're really sweet, aren't they? I love the little egg warmer. A makeup bag, again using EPP if you like that. You know, it's nice to see actually this is using slightly different shapes. It's not your normal hexagons. A man's scarf. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? I wonder what it looks like they've used for this. All different suiting fabrics. Great way of using up. I always get my husband, when he wants to throw out his shirts, I keep them. I've got a massive stack of them now. Be perfect for that. One day I'm going to make a patchwork quilt. I saw one in my local quilting shop made from men's striped shirts because the lady in there told me the cotton is beautiful. So I've been keeping them. I cut all the buttons off and I've got a big stack. And one day I'm going to have enough to make a whole quilt from them. Because the fabric, the cotton on men's shirts is lovely. But that would be beautiful in that. But that's using, and it's things like this as well. People often use to make memory things, where they make memory quilts or memory scarves, where they want to use it. I quite often see posts on our Facebook site about making memory items, and that would be ideal. I like the Christmas table runner. That's nice, isn't it? Again, using little scraps, perfect. Christmas this year. Make your table runner now. Oh, I like the peg bag. That's like your sort of baby blocks. Very 3D, isn't it? Like the shape of that as well. Pretty. Tablet case, again, EPP. coat hanger and scent bag, very important. Now that's a lovely gift for somebody who wouldn't want one of these. And these are really expensive, these padded coat hangers. And all you need is like a cheap wooden one, bit of wadding and a small amount of fabric. Hot water bottle case. Oh, fleecy. I like that one. And book cover. I like that. It's really pretty, isn't it? Just very simple. Sort of lozenges. We are now in the teens for this bundle. I like the tote bag. Look at that. That's like Liberty Crazy patchwork. How unusual. I really like that. Oh, and it's got a pocket on the back for your flowers. Very important to have the flower pocket. I'm thinking more like bottle of wine. Baby playmat. Oh, look, that's really clever. Can you see it? Look, it's a teddy made from hexagons. That's so pretty, isn't it? Then we've got a sparkly evening purse. There's so much in this. And so far, we haven't had any repeated projects. Christmas bauble, storage baskets. There is everything in this book, isn't there? So for both books, 28 projects for only $11.99 and a pyramid doorstop. Oh, I'm still going. You are saving $3.99. Tweed tablet rest. Yeah, I don't think it was supposed to be that safe, but I think Kat might have sneaked this one through. They won't be up yet. They'll never know. Just get it in your basket before anyone notices. So, 42 pence a pattern. 2 books for $11.99. Get one for you and get one for a friend. Just choose. Just keep one, and then you could. Yeah, because the RRP is loads more than that. In fact, this one says $7.99, and this one says they're both $7.99. That's what they should be. Right, now the Sewing Notions. Which one is that? Oh, this one. Right, Sewing Notions. I was confused. I love this bundle. I saw this one earlier and I love this fabric. So in this bundle, you get 3.5 meters. So you get the print fabric. I'll show you that in a minute. And then you get 1/2 meter of the lavender fabric as you light as you can see goes. And then 1/2 meter of silver mink, which goes with the brownie colours. So this is the perfect complement to this fabric, but just look. And this, I love this. This is really soft. Beautiful quality. And remember, this fabric is 140 centimetres wide. It's your quilting weight cotton. Look. Look at that. It's your quilting weight cotton, but it's extra wide. Now look at the prints on here. I absolutely love this. I'm always drawn to these sewing theme prints, but I've seen so many now. I'm quite fussy about which ones I like. I love this. It's really illustrative, isn't it? You've got a sewing basket, a little fat quarter tied up with ribbon. Beautiful. Little scissors, an embroidery hoop. And I love the pattern paper where you've got this sort of the toiles cut out and the stranded cotton and sewing threads. Now, this is lovely just to use as it is to make any of your sort of sewing themed makes, whether it's storage bags or baskets or just little drawstring bags to put in your projects or a sewing machine cover. But also tiny little things if you wanted to use it for EPP. Just to give you an idea, where's my finger, of scale. You know, you could use that in the centre of an EPP. How pretty would that be? Or use it for a plique on other things. But because in the bundle you also get the 1/2 metre of the light lilac. Let me just put that on top so you can see. Blends beautifully. And I love this colour that goes with it because it really echoes the more neutral shades that are in here. Now, remember, these are already pre-cut into bundles, so where we have got the 3.5 meters. So if you buy multiples, they will be pre-cut. You won't get them sent as whole pieces. But what a beautiful bundle. We've only got 7 of these left. £11.39 for 1.5 meters. Now, the plain fabrics are your normal 112 centimetre width Rose and Hubble fabric, but the print fabric is 140 centimetres wide. Gorgeous, isn't it? I love this bundle. So many things I would do with that one. And you think, you know, you could, if you were going to make something even just like as simple as a cushion for your sewing room, then you could use the plain fabrics for the lining or the binding, or tote bag. Take that shopping. You know, when you go to your next quilt fair or your workshop, how lovely will that look? And I would use the lavender for the lining, and I would use the silver mink as the handles. I think that would look really stylish. That's that bundle. Please, please do put that in your basket because that one will sell out. It's very close to selling out already. So please do check out on that. And then our final fabric bundle is Tones Natural. Oh, let me get the bag. So again, 3.5 meters. We've got saving £3. So the background on this is a like a taupey cream, and then with a slightly darker print. So you've got tiny little triangles scattered all over. Then you've got one with a spiral, sort of a scribbly print, and then it looks like the caramel on Cat's coffee, does it? I like that. And then this one that's got little swirls. So if you're looking for some sort of neutral basic fabrics, 0.5 metre of normal 112 centimetres width fabric, quilting weight cotton, and you want some neutrals to use, you know, as the main thing, or maybe you're making in neutrals, but you know, instead of solids, if you want to do some lining with something or add it as an extra, or maybe you're doing some sashing or borders or binding and you want something neutral, but rather than a solid, these are lovely. They also are all from the same range, so they're all the same colourway, so they go together beautifully. So at the moment, you see a lot of designs that are using neutral fabrics. So designs even like log cabin, where you would use bright fabrics, people are using neutrals instead, and this is perfect for that. Only £11.97, save £3. There's only 6 of those left. Remember, if you buy multiples, they do come pre-cut. Behind me, there is a beautiful panel. It's a Michael Miller panel, the Mystical Meadow. Oh, it was Mystical Meadow. It used to be an early bird, but Cat stole it. Look at that. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So it's 112 centimetres wide. It's cut that way. And then it's 50 centimetres. Beautiful unicorn. So you can use it as a whole panel like that and quilt it. You could cut the centre section out and use it as a cushion, and then you could use the bottoms to put on the back of it. Shall I take it off so you can see it? I'll keep its thingies on. So at the top and the bottom, you've got this beautiful floral print. So if you wanted to make it into a cushion, you could cut it so that the unicorn is in the centre, and then you could use the panels and join them for the back of the cushion, for the top of it and the bottom of it. Or you can quilt it as a whole panel and use it as a wall hanging. Stunning, isn't it? Look at it. Beautiful unicorn surrounded by all these florals. I like that. Very, very nice. So special, only £8.99. I'm going to hang it back up. £8.99. I'm sure it's supposed to be more than that. Isn't it supposed to be more than that? I think it should be. Hexagon template. Now, if you've used creative grids, you'll know how fantastic they are, because they are... Oh, that's not... Sorry. It isn't a creative grid. That's me not reading it properly. These are brilliant. I like this. Sorry, this is not. This is so easy. It's me not looking properly. So if you want to cut hexagons, you can use... I know it looks really odd because you think, oh, well, that's... What if I don't want a hexagon that's 5.5 inches square? That's fine, because all of the different sizes are on here. 1.5 inches. Well, that's the cut size. So this is perfect if you're doing EPP, because it's got the size that you cut the paper, and it's got the size you cut the fabric. So you've got the 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch and 5 inch hexagons all on there. £4.99. So if you love EPP, or if you want to, so you can use this for cutting, rotary cutting out your fabric. You can use it for trace of your template. But also with the bigger hexagons, you can machine piece them. Hexagons are not the easiest things to draw, so this is ideal for that. Only £4.99. Pop that in the basket. May as well on our special hour, £4.99. Lovely. There's a lot of you who are putting all these stuff in our gorgeous projects in your basket, so please do check out. Shall we do these? Have these all sold out now? Right, so those have gone, and those have gone, but we have the rooster and the parrot available. Let's go rooster. So this is a bundle. you get the panel in the bundle, which is gorgeous. It's like a watercolour illustration. It's so lovely. It's called the Rooster. What a colourful fellow he is. He's got multicoloured feathers. He's lovely. So, but I guess basically this is a cushion, really. It's a square. You could use it for a bag, but that's what the idea is. So it's printed onto this lovely, like thick sort of, it's got a canvasy feel, but it's not as heavy as a canvas. It's a thicker weight to your normal quilting weight cotton, like an upholstery weight fabric. So that's printed on there. Now, the great thing about having this is you can just use it as it is. It's beautiful on its own. Put a piece of wadding behind it and some backing fabric, and you could quilt round it. Then all you'd need to do, hand or machine, quilt round the edge of him, and that would just add a bit of depth. But you could also add some embroidery as well. You could embroider, even if it was just running stitches in the same colour, through the feathers to give it some movement. Then, in the bundle as well, for only £6.49, you also get half a metre of the matching Rooster fabric. And this is 150 centimetres wide. So, you get the small version, and it's exactly the same fabric, same weight, same everything. So you can use that for the cushion back. But look, you've got more than enough. So if you used your own fabric for the cushion back, you could make 3 cushions out of this bundle, 1 big Rooster and 2 smaller ones. Or you can use, you could make 2 cushions. You could have this for the front and then the print for the back, and then make another one as well. So I think that's fantastic. Oh, it's sold out. Fantastic value for money. Well done to anyone who got that in their basket. Now, in exactly the same idea as the gorgeous Rooster, we have the Rainbow Parrot. There's only 3 of these, so I'll go really quick. Oh, look at that. What is that then? Right, we think it's a lorikeet or a parakeet. I think that's beautiful. I would definitely want to embroider that. I mean, look at the movement in the blue feathers. If you got a stranded cotton the same colour, if you just did running stitch across the feathers, just to add a bit of texture. I mean, you don't have to, but that would make it look fantastic. It works just beautifully on its own. And you also get, there's only 2 of these left, you also get the half meters. I mean, I love these. If you back your cushion, you've got a little bit left over, you could just cut out one of these. What a lovely little gift tag. Love that. So only £6.49, only 2 left. Only 2 left. Please do check out. Right, let me just put him on trolley. Sold out now. Embroidery scissors. Oh, this is sweet. Let me open it up. There's only 6 of these. This is only £4.99. I love this. So you've got beautiful little embroidery scissors. These have got some paper on them to protect them for now. Embossed as well. Beautiful, very sharp little embroidery scissors attached to the loop here, which is attached to the case that you keep them in. And then the case features all these lovely little sewing notions. So you've got thread, spools, tailor's chalk, pins, press fasteners and buttons. But how lovely is that? You guaranteed you won't lose it. What a lovely little gift as well. And it's got a hard back as well, so that it won't, so once you put them in, they won't poke through into everything. That's a lovely little thing. Just add that to your basket. Keep that for yourself, or make a lovely gift for somebody. Beautiful, nice little stocking filler. Only £4.99. But you know, put it through the letterbox, thinking of you gift. Going for your workshop, you know, maybe you want to give something to, maybe you've joined a workshop online during lockdown, you want to give the teacher something special, or you've got a friend who wants it, you know, only £4.99, that is an absolute bargain. Like that. That was an early bird. How have we been allowed to have an early bird? We just, yeah, I think I told you, we're just, yeah, yeah, Kat says, ask for forgiveness, not for permission. Do you think? So when they've realised that we've sold, because they're not up early as we are on a Sunday morning, all those managers, when they realise we've sold their early birds. Anyway. Home Sewn Nurse, let's have another book. Oh, that'll like, books, under 12, this one's only £5.99. Under £6. Good job, it's not the 6th, isn't it? So how many do we get in this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 projects. That's like 50p, isn't it? Something like that. Anyway, in the book, we have got reversible buggy liner. Obviously, keep your buggy clean and mess-free. I could have done with one of those. I used to have to try and sponge mine off with soggy breadsticks and things. That's brilliant, isn't it? And you use, Jenny says, soggy breadsticks. You've obviously not got kids. That's what happens. You make this from fleece or oilcloth. Sun hat. Oh, that's so cute. So cute. These are good projects. I like the changing bags. Nice fabric, isn't it? Union Jack fabric. I mean, these are like 50p a project, and you've got a whole changing bag there. Baby's cot quilt. Oh, this is nice. Love the ear flap hat. Look. That's really nice, isn't it? Caterpillar toy. Oh, very educational. Look, it's got all the little loops on. So it's really sort of sensory. Like the froggy hooded towel. Again, you know, it uses like 2 meters of green toweling. You could just buy a towel, couldn't you? A couple of big bath towel be enough to make that. Perfect if you, you know, when you think, oh, what am I going to give everybody this Christmas? Their birthdays, don't know. They've got everything already. They won't have any of this. All the newborns, you know. And then you think, oh, I don't know what. They've already got everything. They haven't got sunshine Skittles. No. It even comes with a ball. But what a lovely present. That's the sort of thing as a grandparent you could keep in your house, couldn't you? When they come round and they'll always remember, oh, yeah, can we get the sunshine Skittles out? Baby shoes. The elephant cot toy. I like that. And then in the back, you've got all the techniques that you need. Really clearly, easy to understand. So if you're new to sewing, this makes it very easy. This is a really good beginner's project book. It's got some lovely inspiration in it, exactly how you do it. I mean, some of them are more complicated than others, but things like if you just wanted to make a very simple patchwork cushion, nursing cushion cover, that's ideal. So what a lovely book. I like that. Gorgeous. I think the Sunshine Skittles are my favourite. There is more, but we have run out of time. So everything that we haven't managed to get through, they are on the website. Everything else that's on my shopping table is under £12, but you can go, if you go onto the website, you'll see it. So everything else. Oh, well done to, what was I saying well done to? Kat? Oh, everyone who's bought the 680 so far today, well done. Oh, and I am extremely jealous. It is a beautiful machine. Suzie Duncan will be using it at 10 o'clock and explain it. And if you've got any questions about it, it is a fantastic machine. It's got a 2-year warranty. What I love about it is that it does everything. People often say to me, oh, well, I've just started sewing, or I've been sewing for a bit and I need a new machine. What do you recommend? If you get yourself a machine like that, it's got everything you need. The problem with buying very, very basic machines, they're great for the first couple of projects, and after that you want it to do more. Honestly, the 680 is an investment thing of gloriousness. So well done to those of you who've got it. If you want to know more about it, Suzie will be using it at 10 o'clock. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes with Beth, who's going to show us how to make this gorgeous kimono cushion and wall hanging.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hi everyone, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. It's combining two of my favourite things, which are sewing and designing. I live in London at the moment, but I'm originally from Staffordshire. So I think I've got a combination of two really great things. So London's really diverse and lots of different cultural impacts, and then Staffordshire is very rural, so there's a lot of country influence in what I do. My grandma first taught me to sew when I was in my early teens. She was a dressmaker and she was always sewing and taking in orders from different people, and I think I got my initial love of sewing from her. I started making my clothes because I couldn't find anything that was fashionable, so I created my own fashion. A bit dubious at times probably. I remember once I bought some really lovely, as I thought, heavy brocade material. I created a pencil skirt, thought that was fabulous. It turned out to be curtaining, and I got quite a lot of stick from that. But you know, in my defence, I was a new romantic, and I think I was just fashion forward. I have done a lot of teaching and coaching and mentoring in sewing in my career, and I would think that probably the best tip that I can give to people, because all age groups have various challenges, but the best tip is to be kind and good to yourself, and don't worry about if you make mistakes, because you've always got your seam ripper to hand. I'm really looking forward to my shows with Sewing Street and helping you have some hints and tips and knowledge, so I look forward to seeing you soon.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hi, it's me Neil and I have a surprise for you. I've been scouring the warehouse and for the entire week starting Monday the 13th of September to Sunday the 19th of September I'll be bringing you a manager special every day. So for 7 days I'll be here live bringing you an amazing auction with amazing savings. So make sure you tune in and don't miss out.
Is that okay, Elliot? You're not going to do anything funny with my voice, are you?
No, of course not. Of course not.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. We are so lucky we've got Beth with us today, who has got some brand new designs for us. Oh, there she was. There she was. And then she's gone again. Morning, Beth. Hiya. How are you this morning?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Jolly good.
Yep.
Jolly good. We've got some lovely new kits from you today.
We have. I've been working hard.
You have. I love the new kimono. So what made you, what was your inspiration to design this? I'm going to go through the kits in a minute.
I just love all things Japanese.
Right.
I am addicted to Sashiko.
Okay.
Completely.
It's beautiful, isn't it? I love Sashiko.
It's so easy as well because you can literally stop what you're doing and pick it up and 2 minutes later you know where you are again.
Yeah, there's nothing to follow, is there? It's just there.
Just the lines.
Just the lines.
Just the lines. So, yeah, no, I just And I saw the fabrics and liked the fabrics, and so I thought, yeah, let's go with it.
They are gorgeous. So you've put these kits together for us, which is fab, isn't it? Because we've got everything in there. So I'm going to start with the first kit I've got for you here. There's the picture, is the blue wall hanging. So in the kit, you get everything you need, all the fabric, the instructions, everything, to make this beautiful wall hanging, featuring some Sashiko panels and some kimono as well. So you've got a whole mixture there. In the kit, should we open up the kit? Let's have a little look. In the kit, I mean, really has got everything, which I love. Because there's nothing worse, is it, when you think, oh, well, I haven't got that, but it's got everything. So let me take it all out so you can have a good look. So first of all, we've got the instructions. So the instructions, these are great because you've got the instructions for the wall hanging, but you've also in here got the instructions for the cushion, as well as the instructions to make the full quilt, which is hanging behind Beth. You will need extra fabric for the quilt, which we'll talk about in a minute, but the instructions are in here to make that. So that's just one part. You've got the wadding that you need to make the hanging. You've got this beautiful, I love this white fabric because it's got a slight spot on it. It's not a plain white.
No.
I wonder if I'll tell you what, I'm going to open it up so you can see. If I open it up.
I don't see why backings need to be plain.
I don't see why they should be plain. Seems a waste, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
So if you see it's got a little spot. So that's used for the backing. It's all there. Isn't that lovely? Cause yeah, you're right. Why should they be plain?
No, you put all that effort into the front.
And then you put plain on the back.
Pretty on the back, yeah.
So that's the backing fabric. I've got to fold it up as nicely as it was when it was in here. Oh dear.
I'll redo it, it's all right.
We'll get Beth to redo that. She knows how to do that. Looks a bit of a mess now. And then you get all the other... oh, look. I've just seen the little...
oh, yeah, all the kits get a
the
charm.
little charm, handmade. I'm going to put it on the table so you can see it. So look, you get a little charm. Well, Elliot's now going to try and get really close to. There we go. Let me move it a little bit. Look, it's a little hand that says handmade. That's so sweet, isn't it? That's the little charm. So I'm going to put that away specially. Then all of the fabrics that you need to make all the kimonos and to do the Sashiko. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 print fabrics, and then you've got a plain white and a plain navy. You've also got the Sashiko needle and the thread as well. I mean, I think that's amazing for $44.99. Everything, apart from a sewing machine, that you, because we couldn't get that in the kit, that you need to create this beautiful wall hanging. I mean, I think that's fantastic because so often you don't get all of the things, and then you know, and the fact this has even got the backing fabric in it as well, and this beautiful little charm, which I'm very worried about losing.
Oh, I've got a spare.
I'll pop it in between a piece. I'm going to keep it in there. And the instructions. So that's the blue colourway. But if you would like to make it in the red colourway, let me show you this kit. Exactly the same. You get the instructions, and the instructions, remember, show you how to make the cushion and the wall hanging and the quilt. But the materials in the kit are only for the wall hanging. So in this kit, you get, again, full instructions. You get the wadding and the backing fabric as before. So I'll just put those. I'm not going to unfold them this time. Then you get the Sashiko thread, the Sashiko needle, and it's a special needle. Oh, there's the little charm. I'm going to put that in there. It's a special needle. It's not just any old needles. It's really important you get the thread and that. And then you get all the red fabric. So you just got to choose which colourway you like. So you've got this one, this red sort of floral one, real traditional Japanese floral one, and then the hexagon one and the little florals. So you get those 4, and then a plain red and a plain white. And the backing and the thread and the needle, everything you need to make this $44.99. I think that is fantastic value for money. But if you want to make the quilt that you saw that was hanging behind Beth, you'll see it again in a minute. The instructions include the information for doing that. But if you will need a little bit of extra fabric in order to make the quilt, and you'll need to buy this add-on bundle that's $29.99. It has extra fabric needed because the hanging is the same as the quilt, it's just bigger, so you'll need the extra fabric. But the instructions in the hanging, once you buy the hanging, if you want to make the quilt, you just need to buy this extra fabric, just because there's more needed. So that's the blue. If you want to buy the extra fabric to make the red quilt, that's this one here. This is the red. So it's just the extra. So you'll need to buy the wall hanging kit plus the extension pack, $29.99. Then you can make the whole quilt. Right, if you want to make the cushion, we also have a separate kit for that. So if you want to make the blue cushion,
It's up there.
oh, it's on there. There it is on the screen now. If you want to make the blue cushion, then we have a kit just for that for only $19.99. Now again, the kit has everything that you need. It's got full instructions for making the whole cushion and all the templates and all the walkthrough photos. Very, very clear, precise, easy to understand. Then we've got calico.
Yeah, that's to
calico?
back the front because it's quilted.
Okay, for back, so for backing the quilting.
Yeah.
Then you've got the wadding. Then you've got all the other fabrics that you need. Oh,
And the
I dropped
charm.
that one.
It's a different
oh no,
one
this
as
one's
well.
different. This one says made with love. I've got it. It's right. I found it. Then we've got all of these blue fabrics for making the kimono, and a plain blue. And I like that I'll show you on the picture that the the collar. The
Yeah.
collar just has a really pretty piece of red fabric that's like gold, got gold detailing on it as well, and that's just the little sort of flash of the collar, so you've got just the little square. So that's lovely, isn't it? Because often you want to make something like this, you can see that there was lots and lots of different fabrics in there, but this kit contains everything you need to make this beautiful kimono cushion cover, including the charm and the wadding. So that's the blue. I'm going to keep them out of the bags, I think. We're not going to get the red one out though. So in the red kit, again, you've got the instructions, you've got the wadding, you've got the calico, then you've got all of the red fabrics. You've got this little square to make the kimono collar, because that gives it a little bit of extra coloured detail. Everything you need for the red version, $19.99, using all the same fabrics as I used in the wall hanging I showed you earlier. That's in the red kit. Now, if you want the instructions on their own for the wall hanging and the cushion and the quilt, that's all together, we have got the instructions on their own, £6.49. That's a fantastic price, isn't it? Amazing. So that's the wall hanging and the cushion and the quilt, all in one, £6.49. Obviously, you will have to try and find all the fabrics yourself, but if you want just the instructions, we do have those here. Yeah, it'd be nice to make out of old shirts, wouldn't it? Yes. Yeah. Maybe I can start. I've got my big stash. Two more things. You will need to make the quilt extra plain fabric. So we have got the ivory by the half metre, $3.49. You just need half a metre of this. And we've also got the red, and you would need half a metre of this if you're making the red quilt, because these are exactly the same colours that Beth has got in her kits. Finally, before we go over to Beth and her demo, is the stripology ruler that Beth will be using and demonstrating today. So when you see her using it, this is the stripology square, $44.99. This Beth will be using. So if you want to add this to your basket when you're making the quilt, then you can do that now. Don't forget, if you've got our voucher booklet, if you got that a few weeks ago when we did it off, there is 20% off everything on the website today. Doesn't include all the items that we've got on today's show, but there are other stripology rulers on the web. So if you do need other things, or you need rotary cutters or anything else, then do have a browse and you will find it. But it is 20% off everything on the web today, which is amazing, up until midnight. Okay, so Beth. Oh, hang on, Beth's just had an... I say Beth's just had an accident. That sounds bad. She hasn't just had an accident. She's just getting
a ruler.
She's just getting her rulers ready for the show.
Sorry.
So, Beth, where do we start with this then? It's a beautiful design. It looks... Is it complicated?
No, it's not. It's
the
the beginning of a foundation paper piecing for the kimono itself. So it's a nice, easy one, because it is literally just the arms of the kimono that are foundation paper pieced.
Okay. Okay.
You get your templates and your thing, and then you just want to photocopy them.
But don't forget the early bird foundation paper piecing.
Yeah.
You need that. We have got that today. Special price of $11.99. Normally $14.99. So this is ideal.
It's perfect. It's perfect. Only I ran out.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I would have used it.
It is so much nicer, isn't it?
It is so much better. So much better. So
there's only a small amount of FPP in there.
There's
so don't
literally
be scared.
look that way. There's literally just the 2 arms.
Right, okay.
So you just want to do a left and a right arm. You need to make sure that you've got the opposites. So when you're cutting out your pieces, make sure that you're not cutting out exactly the same way.
Yes.
Because you want to. So like dressmaking, really. Your central piece is just 2 pieces cut, and then you're going to seam down it. And your collar piece, I'll show you that in a second. That's nice. Again, nice and simple. But what I've done with it is I've left it free so that it gives it a little bit of dimension. You can sort of...
Oh, I didn't realise that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. I'm going to look at mine. Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just to give it like a small bit of dimension so it comes away from it. And in the wall hanging, I've done it just in the blue or in the red. In the cushion, I've changed the colour round. And then I thought on the quilt, I'll just put the odd one.
Yeah, it's just a little pop of colour, isn't it?
Yeah, it just, again, a bit more interest.
Oh, I love that. Right, so where do we start then?
Right, well, you'll go through your cutting list and cut your panels for your cushion front kimono or the quilt, whichever one you're doing first.
Okay, because the blocks are all the same size, aren't they?
The blocks are exactly the same for all of them. And so if you actually had the wall hanging one, there would be enough probably left to do a cushion front, and you wouldn't have to do a kimono front.
Oh,
you could do a Sashiko front if you wanted.
Right, whichever one you want. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and especially if you're buying the add-on fabric, then you could swap it over and you could do different Sashiko cushions to go with it.
Okay,
so it doesn't have to be the same. And I've done all the squares different just to give you sort of more of an idea again that it doesn't have to be the same.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? It's a real work of art.
Well,
I think it's a real talking piece.
I think there's so many people that have got so much creativity in them and they just need a little bit of a fire.
Yes.
And so if they get given something where they can adapt it to their own
and I think that's
easily,
lovely.
then it encourages people to do it a bit more.
Well, also, once you've done one block and understand it, you think, oh, actually, for the next one, I'm going to change it round a bit.
Yeah, I don't have to do the strips that width. I can do them different widths. Or I could change the fabrics, because there's no reason why you couldn't do the part of it in the blue and part of it in the red if you bought the opposite colourways.
Yes, you could.
So you could sort of do alternate squares in
Which
the
would
red
look stunning, wouldn't it? Because actually the reds and the blues go together really well, don't they?
Yeah.
They're the same tones.
Yeah. So, and I picked out the crimson, the slightly darker red. To go with,
it's
and
a
the slightly
red,
darker blue.
Yes.
Purely and simply because I thought the red that was exactly the same colour was a bit too bright and in your face.
Yeah, yes, I see what you mean.
And I thought it looked better toned down.
But together they do go.
They do, but beautiful,
don't they?
Yeah.
So it'd be worth buying both kits.
Yeah. Yeah. Or even buy the wall hanging in the blue and the add-on in the red.
Yes, and then you can mix and match
and
it
then
together.
You can mix and match, yeah.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Right.
There's lots of scope to do lots of different
which is lovely,
things.
isn't it? Because if you bought the extra fabric, you could make a bigger quilt again, couldn't you?
Yeah, I only had time to do that.
And the extra fabric is only $29.99. That turns the wall hanging into the quilt. It's hard for me to afford different prints. But if you wanted to make an even bigger quilt, you could put some of your own fabrics in it, buy more than one extension pack.
And it's 160 wide, so it's wider than a normal quilt fabric.
Okay. So you got a lot of fabric there.
Yeah, you get a heck of a lot of fabric in a half a metre.
So you cut out all the pieces.
Yeah. I've started with the cushion bit here because I've done that in red, but it's the same kimono for the
right. Yes.
And then I'll move on to the Sashiko in blue. What I did is I went through and I cut all the pieces, and I tend to cut the larger pieces out first. So that you know you've got enough fabric.
Yes,
there is plenty. You have got fabric left over. I have got a bag somewhere. Oh, there's the leftover fabrics from cutting out the cushion.
Right.
So you've got plenty.
Okay. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, you've got. So I mean, you can add that into the wall hanging or whichever.
So it's a nice generous kit then.
Yeah. So I've cut all the pieces out with the big pieces first, and then I went on and I cut out the kimono block pieces. If by any chance you can't get that paper, which I do recommend, and you haven't got a photocopier, there's no reason why you couldn't trace, because it is only for the arms, onto a very thin piece of
just printer paper.
No, this is cotton.
Oh,
just very thin, like cotton.
Right, and then you can do it that way.
And then you can trace it onto there, and because it's going to be wadded afterwards, backed, it's not going to make any difference to the thickness.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I would recommend the paper,
right,
if you can. Right. So the first bit is you cut a strip off your opposite square for your collar.
Okay.
And then press it. It gives you the dimensions, and then press it in half. And then what I did was I moved things out the way so you can
take
see.
everything off the.
Yeah, move it out the way so you can see.
So we can see. That's better.
There we go.
Lovely.
Just finger press a crease into the centre of there, your collar piece, and again into the centre of your collar itself, and then lay that on top. If you've got clips or a pin, brilliant. And just put one pin down the centre so you know that's centralised. And then you're going to fold these ends underneath at right angles, just to give the shape of the.
Okay. Yeah,
and it doesn't matter how wide you make this collar, really, because you're not going to get it too wide, because this piece of fabric isn't too wide. The dimensions you've got, so it's not going to go over the width of the kimono itself.
Oh, and that's what makes it sort of stand free.
Yeah, because then all you're going to do is, now I stitched this sort of 1/8 of an inch along.
So within your seam allowance.
Yeah, so it was just.
So just like tacking, really, then, just to hold it.
It's just to hold it there while you're doing everything else. Okay, and that is your collar piece done.
Right, nice.
And then that
easy.
literally just
then it makes
stands
it stand
free.
out.
Okay.
So that's the top of the block.
That's the top of the block. And I have just had them here. There they are. The kimono back, you're going to cut 2 centre pieces for the back. And you're just going to do a 1/4 inch.
And then sew them together.
Seam down.
So why do you cut 2 pieces and sew them together?
Because traditionally kimonos have a seam down the centre back.
Detail, I like that. Because it could have just been 1 piece.
It could have quite easily been 1 piece.
But you've gone for the.
But traditionally they have a central seam down the back.
I mean, you can tell from it that it's 2 pieces because
different fabrics you can tell more.
And that gives you that tradition. I like that.
Yeah. So. And as well, if you're wanting to make your arms slightly longer or wider. You can add a bit onto the edge of your panel bit, and then just make this slightly narrower.
Okay, so
but don't do that until you've actually done.
Well, I guess make one, and then
Definitely.
if you then want to adapt it to yourself, you'll then know how to change things.
Yeah, yeah. Stay there, you two. Okay, and then once you've done those two pieces, because it's a lot easier to iron things in groups than it is in ones, just give that a small press. And even though both bits are foiled, it does press.
It does press fine, yeah. I mean, it has got a beautiful gold
yeah,
foiling
it washes
on it,
and presses fine.
Oh, nice. Does it add a real little sort of
it's just
splash of colour and sparkle?
Yeah, it's just a little pop, isn't it? And we've all got to have a little bit of sparkle in life.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Love
so I've
it,
set
yeah.
the seam, and then
I
I
tell
just...
you like sparkle.
Who,
Those
me?
nails, amazing. Like works of art.
My friend does my nails,
Oh,
and I'm
does
not
she?
even allowed to choose the colour anymore when I
Really?
come on. No, she tells me what colour I'm having.
Did you not say, look, this has got to go with my blue? I thought that she'd done it to match your fabric.
I did tell her I was doing Japanese, and she, well, Beth, it's got to be.
Oh, okay.
So,
All right, so
but,
fine.
so yeah, she knows
She
what
did
I'm doing.
choose it to match your show.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
But she doesn't always. It's just whatever Martina decides I need to have at that time.
She'd hate mine then. I might have just got clear nail varnish on them.
She wouldn't. She wouldn't hate them. She'd love them because she'd have a go at you.
Yeah, I know. And she'd look at mine with my
But
clear
right,
nail
come here,
varnish.
sit down here. She's lovely. She's lovely. We sit and put the world to rights. So, okay, and then you've got your nice easy foundation paper piece, and it's numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4 because you've only got 4 pieces.
Right.
And you're going to put. I cut these generous because
Yeah, I
you
do.
need to make sure it's going to
do.
fold over the right way.
I've done too much FPP where I haven't been very generous and had to unpick it.
Yeah.
So that's
I mean,
good.
sometimes you can get away with
Sometimes,
it in the seam, can't you?
Yeah, not often.
But not very often.
But
So
you've got enough in the kit,
you've
more
got
than enough,
plenty
which
in
is
the kit,
great.
so you don't need to skimp. And then I'll use your light as you
And the
do.
instructions explain all of this, don't they?
Perfect. Yeah, nice clear instructions. So, and then you're going to follow. Now, when I start off this piece here, because I'm not going to go over the edge,
Right.
I sometimes, I don't always, and it's entirely up to you, do 1 or 2 back stitches.
Yeah.
Just because that's right close to the edge.
Yeah, just to secure
Yeah.
it.
Oh no, just move that, look. Dizzy sometimes. I should have Dizzy as my middle name, I think, sometimes. I think it would make a lot more sense.
So how do you know which line to sew first?
It's the one in between 1 and 2. You're going to put
okay.
your piece 1 on,
Yeah.
and then you're going to put right sides
So
away.
you put 1 on and then 2 on.
And then you're going to put your piece 2 on, so that's going to fold back.
And then you
I'll
sew
get
along the line between
yeah,
1 and 2.
I'll get to the
It's
end
nice
here.
and easy.
Yeah, we like some.
Do you do a different stitch length for that?
You can do a smaller length,
Right.
because you want to tear it away
Oh, okay.
afterwards. If you've got the foundation piece of paper, it's a lot easier to
Right.
tear away. Copy paper is good, but it's not as easy
So
to tear
a
away.
bit of a shorter stitch length. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So you're going to put your first piece on, so it's covering where number 1 needs to be.
Yeah.
And then a nice generous 1/4 of an inch seam, and put your other piece on, so when it folds back it's going to cover where piece 2 needs to be.
Okay.
And then you're going to crease that back.
That 1 and 2 line.
Yeah. Get your rotary cutter out your box. Is always helpful. And then cut along there 1/4 of an inch, so that you're taking away all the scrap, because you don't want the colour behind the white necessarily,
Right.
because it might show through.
Yes.
And
then you get, so you're left with...
You are then left with...
Wow.
And then, so you've already got the wing of your kimono taking shape.
Good, isn't it? That makes sense now. Yeah, so that's the sort of, the underneath the sleeve.
Yeah. This is the one on the other side that I just did in before on the other side.
Yeah, so you can see that sort of angled bit that you've just done that's under the sleeve.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then these next two pieces, it doesn't really matter which order they go in. I put number 3 and 4 just because it was easy to put them there. But again, you're wanting to put your 3, so it's going to fold back over and give yourself a generous 1/4 of an inch again.
Because you'll be trimming it off.
But this one you can go all the way over from one end to the other. It's just this first line, because you're cutting across, that you want to keep it at the beginning.
Yeah. So that's the line between 2 and 3.
So line between 2 and 3, and then fold it back. Make sure everything's out the way before you start cutting. Is usually a good idea.
And then trim it to 1/4 of an inch.
And trim it. Fold it back over. Oh, and do you know what lot there I've done?
Yeah.
See, we all do things wrong, don't we?
I know. Well, I said to you, didn't I? How many times have I done it?
Yeah.
But don't worry if you do that. There is enough in the kit, as Beth said, plenty of fabric. Whether you've got the cushion kit, which is the 1991 one that's in the graphic, or in the wall hanging, they've both got loads of fabric in. And there's only this one small section, so if you do make a mistake, I look, Beth's made it.
That bit, it's just, I've pulled it out and it's fine.
I know.
So, it's...
So the most popular kit at the moment is the red cushion kit. I love the red. I don't know, I'm with you on, I'd quite like to combine both. I think I'd get the wall hanging in blue and get the extension kit in red, and then I'd make the quilt in the blue and the red together.
Yeah.
With a few other bits.
I was thinking of doing the quilt in the blue and the red, and I thought, now do I, don't I?
But that's, as you said, that's the whole point, isn't it? You know, you're the starting point for people's creativity. You're giving them the basic, this is what you can do, and then it's up to them. They can copy it exactly, or...
Yeah. And
then
all the blocks, I've tried to do all the blocks with different widths.
Yeah.
I mean, this one down here I've done with a really narrow white, just again, because I thought that might just pop out against.
No, it really, really works, but it is lovely because, you know, if I think people often start think, I'm just going to follow the instructions, but then you gain confidence as you go along, don't you?
Yeah.
And it's a really easy and safe way to learn FPP if you haven't done it before, because it's just one section.
It's two teeny-weeny sections in one block.
Yes.
On the front of a quilt, and again, because of the collar, it just makes it stand out a bit. But so then the last piece, make sure you've got your things folded the right way, like I didn't do a second ago.
Don't worry. I told you, I've done.
Yeah.
So you fold them all, make sure they're all folded flat.
Yeah.
Before you start.
And I haven't pressed these, I've just finger pressed these over for now. I'll give them a little bit of a press after I've got down. And hopefully I haven't done the same mistake again. No, I haven't. Brilliant. So you're then going to fold that one back. And
yeah, so this line that you've just stitched on, you fold back.
Yeah.
And then
you're going to sew along there,
Yeah.
fold it back, cut it at a 1/4 with everything out of the way by your seam allowance, and then fold things over.
And that's the whole...
And that is your whole
section
done.
So what do you do?
And then
that's it for the FPP?
That is it for FPP.
Perfect.
Completely. So you're going to trim...
On the outer line.
Yeah, I think I needed to sharpen my blade before I came down.
We've got some others in the
I'll just press harder.
They might not be any sharper then.
I'll put a new blade in it when I get home.
I know, I'm always waiting to the last minute. I'm always waiting to the last minute to put a blade in.
I've got a blade sharpener thing.
I have and haven't used it.
Have you not? I
No,
love mine.
I must use it.
I love mine. So
Well, especially with paper, because that's not good for it, is it?
no, but I'm true Yorkshire. I'm a bit tight, you see. You can't sort of just throw anything away. You've got to get the most out of it.
So this is the other one that you've done beforehand?
Yeah, I did this other side just in the other room just before, just so that you weren't watching the same thing twice.
Yeah, so they're exactly the same, just in reverse.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like if you were making a dress for yourself, you make 2 arms, one for the left side, one for the right side. Otherwise, you tend to walk around lopsided.
But it's good though, if you've not tried FPP before, then it's quite a nice way to start, isn't it? 'Cause
It's a
just
nice,
one block.
simple...
Yeah, to get gain your confidence.
Yeah. So
Well, let's have a look at the finished.
So let's get rid of those scraps over there a second, and that, because then we can give it a quick press and put the pieces together. So
It's so, I love the red with the, well, it's not white, is it? Cream?
It's an ivory.
It's an ivory.
yeah.
But the red makes it look white, doesn't it? But it's just a bit
Yeah.
softer. But
Well, I
it's-
used an ivory Sashiko thread.
Right, okay.
And so I thought if I'm going to do that, then I really do need to keep it away. And the white in the actual fabric itself isn't particularly white.
No, it's not. It's funny, isn't it? Sometimes you think things are white, but when you really look at them...
Yeah, because the backing fabric for the wall hanging, that's an ivory as well. So then once you've done that, once you've got your sides, you are then literally just going to stitch one on to either side. But make sure you get your wings of your fabric next to your backing of your kimono.
Oh, so you're actually sewing through... So you're not doing FPP anymore, but you're sewing through the...
I'm still
the
sewing through the
printed
paper,
line.
yeah.
Well, that makes life very accurate and easy, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
You don't have to think about seam allowances, you just sew along the line.
And then when you fold that back, you've then got one side of your
One side of
kimono
kimono
done.
with the central seam. Love it.
Yeah.
It is. It's like a real kimono now. And then you put
It's
the other
getting
one.
there.
Yes, just scale up. You just need to scale up a big one for yourself.
Yeah, really big.
But then you've got a back. Yeah.
A minute, move that over.
So the graphic on the screen at the moment, that code RYBY14 is the red cushion kit. That's everything you need to do, that you need to make the cushion cover. You've got all the fabric and the wadding. But the technique is exactly the same used in the wall hanging and the quilt. So this is, obviously, you've got the kimono block in the centre of the cushion, but the technique and the pattern and everything is the same for the wall hanging, which you can get in red or blue. You just have to choose.
Or both.
Or both. Mix them together.
Yeah.
I love that. That's beautiful.
And
isn't
then
it?
literally, if you take, because you've only done a tacking bit
Yes.
really low, and then right sides together and put this along here. And you can leave your papers in for this bit, it doesn't matter. And in fact, I actually do it that way up and have all my seams on the top so you know exactly where they're lying. So again, you can start off on the seam allowance of your paper and you know where you are.
Yeah, that makes it nice and easy, doesn't it? And then you can see all the seams that you're sewing over as well to keep them not twisted, untwisted.
Yeah, I need
So
to,
for the stripology ruler, you use that when you're cutting out all the strips?
for definite. Stripology rulers are one of the world's best inventions ever.
Why is that then?
Because you keep your lines straight. Because if you're just going along the edge of a ruler, it is so easy just to sort of veer off a little bit.
Right.
And if you're in the stripology ruler, you're straight down the line. and you've got so much less wastage.
Oh, okay.
So, and you can cut line after line after line. So it's speed as well. So if you are cutting a lot of sashing strips.
And even if they're different, so with this one, even if they're different widths, you just follow the different lines.
Yeah, the stripology rulers themselves, they've got 1/2 metre increment spots and
Half.
stars, trying to work out, for like your 1.5. So you 2 to 2.5 is your square, and 1 to 1.5 is your star. And so you're literally putting your rotary cutter in the pear shape and then just following it down. And your rotary cutter can't wiggle.
No, and it can't wiggle, you can't go off. And there's so many grips on the back of here.
Yeah, you can't slide on your fabric.
So for cutting strips, it's absolutely perfect.
Oh, they're amazing. They're amazing. And you've got the QR code on the bottom as well.
Yeah, those are really good, aren't they? Because I've used them for some of the other creator grids, and you just hover over them with your phone, and then it takes you off.
Yeah.
Magic.
Yeah, I'm still not uber brilliant with it on my phone, but
Only
I know it's there.
$4.99. So if you're cutting strips, this is fantastic. And
It's a
obviously
great
once you've got it, you can use it forever.
Yeah.
That is good, isn't it? That it says, the 1/2 inches are the stars, and then 2.5 are the squares. Perfect.
That's that.
I like that. So are we taking the paper off
We
now?
can take the paper off. What I was going to do is I was just going to press this over.
Oh, okay.
Because when you're pressing your collar over, normally you press to the dark side.
Always go to the dark
Yeah.
side.
And in this case, sometimes your seams don't want you to, but you really must, because you want your collar to stand up.
Yeah, okay.
If you try and fold that under there, your collar is going to be flapping down.
Right.
So you have to keep your everything under the dark side for definite.
Always go to the dark side.
Yeah. Which my husband thinks is great, seeing he's a Star Wars buff.
Oh, is he?
And
So he's on the dark side.
Yeah, and he's managed to make my daughter Star Wars buff as well, which is wrong.
It's wrong. I really don't like
she's-
Star Wars.
No, I don't get
Don't understand it.
it. I don't get it. And I don't get this Baby Yoda business.
I don't understand
No,
it.
I don't get
I
it.
think I'm missing something. There's a lot of things like that I don't understand. Don't understand Lord of the Rings either.
No, I never understood that either.
But I do understand sewing and crochet. That'll
Yes,
do.
and knitting.
That'll do, yeah. Sewing,
Yes.
crochet and knitting. But Star Wars and Lord of the Rings are beyond
I've
me.
just done some.
Beyond the realm of
I've
my...
just done some little knitted Santa jumpers for my girl dogs. Oh, they're beautiful. I've now got orders from the village.
Lovely. The whole village will be wearing knitted Santa dog jumpers.
They will, and especially as half of the village seem to be Ruby's babies, which is my dog.
So now we tear the paper. So have you
Yeah.
got any top tips on this?
Top tips is crease over your lines.
Okay.
If you've got nails, it's
If
great.
you've got beautiful nails, even better.
Yeah, and then literally just don't tug at them.
Right, so
because
crease
you will
them
then
first.
tear on your stitching.
Okay.
And especially on this first line you did here,
Yes.
if you haven't gone backwards and forwards and you're tugging there, you could pull that away.
Right.
But if you've had a short stitch and you just take your time and be careful with it, then it will come away. I mean, this is copy paper because I ran out of the beautiful paper.
But if you've got the beautiful paper,
the beautiful paper comes
the
away
foundation paper that's
so
on
much
special
more
offer
easily.
today, $11.99 instead of $14.99. There it is in the side graphic. Last few chances. $11.99 goes back up to $14.99 at midnight. Special.
And in actual fact, because there is only 2 little pieces in this that is paper pieced, then you could trace those on using that.
Oh, of course, yeah.
To save your nice paper.
Yes, you could,
You
because then
don't
you'd get
have-
more on
Yeah.
them, wouldn't you, if you trace
Just
them?
make sure you do the opposite side.
And because this is thin, because it's right, it's easy to trace as well.
Yeah.
I
So-
love this part. You tear it all away. It's like it's
does
a
make
bit
a
like you know
mess,
when you do
though.
PP and you take all your hexagons out.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Yeah. It does make a little bit of a mess, but I'll leave Elliot to clear that up.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I think he's probably brought his vacuum cleaner in. Are you chief vacuumer today, Elliot? Needs a bit of vacuuming.
It's a weekend job, isn't it?
Halfsie's cleaned the toilets. He's a star. Actually, John cleans the toilets. Don't know what we're going to do. He's gone on holiday.
Oh my lord!
I know.
You're gonna have to do something while he's not there.
We'll give him a little text. John, can you come back, please?
Come back, please. Toilets need doing. I'm sure he'll really love that
really
one.
Appreciate that, won't he?
He'll be sat there in the sun in himself, and he'll get this nice little text.
He'll know how wanted he is then. How much we miss him.
We love you so much. We need you to come back and do the toilets.
We need toilets cleaning.
Yeah. These pointy bits can sometimes be a little darling. But
Okay.
they come out. You just need to take your time with them.
Just persuade them gently to come out.
But if you've creased everything, and you will have done if you folded it back,
then
it's
easy
so
to
much
come out.
easier to tear.
It's fab, isn't it? Well, I think it's the lovely part of foundation paper piecing. It's all sort of a slow process, isn't it? And it's really meditative. I really enjoy it because I like the process of sewing and pressing and cutting.
But it makes you have beautiful, accurate
You never
points.
get seams like that.
No,
Otherwise.
you
And
don't,
the points
do you?
as well. I mean, those angles. If you weren't using it, I mean, that's beautiful, isn't it? Love the
But
red
it was
one.
so simple, and it's a nice, easy one for first foundation paper piecing. If you've not done it before, and you can go on and you can make it as more elaborate as you want once you've got the basics.
Yes. So all of the kimonos are done in exactly the same way.
Yep.
And then
exactly
all
the
of
same
the
way.
Sashiko. Well, how do we
All
do
the
those?
Sashiko is done in exactly, well, I say it's done in exactly the same way. It is. But let's just fold that out the way and get, because I've got the Sashiko in blue.
So the Sashiko isn't on the cushion, it's just on the wall hanging and the quilt.
Yes.
Okay.
But if you do buy the wall hanging, as I say, there should be enough in there for you to do at least a cushion front.
Yes, you could do a wall hanging and a cushion.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you might not have enough to do the back,
But you would.
but you have enough to do the front.
Right.
And then if you've got some plain, just put a plain back on.
Yeah, no, perfect. But if you buy the cushion kit, there's enough for the back.
Yes, for definite. And then on the actual pattern itself, your template is printed onto the back for the wall hanging, and then your flowers are printed inside.
Okay.
And you cut yourself a 6-inch square, but don't follow just where they are. I just marked up a few last night just to show you that they didn't all have to be in the same order.
Okay.
You can randomly put them on, you can change the flowers. I think every single one of those is different.
So how did you trace them on?
I've got a light box.
Right.
But there's no reason why you can't put it up against a window. Or even a clear mat with a lamp underneath it.
And then what did
you use? A light box
use?
is best. This is a heat erasable pen, a friction pen, or a chalk pencil.
What colour did you use then?
There's a white one.
Is there? There's a white one? We haven't got a white one.
Have you not got a white one?
No, I didn't know there was a white one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Right, that's the buying team on with it now.
Can we get a white one, please? But we do have light boxes. I love my light backs.
Light backs.
I love my light box. $64.99, and remember, that's on the website. So if you've got the voucher booklet, you can get 20% off that today.
Wow. Wow.
That's a lot, isn't it?
That is a great saving, isn't it?
I love my light box.
Yeah, I love my light box.
So you trace it on. You could use chalk, couldn't you?
You can use a chalk pencil. You can, if you can get a white one.
A white erasable pen.
They do do them.
I'm going to ask those manager
Buying
buyer
people now.
We
They're
need
gonna
one
be
of them.
in.
We need to get those.
They'll be on the phone going, Beth, where did you get your pen from?
Oh, is Hayley watching? Hayley Marshall say, could you get white friction pens, please? Because we all need one. Thank you very much. I hope she's watching. Is she watching, Kat? Hi, Hayley. Morning, Hayley.
Morning, Hayley. Sorry for getting you extra job. But as well, you can get that char copy paper.
Yes, we do have that. Have we got that? We have had it. Oh, we've got it on the web. 20% off. 20% off on the web. Remember?
And so you can trace it through.
Yes.
there.
So you could do it that way.
Yeah.
Okay. So once
So
you've traced
there's numerous ways. Always start with a small knot at the back.
Right.
And you always want to make sure you do not pull your stitches tight, because otherwise they will pucker up and then you won't have a nice flat
and
square
that
at
will
the
look
end.
very odd.
Yeah. Oh, that was the other thing. When you're marking your squares out, make sure that you leave them away from the seam allowance.
Right. Yes, because you don't want to be sewing through your beautiful Sashiko.
This one down here at the bottom, I didn't do that one quite right.
Right.
And so I actually had to cut my square a little bit bigger at the end.
Okay. So make sure you trace it so
Yeah.
it's well within the seam allowance.
Yeah,
Which is
because
1/4 of an inch.
yeah, but I mean it doesn't look like it's any bigger. In all
No, it's
fairness.
fine.
They're matching. So if you do it, just do a slightly narrower.
Yeah. But try not to,
yeah.
because you don't want to have to cut or sew through.
No, just do slightly narrower sashing around or
Right.
borders.
Okay.
And then you don't have to cut your square quite so small, and you're not going to lose it. But do try and keep it within the 5 inches.
Okay.
And you can get either 2 or 3. I mean, I hid that one behind the other one there just for a bit of fun. But you can literally get 2 or 3 on a, and it's up to you. So once you've started off, you've got a nice long Sashiko needle, because the easiest way to keep your stitches even is to do them in...
And the needle and the thread comes in your kit.
Yeah.
Even better, because you do need a special needle, don't you?
Yes. Sashiko, you keep your stitches even by gathering them all on your needle at the same time. And best way to do that is with a long needle. And these are round curves, so it's slightly more tricky. If you're doing straight lines, you do want to get maybe 10 stitches on your needle before you pull your thread through.
Right.
As you unravel your threads,
Yes.
when you take them out of the actual paper itself...
Because they're a hank, aren't they? Not a...
Yeah.
Not
If
a
you
skein.
undo your hank, so it's just one big long loop, and then where the threads are tied in one knot, if you cut all the way through every single thread at that bit, you will end up with threads that are just the perfect length.
Almost like they
doing-
planned it.
Yeah. and then you can either loosely plait them to keep them together, where you can just pull one out, or you can just literally tie a loose knot
Right.
and pull one thread out at once.
But do cut them first.
But
so they're just
I would recommend you cut all the way through the lot, because you're going to need them at the right length anyway to
Yeah, well,
sew
it's just
with.
easier. It's done then, isn't
Yeah.
it, as well?
Yeah. And also it stops it getting all tangled up.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
can't stand skeins of thread that get tangled up.
Well, thanks so much, Beth. That's been brilliant. Absolutely loved the demonstration. And, you know, you really made it look very achievable. Like, let's have a go at FPP.
Hopefully.
But it's a beautiful design. So there are lots of different options. So we will see you back here at 11 o'clock in an hour's time, where we'll be going through some of your other kits.
Yeah.
Let me just quickly go through these kits to make sure you don't miss out. The most popular so far today is the red cushion kit. So in the kit, you get... Where have I put my red cushion kit? Here, there. The one that's in the back. You get full instructions for the cushion cover, and then in the kit you also get... let me move that one, we'll get confused. You get everything you need to make the cushion. So you get the red fabric, you get the wadding, you get the little piece of contrast fabric for the kimono collar, everything you need, the Sashiko thread and the needle as well, and full instructions. So that's the... And there's more than enough in there, plenty. So that's really useful. So if you want to adapt it or change it, do anything different, then you can. And you get the little charm as well. So that's $19.99 for everything you need. That's the red and ivory cushion. If you want to make the blue cushion, we have the full kit for that, which is this one here. So in here you get the full instructions, you get the wadding, you even get the calico to line the back of it for the quilting. You get the thread, you get the you get the all the fabric you need, and you get the little piece of red fabric that goes on the collar and the little charm as well. So that's the blue cushion kit. everything you need is in there. If you want to make the wall hanging, you can get that in 2 colours, either the red or the blue. If you want the blue one, you get the instructions. Now, the instructions for this have all of the instructions for the wall hanging and the cushion, and also the instructions to make it into a quilt if you want. You will need to buy an extension pack of fabric, which we'll show in a minute, but the instructions for the wall hanging, the cushion and the quilt are all in here. So you're getting all of that, plus everything else you need. You get the backing fabric, you get the wadding, you get all of the blue print fabric you need, plain blue, plain ivory, you get the Sashiko needle and the thread as well. So all the specialist materials you need to create this beautiful wall hanging. This is the blue kit. If you want to make it in red, exactly the same. You get the wadding, the backing fabric, you get all of the red fabrics, you get the little square to make the collar. I keep forgetting the word, the collar. And again, don't forget, that's the cushion kit, but it's the same fabrics. This is it. So, but also you do get the Sashiko thread and the needle, and there's all the red fabrics there. Beautiful. But if you want to make it into the quilt, you've got the instructions there, all there already, but you will need the add-on packs. So if you want to make the quilt in the red, you will need to buy the extra add-on fabrics to do that. Now remember what we said before, if you bought the blue, if you want to make a blue and a red quilt, if you buy the blue wall hanging kit, then buy the red extension pack, and then you can make a red and blue one, or the other way around. So, but if you want to make just a red quilt, you'll need the wall hanger and you will need the extension pack, but don't forget the instructions are all in the wall hanging kit. If you want to make the blue quilt, you will need the blue extension pack, which is all the fabrics inside that are needed to make the wall hanging into a full quilt. So really worth having, because they are exactly the same fabrics that you won't be able to then very easily get hold of to make that beautiful. Isn't it gorgeous? Absolutely love that. And that quilt is made using the wall hanging kit and plus the extension pack. But as we said, if you want to make a blue and red one, buy a blue wall hanging and a red extension, or the other way around. If you want just the instructions, if you think I'd like to have a go of that, I've got some of my own fabric. These are fantastic value, because these instructions, there are only single figures left of these, so if you want them, you do need to check out. These instructions include everything for the cushion, the wall hanging and the quilt. Obviously, you won't get any of the fabric, so, you know, and you won't be able, I don't know how easy it will be to source exactly the same fabric, but if you do want just the instructions, then we have got a few of those available for you. Okay, lovely. And if you want the Stripology ruler, it's been extremely popular today. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? Like Beth said, you know, it means that you can cut perfectly accurate. It's marked in 1/2 inch increments, this one, and it just means that you can't go off at all. If you know, if you struggle with rotary cutting, or you're new to it, or you do loads of it and you just want it to be simpler, it just makes it so much issue, especially with dexterity issues. You know, if you really, it means you can't go off. You can't see in here, but these grooves are already cut, so your rotary cutter just cuts through. And because it's got the grips on it, it means you can cut through lots and lots of layers of fabric, and you can't go wrong. So you just put your blade in at the beginning, in the hole, and then it just goes all the way through, because it's already cut for you. Don't have to move your ruler, don't have to line it up, because the fabric doesn't move. Because the problem is when you cut a strip of fabric, you then pick your ruler up to move to cut the next one, and then the fabric moves. Doesn't happen with this. So if you want a Stripology ruler, we do have other Stripology rulers on the website too, and if you have the voucher booklet, remember 20% off everything on the web today only. Okay, so coming up in the next show, we've got Suzie Duncan with a brand new quilt kit from Anna Maria Horner. Absolutely gorgeous. So we're going to put that onto the website now. So if you want to see it, if you want to get ahead, it is only $99.99. 10% of the stock has already gone. It's beautiful, and remember, because it's $99, it is available on split pay. So if you want to get ahead and buy it before Suzie comes on air to demonstrate it, first ever Anna Maria Horner kit on Sewing Street. Anyway, Suzie will be back with us in just a couple of minutes' time to show you how to make it. I'll see you very soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi, it's me Neil and I have a surprise for you. I've been scouring the warehouse, and for the entire week starting Monday the 13th of September to Sunday the 19th of September, I'll be bringing you a manager special every day. So for 7 days I'll be here live bringing you an amazing auction with amazing savings. So make sure you tune in and don't miss out.
Is that okay, Elliot? You're not going to do anything funny with my voice, are you?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Hello and welcome back to Sewing Street. So did you check out? Did you get it? $99.99. If you did, well done, because it is the most beautiful quilt. If you love Anna Maria Horner, and we know you do, we've had so many requests for this. We've been trying to get them, and we've had this one made especially for us, actually. Anna Maria Horner kit. It was made especially for us, but it's beautiful. Now, if you haven't seen her fabric before, it is fun, it's vibrant, it's detailed, it's beautiful. So if you want to bring a bit of colour into your life, this is the kit for you. It's $99.99. I'm going to show you in a minute what you get in the kit. It makes a finished quilt of 121 centimetres square. But if you want to buy it on split pay, you can buy it. You don't have to, but this is an option. Just if you want to make it, if you just want to break the payment, you can buy it on 2 equal payments of $49.99. So no interest. We don't charge you anything for doing that at all. It's just a way of you spreading the payments. We will take one of the payments out now and send you the kit, and then we will take the other one out in a month's time. But you don't have to wait until you've paid the whole thing to get the kit. You have it straight away. It's just a way of spreading it a bit. So if you want to pay half now and half later, but it is totally interest free and totally up for you. When you check out, then you get the option whether to do it or not. So let's have a look inside. In the box, this is the box, you get the box is wrapped with this. So I always think, it's nice to see when you're going to buy something. Could I give that to somebody as a gift? Yes, because it's beautiful. Look, so it's all, and that's all the Anna Maria Horner fabric. So the kit contains 7 printed fabrics, 100% cotton from Free Spirit Fabrics, in total of over 3 meters of fabric and complete instructions. So Anna Maria is a designer, and she designs fabrics for the Free Spirit collection, which is beautiful. If you know the Free Spirit fabric, it is beautiful. So let's have a look in the box. What's in the box? Well, first of all, look, comes wrapped in tissue paper. It's very important. Beautiful. I think it's important that it's beautifully wrapped. And instructions. So let me take it all out of the box. So you get full instructions to start with, everything you need to make this beautiful quilt. We do not sell the instructions on their own. This is the only way that you can make this gorgeous kit. So all the instructions you need are in there. And I love the fact that it's got all the fabrics, exactly what you need. And these are the fabrics in there. Because quite often you see designs and things and you can't get the same ones. Very frustrating. So beautifully wrapped in tissue paper. I'm going to unwrap it really carefully in case I have to send it back. There we go. All wrapped in. Oh, look at that. Look, it's like a present. Rip the tissue paper. Look at that present. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Isn't it? So let me undo the ribbon and we'll see what's in here. We get 7 different fabrics. So there's 3 meters in total. Different amounts of each one. Over 3 meters. Different amounts of one depending on what you need. Beautiful. I love the jade emerald green of that one. This is amazing. Actually, I'm going to have to open this one out because I love this one. That gorgeous. I've got a dress in this colour. Isn't that beautiful? Really, I mean, this is very, very iconically Anna Maria. Got this beautiful sort of limey green background with these stunning poppies. They're amazing, aren't they? I love that one. And you see, it's trying to recreate the kit without using these correct fabrics is impossible because Anna Maria's quilt designs and her fabrics go hand in hand. They both work together. I mean, it's difficult with colours. I just don't think I'd ever pick these to go together. But when you put them together, they look amazing. You've got that. There's no solids. No, none of that. No, none of that. You've got the beautiful, like cross-hatched one. Look at this one. Oh, this is beautiful. So this is from Anna Maria's Bright Eyes collection. Stunning, isn't it? Look at the background. They're like sort of cornflowers in really vibrant pinks. And then these amazing poppies. Actually, I'd really like these on their own. I quite like the fabric just to keep. Look at the poppies. Amazing dress. Would make the most amazing dress, wouldn't it? Oh, I love that. What colours. I really envy people who can put colours together like that. Beautiful. I think they're lovely. Right, then we have another one. This is the same colourway, but a geometric print. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful shades of sort of turquoise and plums and aubergines. Oh, this one's looking nice. Just even before I've opened it. These poppies are getting bigger. Yeah. Look at this one. Wow, how beautiful is that? So it's the same. Interesting. It's the same as this one, but it's bigger.
Yeah, it's the
So
bossy and mini bossy mini.
Oh, okay. So the poppies are bigger, and I think they're cornflowers. Are they cornflowers? Not very good at flowers.
No, I think they're more daisy-esque, aren't they?
I don't know.
Yeah, they look more like
But they're
oxeye
the
daisies,
same
I think.
print, but just
Yeah.
bigger. So look at the leaves. Look at the vibrancy of them. I mean, this is beautiful. If you've not seen Anna Maria Horner fabric before, it's gorgeous. Oh yes, Elliot shows the picture. Oh, that's the picture for inspiration. Yeah, they are daisies, aren't they?
Yeah.
That is the actual picture she used. Yes, they are daisies. Gorgeous, aren't they? Wow. I think that is stunning.
Yeah,
So that's one of
thought
them.
the
I mean,
fabric
you've
was
got
amazing.
7 of her beautiful. I mean, this is designer fabric at its very best. And then you've got a beautiful cerise pink. That's the same as the green one, but in a different colourway. So all the fabrics have been handpicked by her to create this beautiful quilt. So that's everything you get in the kit. Now, the kit doesn't include the wadding or the backing fabric. It's just the main fabrics to make, but you have got more than enough. Now, if you want some backing fabric for the kit, we have put some bundles together for you. We've got a choice of 3 colours. So we've got the light lavender. You need 3 metres. £19.44. That is 3 metres of the light lavender, light lilac, which is enough to back the quilt. And you save £1.50 by buying all of that. 3 metres for £19.44. But if you want a darker backing, we've got charcoal. Again, 3 metres. Depends what look you want, really. You can choose. Again, £19.44, save £1.50. That's a 3 metre pre-cut piece. So if you order 2 of them, they are pre-cut. Pre-cut piece, 3 metres in dark grey. That you can use for the backing. Or one final one, if you want something a bit more vibrant for your backing, we have 3 metres of this beautiful magenta. Again, £19.44. So you save £1.50. Beautiful. Oh, so we've got Hayley on the phone. Morning, Hayley, again. Have you found those white pens yet? She's going to do a special offer. Oh, she's going to put a special offer on the quilt.
Ooh.
Wow. So she is reduced the price for us. That's amazing. Is that because she knows about our £12 today cat? So she's watching, she's got out of bed, she's had a bowl of Frosties, and in celebration she is reducing the price of the quilt kit today to $79.99.
Wow.
Whoa. So if you've already bought it and you've checked out, don't worry, you will be charged the $79.99. That's a fantastic day. Is that because it's special September the 12th sale day? Amazing.
So if you bought the backing offer as well,
Yeah.
you'd get the whole thing for
Yeah, so if you
£100.
buy the backing and the whole thing for under £100.
That is perfect.
Perfect. Fantastic. What a deal. So finally, before we get to, Sue's going to explain this, if you want some threads to go with this, we have 2 bundles. Unicorn poop.
What?
It's called unicorn poop. These are Tula pink threads, but this is the really pale. Aren't they beautiful?
They are
if unicorn
so pretty.
pooed, this would be the colour.
Wouldn't that be awesome if they did?
If they did. So that's beautiful. So you've got beautiful, beautiful pastel shades of thread. Now this is a 50 weight thread. So this is the normal sewing machine thread that you use for quilting, seams, all sorts. It's not it's the normal standard weight.
Great.
So
for
those
top
are your
stitch.
pastel colours if you want to do pastel. But then we have dragon's breath. What does dragons breathe like?
Oh, do they not poo?
No, dragons breathe. Whoa! And if a dragon breathes...
Oh, I love those.
That's my favourite. That's gorgeous, isn't it? But with this quilt...
But you see, the other
wow.
ones are really...
I mean, actually,
yeah.
with this quilt...
Yeah, definitely that magenta.
I'm loving that. Let's get the... look at the fabrics.
The one on the bottom left, I would definitely
And look at the threads.
Yeah. All the turquoise.
Look at that. So if you want to sew and quilt these fabrics,
Absolutely.
that is beautiful. Look, because you've got that and that. This goes with the blues. You've got the purples. You've got the pinks and the pink. And remember, the quilt kit is now $79.99. What a fantastic discount. It's only been on 10 minutes and they've taken 20 quid off. Stay online, Hayley.
Definitely going to have to get Dragon's Breath.
Dragon's Breath. I'm loving that. It's the most beautiful set of threads, isn't it?
It is stunning.
Love this.
But would I ever use them? Because they're just too pretty to use.
I know. But, you know, once you take that cling film off...
Yeah, but I wouldn't do that.
That's it, isn't it? I know, they are so pretty, aren't they?
Yeah.
Gorgeous. And they are 50 weight, which is your normal sewing weight. So there's nothing, they're not specialist weights. They are exactly what you'd use for making the quilt. So, Susie, you're going to be using our new back in stock machine.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
I feel very honoured.
6 to 80. So we have been out of stock of this for ages and they've been desperate for us to get it back in, and we have finally got it back in a couple of days ago.
It is amazing.
Amazing, isn't it?
It is. I love this machine. I do.
So what do you love most about it?
Well,
if somebody was thinking about, shall I buy this?
Yeah, it's super easy to use. It's, I want to say idiot proof, but I hate that terminology. It's very
foolproof.
Yeah, foolproof. It's very easy. Everything is there for you, in front of you. You haven't got to go searching for things. It is touch screen, which for someone like me who has permanently freezing cold fingers, whatever the temperature, I always think is an issue, but this actually is very responsive.
Oh, okay.
I don't have to use this.
Yeah,
it does have a stylus, but I haven't had to use the stylus. I've got everything there. It's got drop-down features for your feet. It's got the full list of threads across the top. So if you want a 1/4 inch setting, there's a 1/4 inch setting. It's got neat little storage for everything, even extra bobbins. So if you're on the move, you can take them with you. It's just all neat, tidy, everything's there. I haven't got to think about anything. And it's, once you've dropped the press-a-foot lever, it's got a really good cut mechanism. It stops starts. You can control the needle up, needle down really precisely. So for the next show when I'm FPPing, absolutely fantastic.
Wow.
Because I can
think
stop
that's
on the
often
nail.
the worry, isn't it, with these machines, when you look at that and think, oh, that looks really technical, as you think,
It isn't, no.
I'm never going to get out of the box.
Bobbin winding is a cinch.
Because we have so many guests that come in
Yeah.
and they go straight on it without any problem
Yeah,
at all.
exactly. I mean, I don't have an Elna at home. I have a different model of, a different make.
Yeah.
It is a touch screen, so I just feel like it's. I'll come back to it.
I mean, I
It
use
is
it
really
because when I
easy.
first used it, because again, I have a different
Yeah.
one at home, and people, they'd say, oh, can you use that? And I go, oh, no.
Exactly,
Oh, okay, then.
panic.
And it's
Yeah.
actually really easy.
It is.
Which I think a lot of machines, where you've got to go through the manual, you've got to spend
Yeah.
a day, but it sort of makes sense. And I love the way, I like the touch screenness of it.
Yes, I love
it's
touch
quick.
screens because you can see what you're getting. There's a good visual on it. It even tells you've got your foot pedal plugged in. So if you don't want your
Right.
foot pedal on, you can use the manual start-stop as well.
Okay.
So you've got all that. You've got your automatic needle threader. So even I can thread the needle without my glasses on.
I mean, it is a fantastic thing.
It is,
isn't it,
yeah.
at all
I
time?
really love it,
Just-
and it's not incredibly heavy. Although, thank you, Elliot, for carrying it through. So if you are on the go, it'll go. It'll fit in a standard size, large sewing bag, or you
Right.
can make your own, of course. It's just such a good machine.
Well, thank you. That's brilliant.
No,
Thank you.
I
Well,
love
it's, I think quite often, when you're thinking you do want a new machine, people think, oh, I'll just get the very, very basic one, or they want to move on. It's
Yeah.
really hard to know, isn't
It
it?
is, yeah. There's so many stitches. I mean, there's a ridiculous number of stitches. And fonts. That's the other great thing.
So you can embroider people's
You
names.
can. And they're not just Roman fonts.
170 stitches.
I know, it's mental.
I
Absolutely
think
mental.
I often use the words as if you want to make a quilt label or put the name
Absolutely.
on something. It's
Yeah.
just so easy to do it, isn't
But
it?
they've got all sorts of alphabets going on here. It's crazy.
And I remember when I first had a machine that had all of these stitches. I'll never use them, but you do.
You do.
You just
Well,
do.
don't you find that when you open it up and look at this, you think, oh, do you know, I could actually do that on the end of, on my bag handle, instead of just doing a straight stitch or a zigzag.
Yeah.
Why don't I do a little leaf? That'd
When
be
it
nice.
says top stitch, you think, oh, bicycles.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I'm just looking
Bicycles.
at this thinking, the needle and thread is amazing. I love that one. Need to do that one. Anyway, moving on.
Thank you. Yes, we could go on about this machine all day. But if you do want it, it is available on split pay. £1,099, but it is available on split pay if you want to split it into 5 equal payments. There it is. What a beautiful thing.
It is.
Beautiful. Right, so where do we start with this quilt? Because it is a thing of beauty, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you have to make yourself a cup of tea first of all, because you just won't want to touch the cut the fabric, because it's so beautiful. I mean, each of them would make a stunning wall hanging, but you do have to eventually bite the bullet and go for it. Now, my advice is, whilst this is colour coded, if you want to do it as is on the front, then I would suggest you familiarise yourself with which fabric goes with what, because it's all done with half square triangles, so you're pairing fabrics throughout. So that's the first thing I would do. You get the same amount of each fabric, so you have got choices. You don't have to do it as it says on the tin. You can change it around if you wanted to. So if you wanted darker chevrons instead of the pink and green chevrons,
so there's the same amount of
there
each
is
fabric.
the same amount of fabric of
I
each,
didn't
apart
realise
from
that.
the binding fabric.
Right.
So you have that ability
Choose
to
this
change.
one.
Yeah. So that's the first thing I would do.
So those chevrons could be any colour?
They could be any of the colours. So if you wanted to darken it up a bit, then use fabrics B and D, which are your mini bossy and your Cosmos, the geometric ones, and the mini poppy ones.
Yeah, so they've used in that quilt, they've used those.
They've used the dots before your eyes. Dot your eyes, they are called. I think, which is the names for these fabric is just brilliant.
Because they are
They are literally eyes.
So they've used those for the
They've used those for the chevrons,
whatever.
yeah.
But you could change it
and do the darker ones.
And use those.
And it would still work because you've got the colours in all the fabrics.
So have a think about that first.
So once you've done that, then what I did, obviously not on this one because this had to be pristine for the show, I just labelled the different colours on the chart with which fabric I'd used.
Right,
so that I'd know when I picked it up where I was and what I was doing. So that's the first thing. Then you're going to cut every single, you need 24 5-inch squares from each of those 6 fabrics. So you're just going to cut 5-inch squares, which as a beginner quilt is not an onerous thing to do, is it?
Not really.
It's great if you use your stripology, if you use your larger rulers, if you've only got a square ruler, you can tackle this with whatever tool you have in your stash. You don't have to go out and buy a specialist tool.
No, so you just cut in squares.
Super great. Then you have to separate them into a light, medium and dark, and you want a set A and a set B. So if you're following the chart, you're going to have your sets as it is in the picture on the front. So I had my cheering section, this is called. Where's that from? Cosmos. And then there's also in this one the dot your eyes in the magenta. So they are my 3 light, medium and darks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you get your sets going together, and then for each of your sets A and B, you're then going to pair your squares according to how it tells you to do it. But I just literally followed the pictures and thought, okay, so I need a cheering with a Cosmos, I need a cheering with the dot your eyes, and I need a dot your eyes and a Cosmos. So you do all that, and then you're going to start construction. And this has got to be such a quick quilt to do. Great one to learn half square triangles.
But for an amazingly stunning result.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it does say it's for an advanced beginner, but I think a beginner could do it. If you just do, I would do a practice
square fur.
Right.
Practice
With some other fabric.
at least a half square triangle. So you get used to cutting and sewing straight, because if you've never sewn before, that could be a bit onerous. But there's tricks and ways of doing it. So the first thing they get you to do, and this is where I slightly diversed from the instructions, and that's because I have a different method of doing half square triangles, because I'm not great at sewing straight because I sew very fast.
Okay.
and I chain pieced, so I cut the whole quilt. Do you want to see how much I've got left?
Yes, yeah,
Because
definitely. Because I love this fabric.
staggered.
I would want some.
Yeah.
I
Look,
would want.
this is my leftovers.
Wow, that's loads.
I have cut and made the rest of it. It's all in here.
Right, and that's what you
And
have
this
left.
is what I have left.
That's
So I can make a bag out of that easily. Cushion bag.
And it is such beautiful fabric, isn't it?
Yeah. You haven't quite got enough to do another row.
Right.
Or two
But
rows.
you've got enough to make a
because
matching
this
cushion.
isn't 5 inches wide.
Okay.
But you could do if you wanted to make it reversible, you've got enough here that you can piece together to make patches for the back and then fill in with plains.
Right.
So you've got lots of options, but I was really staggered at how much was left. Really staggered.
Well, you could join those. You could make a nice scrappy binding, and then you'd have that bit left over, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I was very impressed with that. And then, of course, you've got your binding fabric, which I haven't even
Well, it's
touched
quite nice
yet.
as well, because you know that if you've got that much left over, if you cut anything slightly inaccurate, you've got a little bit of
You
beef.
have, yes. So in the instructions, they tell you to draw a line on the back of one of each of the squares in your pairs. And then you do a 1/4 inch seam either side of that. There is a 1/4 inch setting on this machine. Your machine at home may not have that. It depends on your machine. But what I prefer to do is to put my 1/4 inch line, or if you've got an add a quarter ruler, which I have got, but happens to be in the green room, ready for the next show. So what I'm doing is showing you another way. So I'm putting my 1/4 inch line across the diagonal of my square and just drawing with a friction pen along the edge. So I've got a 1/4 inch from the diagonal. And that way I have got a line that I know I have got to sew down.
I do it that way as well.
Yeah.
Because
if you get interrupted,
yeah,
or the dog jumps on your lap.
I have sewn along that centre line before.
Yes. Yes.
So I find I do. And I know it means you've got to draw one extra line. But I love sewing along a line.
Well, it just gives you direction,
love
doesn't
sewing
it?
along a line. I just find that easier.
And especially when you're here, you haven't got to think. You know
No.
you're following a line.
I do. I mean, I've done all different ways, but I do love sewing along a line. So much easier.
So for this, it's normal stitch length, because I'm only going through 2 layers of cotton fabric. So I'm on 2.4 stitch length, normal stitch, and you're just going to sew straight down those lines, or as near straight as you can. But because you're going to cut away the seam allowance, it's not, if you go slightly off, it's not the end of the world.
Right.
The only thing I will say is that we're cutting these, once we've sewn these, and I should have chain pieced these, that was silly. What you are going to do is trim them down to 4.5 inch squares. Well, that's not a major, it's not giving you much leeway. If you're a beginner, just a little bit more helps, doesn't it? So if you're not overly confident with half square triangles, then I would go cut them at 5.5 inches or 5.25 inch
Right,
squares.
so you've got a little bit.
So you've got
leeway.
a bit more of a leeway, but that's just, personal.
So there are less than 30 of these kits available now, especially now we've got the special price, $79.99. And don't worry if you've already checked out, and you will be charged that lower price. What a fantastic value for money. I mean, I just love this fabric. So we sew along these drawn lines.
Yeah, so that's what I'm just doing. And if I find my skizzers, so let's do that one.
So what's chain piecing then?
Chain piecing is what I'm doing now. So rather than keep cutting and stopping, I'm feeding in the next one straight away.
Okay, so just time saver.
It's a time saver. It's also a thread saver,
because cutting your thread, interrupting the bobbin and the top thread all the time actually uses quite a lot of thread. We don't realise just how much. And if you're only doing the odd bit of sewing, it's not the end of the world, but if you're like me and you're doing a lot of sewing, I mean, I can easily go through a large spool
and you don't
of
want to be
thread
using your lovely dragon's breath
a
for
week.
doing, for
No,
wasting
absolutely
on that.
not. So we've got, so these 3 square pairs make one block.
Oh, okay.
Which is why I did it all together so you can see a block. Now what we can do is cut up between on that diagonal line with our rotary cutter. If you haven't got a rotary cutter, first of all you need to get one. But secondly,
they are available
you can
on the
use
website,
a pair of
20%
scissors.
off today.
Yeah.
If you've got a booklet.
So good. And also, don't forget to get spare blades, because it is important to change your blade as much as it is to change your sewing machine needle between projects.
I know, but we're all rubbish on that, aren't we?
No, I'm very good.
I'm rubbish, and I have to have a pair of scissors with me because my blade's not cutting. I think, oh.
No, I change my blade and my sewing machine needle between projects.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, I bet you pre-wash as well.
No.
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 No. It doesn't pre-wash though.
No, I haven't got time. I need to cut it now.
I know,
So-
but we should, shouldn't we? You're supposed to pre-wash.
Well, not always. I think it's one of those deliberation things, isn't it?
The thing is, I don't like sewing with pre-wash fabric because it's not as crisp and lovely, is it?
It doesn't smell.
And when it comes out of the machine, it's all frayed.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
And it smells of your washing
And
machine.
it doesn't
not
smell,
of,
but when you get it and it's all beautiful.
What I
and-
do is iron it. I open it out
I do,
and
yes,
re-iron
I
it.
do that.
And for something like this, I would also best press or starch savvy or
Yes.
flatter, whatever it is you use. I would do that as well because you're cutting across the bias and
Yes.
sewing on the bias.
But
So
I mean, for
definitely do that.
dressmaking fabrics, you really, really should pre-wash because they might shrink.
Yeah, dressmaking I would pre-wash, but I don't do a lot of that.
I don't like pre-washing.
I have a daughter who does that, so that's fine. So you're going to press these. First thing to do is set the seam. So that just means pressing across where you've just sewn, and all that does is embed the stitching into your fabric and marks it. Then it tells you to press half to the light and half to the dark. So for each pair, do one of each.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So when I did this, I chain pieced the whole lot, and I had a pile of dark pressed and a pile of light pressed.
Okay. So you
And
just-
the reason for that is when we come to pair them, you end up with really neat nesting seams, no big bulky seams anywhere. Everything goes together really nicely, and it just makes it such an easy block to put together.
Well, anything that makes matching seams easier is a winner, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Let's be honest, yeah. And that's why I think this could be a beginner's quilt, because it literally tells you everything. There's nothing left for you to have researched and found out beforehand.
So when you're sewing with all these different colour fabrics,
Yes.
how do you decide what colour thread to use?
Piecing them together, it really doesn't matter because you're not going to see it.
Okay.
But when I come to quilting, I love using like bright threads
But
to
for
do
the actual
quilting.
piecing,
You're not going to see it, so I'm using ivory thread.
right? So
it doesn't matter.
Really matter.
So I use the one I've got the most of. And I tend to buy black and ivory in bulk.
okay.
So
So because you won't see it.
Exactly. But to do
But that's when you
quilting
need
on
your dragon's
this,
breath.
I would definitely be going for bright or variegated fabrics.
It's
definitely.
beautiful,
I
isn't
mean,
it?
yeah. I mean, you're spoilt for choice with that one.
I
aren't you?
know.
I would.
And the good
even-
thing is take this cellophane off immediately, then you'll use them. Otherwise, you'll keep them in these, won't you?
Don't listen to it. Don't do that.
Don't use them. Don't use them. Just
Buy
look at them.
two. One you wrap, keep wrapped, and one you don't.
But
right.
the quilting would look fantastic.
So the
in
next
that.
job is to cut all these down to 4.5-inch squares.
Right.
Now, it doesn't matter what tool you use, you just need to be able to find your line to do this.
So what are you lining up first?
Well, you see, mine has a double cross. Have we got one with a double cross? No, we haven't. Okay, so we're going to have a go at this.
So you line the diagonal up?
Yeah, I'm lining that against my seam, and I want to cut, I've got this edge at 4.5, but that's not going to work, is it? So what do I do? See, at home mine has both, and I cut down, so we're just going to, let's do it that way.
So if you want to buy the Creative Grids and have a look on the website, if you want to buy any of the rulers, just type in creative in the search. They will all come up. And if you've got your voucher booklet, 20% off everything. And look, they're all there. So if you need a rotary cutter or you need a ruler or a mat, all on there.
Go for it.
But it's only for things on the website. It doesn't work on the things that we have got on the show today. If you click on Watch Live and on below, it's just on the items that are on the website.
Yeah. So I've lined up my seam line along the 45-degree angle, and then I'm cutting along the top and the side. Whoops. And you can see how little you cut off.
So it's just a smidgen.
It's a smidge, and then turn it around the other way and do the same again. But this time I'm making sure that not only is my diagonal on the 45, but I'm on the 4.5 inch as well. So
it just makes it nice
smidging,
and neat then, isn't
but
it?
you can see, if you're used to doing it, this isn't scary. But if this is your first ever half square triangle, only cutting smidgings off like that could be an issue. So that's why I said I would do a practice. So we've got to do that, sadly, to everything. And I will be honest, when you do the whole quilt, if you do it as I did and you chain piece that, cut it all, chain piece it all at the same time, this took me a good couple of hours really to get this bit done, because I wanted it, you do want it to be precise, so don't rush this bit. It is important that it measures correctly. As we know with quilting, you've only got to be out by half a jot and you're in trouble, aren't you?
But that's why I like the half square triangles, because you can trim it so you know that it's going to be right afterwards.
Absolutely.
I like that removal of error.
Removal of error, and I like the fact that you're then sewing with a nice neat edge.
Yeah, lovely, isn't it?
It is. It's quite satisfying, isn't it?
And I know it is tedious, isn't it? But
but I did this while we were watching.
This is what Radio 4 is for.
Oh, well, I had the telly on because I did this. So I did all my sewing during the day, and then in the evening, just
put the telly on.
Put the telly on and did this with. I can't even remember what it was.
Were you watching?
Well, I wasn't. I was listening. You can't watch when you're handling
That's why I usually
handling
put on,
a rotary cutter.
I'll put on a drama.
Yes.
Or I tell you what, it's a good time to make a phone call. I often put my headphones in.
Yeah.
When I've got to do something like this, and then give someone a ring.
Yeah. Trouble is, you see, I'll be doing this at sort of 2 in the morning, so.
Oh, no one's up then.
Apparently, that's not a very good time to ring your 80-year-old parents.
No, not really.
Yeah.
Or nice podcasts.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to. Oh yeah, there's always something, isn't there? And I've got so many things that I want to watch or listen to. That there's always
Which is
something,
great, isn't it?
Yeah, but once you get into the swing of it, as you can see, it goes quite quickly.
I know, it's just sort of part of the process, isn't it? And it's lovely when you have a pile of squares that are all perfect, because it does make the sewing together a lot easier.
It does, yeah. And I gave myself targets, so I sorted them into the 2 sets A and B. So at the end of set A, I said, right, now you can go and make yourself a cup of tea.
Okay, yeah.
You know, real treats.
I know, I made a rainbow quilt once, and I had 144 of them.
Yeah.
You just do it.
You do, you just get on and, yeah.
Yeah, it's just part of the process.
It is, and we're nearly there. It's the last one, so it's not. But it's the fact that I haven't wasted loads.
Less than 20 kits available now.
Oh my gosh!
So if you want it, you do need to get it, but you need to put it in your basket and check out.
And make sure you've got the dragon's breath
It
thread
is
to
only
go.
$7.99, and don't forget to add the dragon's breath to it.
Yeah. Although
Because
the
it
other
is
one's
lovely.
really pretty as well. So that is all my waste.
Wow.
Not a lot,
That's
is
a nice... Where's that going? Just chuck it on the floor. Elliot's brought the Hoover in.
there? No, I can't do that. Normally I've got a little bag, but I forgot to bring it today.
What do you do with it?
This would actually go in the recycling bin.
Right.
So that actually goes, because it's cotton, so it'll recycle, or compost bin that could go in. But if it's bigger, then it goes in a bag for my son's rats.
Right.
It's their bedding.
I used to have rats. I love them.
Yeah, they're amazing.
They are lovely.
Amazing pets.
I've never put
I'm
cotton
looking after
fabric
them
in their
next
cage,
in a
though.
week's time, which is very exciting. So now we've got to pair these in the design. Now this block is not square when it's finished. Just so get square out your head. It's a rectangle.
Okay.
So you're not aiming for squareness.
And all the blocks are the same?
And do you know what I worked out is that all of my cheering group are my corners. So as long as they're on the corners, I know I've got everything in the right place, which is very exciting.
So fabric direction is irrelevant then?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, does it? With something
That's
like
nice.
this, you can just
go for it
Go
then.
for it. So I've happened to end up with those coming together.
Okay.
So the way I put it together is I laid them out like this, and then I started to look at seams. So you're going to sew together the top three, sew together the bottom three, and then put the two sets of three together.
Right,
Is your
okay.
best way of doing it. So if you look at the overall design, you've got this sort of
Yeah, I
arrowhead,
can see that's clever, isn't it?
and then you've got a square.
And it's quite nice you haven't got to worry about print direction then.
Exactly.
It just,
So
it's the colour.
Yeah, I mean you can if you want to, but you haven't got enough fabric to
I
start
think that'd be
faffing
really
about.
hard though, wouldn't it?
But I think half the fun of these fabrics is that you haven't got to think about that.
And I like the
And I'm
way as
just
well that with
checking
your
that way.
half square triangles you get the odd little bit peeping out as well, don't
Yes.
you? But not all the time.
Yeah. So once you've laid them out, just lift your fabrics right sides together and check that you've picked up ones that are opposing
Right.
pressed. If they're not, either repress them or swap them around, because you can swap. It doesn't matter, which is great. So this is the only one I haven't checked. So yeah, they're all opposing. So the next thing you'll need is pins.
These are available on the website.
Yeah.
20% off the website if you've got your voucher.
So we
Pins
put
are
them
great.
right sides together, and then
Pins are great. I love pins.
Oh yeah.
I said, well, I was on there the other day doing something and I had my own pins, my rubbish pins. And there's nothing worse than rubbish pins.
Oh gosh, yeah. You'll
And
ruin your fabric.
I know, I don't know
Yeah.
where they'd come from either. And they were my own, but they were rubbish. So I bought some new ones.
Good. Well, I love these magic pins.
Have we got any magic pins, Kat? Oh.
Oh no, I know a man who does.
I love the magic pins.
Yeah, I'd go everywhere
We will
with them.
get them back in stock
Good.
soon.
Good. So what I do is push my pin through my seam and line it up, and then bring it out so that I know my edges are together. And then I'm going to stitch along 1/4 of an inch along there. So I'm going to adjust this, and on here it's number 4.
What's for your 1/4 inch seam?
For my 1/4 inch, no it isn't, it's number 6, sorry. Oh,
That's fab, isn't it?
it's so exciting. It would be even better if I could actually clear this. Here we go, 0, 6. There we are, 1/4 inch. And it even tells you it's the 1/4
And
inch.
it tells you.
It's perfect.
Oh, I love it.
And I'm going to do the same with this one. So we've got these two. So pin through the seam, up through the seam, further up, and we're going to sew along that bit. So again, I can chain piece these. You don't have to sew at this speed. You can.
You can. Well, that has a speed.
It does. It
a
has
speed
your
dial.
tortoise in your
I
hair.
love the fact it has a tortoise
I
in
think
the
it's
hair.
so
I think
cute.
that's great.
so cute.
And it's nice, isn't it? Because however hard you think, right, well, I'm going to slow down on the presser foot, it's quite hard to control that sometimes. So, but the fact you can control it on the machine makes it a lot easier.
It does, yeah. And you get excited, don't you? And
I do. And they should have that on some cars on the motorway.
Absolutely, they should.
You could just like press the remote control. Tortoise!
Yes. Yes, wouldn't it be good if you could? So there I've got the first two come together. So now I've got to add in these ones to finish off my arrowhead, and then I will press. Now it's only 2 seams that have those matching points, so the others you can just pick up and align. You don't necessarily
right,
have
so where
to.
you've got 4.
Yeah, so it's not a quilt block that has every seam has to match, which is good, because, and that's another checkpoint for you as well. If you are matching seams at every single point, then you've done something wrong. Something's in the wrong place.
Okay. But also because the fabric, because the squares are quite big as well, it does help, doesn't it?
Oh yeah,
You know,
I mean this
working,
grows at such a rate.
When you're working with sort of 2-inch squares, it's harder to get them to match.
Absolutely, yeah. Then what you're going to do is keep them in the right orientation, because what you want is to press one set one way and one set the other. Rather than, or you can, if you want, do open seams. It's entirely up to you. John always laughs because I do lots of open seams.
No, but I do though.
Yeah.
I don't think you see people. I think people are a bit snobby about seams, about whether they're open to one side.
Yeah,
just do whatever you feel like.
Exactly. So I'm going
and I mix.
What did I do with these?
So I'll often do like you have. I'll do the half square triangles to one side, but when I'm doing
I did one.
matching lots of seams, I'll often press them open. Anyway, it's up to you what you do.
It is. No one's going to know. There are no quilt police.
Or rules.
No. No, the only rule is you enjoy yourself. It should be an enjoyable task. You will enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I know. If you want to press your seams open. And it's silly, isn't it? Because I think sometimes when you have a specialist hobby like this, you get a bit put off because you think, I don't do it the right way. Well, there isn't a right way.
No, and at the end of the day, I always say, much as we all try and be precise and get it accurately put together, if it isn't quite aligned, it's not the end of the world.
Nobody notices, do they?
Because it's a quilt. It's going to be draped.
Exactly.
It's not like a pinstripe that will look obviously out of place if it's wonky.
No, it's not your dress where you haven't got everything. And anyway, even on dresses, on shops, they don't match everything, do they?
No, that really bugs me. If something is supposed to align it.
They don't.
Yeah.
But it really doesn't matter. And I think it's a shame, just don't get put off by that.
No.
The joy is in the making. And you pick up, there are no rules, there are just tips.
There are tips, exactly. And you find your own way of doing things.
Yes.
Do it a way that works for you. So when you come to put the 3 together, basically you're matching your joining seam.
Yes.
So again, use your pin, go in at the seam and come out through the top. And just make sure that they line up. That's all you've got to do. It's nothing more difficult than that.
Perfect.
And then you're going to stitch. Now when you stitch this one, just stitch a little bit slower as you get to each of the joins, because there's a lot of bulk going on, and just depending on your machine, you want to give your machine a good chance of sewing it without breaking your sewing needle or breaking your thread, because sometimes the thread will snap as you go over bulk. So a bit like when you're doing a zip and stuff, just do a bit slower. But obviously in between you can still do breakneck speed.
I wonder why this is called Halfsie strike. Is it just...
I think it's halfsies because it's half square triangles. And strike, I think, because it's like a tick strike.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
When I first read it, I thought it was like, that's an unusual name, Halfsies. I wonder who that is. And then I read it again and thought, it's Halfsies.
Yeah, no, I was trying to work something into it. I also worked, if you inverted every other chevron, you'd end up with crosses.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah, so you could change the design if you wanted to, but then it wouldn't be this quilt. But obviously that's
But you could
it's
make
up
all
to
your
you.
half square triangles, and then you could just have a little play, couldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. So that, I think this is a brilliant, great quilt, and it's a good size as well. It's not too big a size. It's great lap quilt, superb picnic blanket.
It is, isn't
size.
it? That's very impressive as well,
So
isn't it?
That one I have.
Imagine taking that to a picnic. People are like, whoa.
I know.
Where'd you get
How
that
cool
from?
with that? Trouble is, what would you wear to coordinate with?
Well, I know. Black.
So that's my block done. So I've pressed that last seam open.
Wow.
So that's that block done. So you'd then obviously you'd make all your others up as well. So I've gone ahead and made 2 of each of the, one of the other, the same one, and 2 more of the opposing colourways. And you can see they're really good. So this is just my first row done already. So all I've got to do now is to join those 2 together. And you're joining the square side to a chevron arrowhead.
Right.
So if you remember that, but as we said, if you wanted to do it that way round, you get a completely different look to your fabric.
Yeah, exactly.
To your quilt.
So it's worth like making your half square triangles, putting them into blocks.
Yeah,
and then you could rearrange the blocks again
if you wanted to. Yeah.
Just
so again,
because it's your quilt.
It's your exactly. And I don't think Anna Maria Horner is going to come round and check everybody's quilts.
No, but it
would be good if she did.
She would probably encourage that anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Her designs are beautiful, and I met her, and she's very inclusive. Really wants everybody to enjoy it and have fun.
Well, that's what life's about. Life's too short not to, isn't it? So again, the only seam you're matching is that centre one. So I put a pin through it and made sure they matched, and then I'm just going to sew a 1/4 inch seam down there. Obviously you can pin more if you want to, but I tend to pin seams and hold the rest, if that makes sense, and line it as I go. But again, as you get to the bit in the middle, just take it a little bit slower over that bulk.
Yeah, you've got a lot of seams going on there.
Huge amount of seams going on now. You can hear the machine change as well, the noise it makes.
Because it knows.
Yeah.
But it deals with it.
It does. That's the thing. And then you would then go on and press that seam as well. But how quick is that? That's my first row done.
That's amazing, isn't it?
So there's,
really
what is
quick.
there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. So the next one is constructed the other way round. So
yes,
your
so the chevron goes,
chevron goes from that side.
Yeah.
So you just piece them together. The blocks are made in the same way, you just put them together in different ways. But yeah, it's brilliant.
I love that.
Really easy one.
Well,
to
thank
do.
you. That's brilliant.
That's
I mean,
all right.
it's really nice to have gone through that in detail,
Yes.
isn't it? So that people feel they can have a go. Because I think at $79.99, that's a fantastic price.
Oh, it is amazing. Yeah, brilliant.
Beautiful fabric. Well, thank you very much. We
That's
will
all right.
see you back here in an hour for FPP.
Yes.
The FPP masterclass with the book that I love.
It is an amazing book.
It's beautiful.
Or as we said earlier, phenomenal.
Phenomenal. It's a phenomenal book. I've seen a lot of the authors putting it on their Instagram, and it is on pre-order. It's a brilliant book. If you love FP, you'll love this as much as I do. If you haven't tried FP, this is the book for you. Anyway, Suzie is going to give us a masterclass in an hour, so really looking forward to
Let's not
do
big
that.
it up too much.
Yes, she is. Yes, because she knows all about FPP. It's all going to be good. So, thank you so much. I'll see you in an hour. So, if you want to buy the quilt kit the quilt, it's limited now. That's because of the fantastic price. Remember, it all comes in a box with a nice wrap around it. Beautiful, nice, beautiful box. And in the box you get full instructions for making the kit, and then all the fabric you need for the quilt top and the binding. All you need to do is buy the backing and the wadding to go with it. So in the kit you get the binding fabric, which is this one. And then you get the same quantities of the other fabrics, so you can swap them around. And aren't they beautiful? 7 different beautiful, I mean, this really is designer fabric. Look at that. This is my favourite one though, because I like the colour of the background. I would like a look at the little fabrics. They are cheering, aren't they? Going, yay! Cheering poppies. This is lovely, isn't it? I just think, look at that. Look at that. Oh.
I would love that as a panel on a big tote bag.
Yes.
See, what you could do with the leftovers is make yourself the bag that you take to the picnic
that you
with
put your
all
picnic
your bits
quilt
in, couldn't you?
Or you make the whole thing as a present for somebody.
Guess what I'm doing this afternoon?
Yeah. Because Susie's making the tote bag. And then you get these two fabrics which are used for the zigzaggy chiffon. But again, as Susie said, you could swap it all around if you like.
Yeah.
Aren't they just gorgeous? So all of that in the kit. Everything you need to make it. And the instructions, only $79.99. Was $99.99 earlier. But we got a special phone call from Hayley, who luckily was up watching. Yes, I think she realised about the 12th of September is deal day. Don't know why they'd not given us the offer before. It was a surprise. So if you want that kit, you do need to put it in your basket and check out because you love it. And I'm not surprised. If you're a beginner, it is fantastic. What a great way to start a quilt. I mean, it's such a beautiful talking piece, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And, it, something to be extremely proud of when you've made it. We have also got bundles of backing fabric because that's the only thing that's the fabric. The only fabric that's not in the kit is the backing fabric. Now that you need 3 meters of backing fabric, and we've started the magenta. This has been the most popular, which I'm not surprised because it is beautiful. It's really bright and vibrant. Whether you get the quilt or not, this is a 3 meter bundle. It's £19.44 for the 3 meters, but we've called it backing fabric. It is your 100% cotton Rose and Hubble quilting weight fabric. It's not just sort of backing fabric. It is beautiful quality quilting weight fabric. But you save £1.50 by buying the 3 meter bundle. So that's the magenta option. There's only 3 of those left though. If you want the dark grey, if you want a sort of a plain option, again, 3 meters. But but you could use your leftovers in a strip down the middle of this and use the grey either side. For your
and that would really showcase the vibrancy of the print colour. It would, yes.
And then you could then you're using a bit of both. It makes the joining of the backing fabric a bit less obvious.
But if you are going to use it as a picnic blanket, having that darker colour is a more sensible option.
Yes, that's true.
Anyway,
and it's lovely,
it?
this dark grey, isn't it?
I love that colour, yes.
But it looks lovely with the...
especially, the colours against them really pop.
Look at those.
Really pop.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Especially the poppies. They go ballistic,
gorgeous.
aren't they?
So that's £19.44 if you want the dark grey. And then finally, we have light lilac. Again, a 3 metre bundle. That's this one here. And that is £19.44, which is saving £1.50. If you want the beautiful thread, Dragon's Breath, these colours are exactly the colours that are in the fabrics. As you can see, I'm just going to lay them there so you can see. So many of you got these in your basket today, and I'm not surprised. When you come to quilt it, this is going to be fantastic. Save it for the quilting. It is beautiful. I mean, obviously you can piece with it, but it is so beautiful. Yeah. Save it for your quilting. It will look gorgeous on top. So that's £27.99 for the Dragon's Breath, 10 50 weight spools. It is Orifal thread, so as you know, beautiful, beautiful quality. Anyway, thank you for joining me this hour. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time with Beth, and she's going to be back with a whole array of her kits and show you how to make them. So I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi everyone, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. It's combining 2 of my favourite things, which are sewing and designing. I live in London at the moment, but I'm originally from Staffordshire, So I think I've got a combination of two really great things. So London's really diverse and lots of different cultural impacts, and then Staffordshire is very rural, so there's a lot of country influence in what I do. My grandma first taught me to sew when I was in my early teens. She was a dressmaker and she was always sewing and taking in orders from different people. And I think I got my initial love of sewing from her. I started making my clothes because I couldn't find anything that was fashionable, so I created my own fashion. Bit dubious at times probably. I remember once I bought some really lovely, as I thought, heavy brocade material. I created a pencil skirt, thought that was fabulous. It turned out to be curtaining. And I got quite a lot of stick from that. But you know, in my defence, I was a new romantic, and I think I was just fashion forward. I have done a lot of teaching and coaching and mentoring in sewing in my career, and I would think that probably the best tip that I can give to people, because all age groups have various challenges, but the best tip is to be kind and good to yourself, and don't worry about if you make mistakes, because you've always got your seam ripper to hand. I'm really looking forward to my shows with Sewing Street and helping you have some hints and tips and knowledge, so I look forward to seeing you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hi, it's me Neil, and I have a surprise for you. I've been scouring the warehouse, and for the entire week starting Monday the 13th of September to Sunday the 19th of September, I'll be bringing you a manager special every day. So for 7 days I'll be here live, bringing you an amazing auction with amazing savings. So make sure you tune in and don't miss out.
Is that okay, Elliot? You're not going to do anything funny with my voice, are you?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. We've got a lovely hour now of a whole array of kits from Sew with Beth, which are beautiful. So we're going to start off with this gorgeous embroidered watering can kit. Now this is the cushion. Let me show you here. The one that we have two of them, no, two different colourways, not in this colourway, but very similar. But I just wanted to show you what it looks like. Isn't it lovely? Absolutely beautiful. So we're mixing together, which I love. It really appeals to me because I love the whole mixed media thing. We're mixing embroidery and patchwork all together. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Love that. So let me show you what you get in the kit. So you've got a choice of two different colourways. So the first colourway we've got, this one is, oh, that one hasn't got, that one doesn't have a code on it. We'll do this code instead, KSBY81.
I've got more bags, by the way.
So, in the kit you get, let me unpack it very carefully. You get full instructions, exactly how to make the cushion, and it has inside the template for tracing over. Keep calm and buy flowers. So that's the watering can template. All the instructions of how to do the stitches as well, and how to make the cushion. And then you get all the fabric that you need. So we've got grey, which is the backing fabric.
Yes, it's the main bulk of the fabric. It's the back and
the back
side,
and
some of the sides.
The side borders. Oh, you've got the calico, which is for backing the quilting.
Backing the embroidery and then backing the whole front.
Thing. So that's loads. So you can back your embroidery and you can back the whole quilting. You've got this beautiful, I love this fabric. It's really soft ochre tones. That's for this sort of the floral borders. Then you've got a lovely grey print for the inner borders. You've got white for the embroidery. You've even got a needle, the right needle, and you've got the stranded cotton to do all the embroidery with. So basically everything that you need to create this beautiful cushion. I mean, it's so lovely, isn't it, to have everything that you need, because there's so many times you just haven't got all the bits, or you can't find the right needle, or you haven't got the, you know, to have all the calico and everything. Only $19.99 for the complete kit. Now, we've also got it in another colourway, and this is the colourway that Beth is going to be demonstrating with in a moment, so you'll be able to see that. So I'll show you what you get in this kit. Oh, and the little charm as well. I forgot to mention the charm that's in that you can use to sew on. So again, full instructions. You've got your calico pieces for backing the cushion and the embroidery. The main borders this time are in black. That's the backing and the main border. The floral borders, beautiful pink, green and yellow. Then you've got a green fabric for the inner borders, white for the embroidered section, an embroidery needle and 3 skeins of stranded cotton, and all the instructions you need. So that's everything to make that. So you just have to decide which one you want to make. What a beautiful cushion. $19.99. Let me just show you again so you can see what it looks like on the overhead. That's what it looks like. And obviously there are 2 different colourways to choose from, but isn't it pretty? I love that. And Elliot has a picture of the other colourway. Ah, that's the grey one.
I found it.
It's lovely, isn't it? I really like the print fabric, that sort of ochre tones print fabric. So if you want, let me just put these packs together so I don't lose mixed up. If you want just the instructions, we have got those. So if you've got your own fabric and you think, oh, I'd like to use my own fabric, but I want the instructions, all the complete instructions are here for only £6.49. It's fantastic value, isn't it? Because I know we have, oh, actually, and you get the little charm with this, because we have a lot of you who ask us, do you have the instructions on your own? Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But if we can offer them, we do try to, because we know that you do have fabric in your stash that you bought from us. Remember, you know, if you want to make this, you've got the instructions. If you have a look on the website, we've got loads and loads of other fabric if you want to choose, or you want to buy some other things. And remember, if you've got your voucher booklet, it's 20% off everything that is on the website today, if you want to buy some extra things. So if you've put the kit in your basket and you want to buy some other things, then you get 20% off those. So that's the embroidered cushion. I'm going to go through all of the kits we've got, and then we'll join Beth in a moment to go through the project. So the next thing we've got is the pattern weights. Now, loads of you love pattern weights. They make, well, I use them actually not only as pattern weights. When I'm tracing things and I want to keep my bonder web flat and things like that, they're just like really nice weights that don't mark or move anything around, and also they're flexible. But I love them. So they're used, traditionally, they're used for holding your patterns into place while you're cutting around them. Oh, Elliot has an example, there we go, of holding your, that's a brilliant picture, holding your pattern in place. Rather than having to use, pins or whatever, you can hold them down with that and then cut round. Look at this kit. I mean, look at them. They've got all words on. So that one says sew, and then you've got, this one's got scissors and pins. That one says pins. Aren't they lovely? They're really sweet. In the kit, you get, so different colourway to those, but I like this. Very pretty pink. So in the kit, you get the full instructions, obviously, of exactly how to do it, how to make them, with the instructions and the embroidery stitches, and you've got the templates for tracing them. You get the wadding, which you need for giving them a bit
embroidery. I put it on the back of the embroidery to help stabilise it.
Okay, so it just helps to stabilise the embroidery. You get the ivory fabric, which is used for the embroidery, and then, I like that, the beautiful batik that's used for the other half of the pin cushion. You get the stranded cotton and the needle for only $9.99. Amazing, and there's enough to make 8.
You can probably get 10 out of it.
But if you try, you could probably get 10. Easy. Do you reckon?
Yeah, easy.
Wow, that's lovely. I mean, they're so lovely. They are great if you don't want to use pins, but I use them a lot for keeping other things, just
paperweight,
just keeping things still. But
or if you're using PU.
Yeah, for PU, they're great for that. But I use them particularly when I'm tracing onto bonder web and I want to hold stuff and I don't want to pin the rest of it down. They're great for that.
You don't want
what do you
marking
use
through.
to fill yours?
Well, you can use those recycled pallets that you sell.
Okay,
on here.
they're on the website.
Or you can use like the wheat that you get in your wheat bags.
Oh, okay.
Or your uncooked rice.
Yeah, that's true.
But if you're doing any of those, you want to make sure you're sewing on a small stitch so that nothing falls through the holes.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, so shorten your stitch length when you're making them. But that is all of that kit there for $9.99. That's amazing. Beautiful kit. I love those. They're so sweet. The next one is the Sashiko table runner. So if you enjoyed Sashiko in or wall hanging in Beth's last hour, you will love this. So in the kit, well, it's not a kit, it's the instructions. Ugh. Not concentrating. So you get in here full instructions, because we know that loads of you like to have just the instructions for making this gorgeous wall hanging. Or you can use it as a table runner. So everything you need to know is all in here with photos. You've got the diagram for tracing, Sashiko ribbons. That's lovely, isn't it? And if you need, if you need extra fabric, you can just use navy fabric for this. If you need all different colours or the Sashiko thread, please do visit the Sewing Street website where we do have all the materials. But that is the instructions for the table runner and the wall hanging. And finally, is the Cherry Blossom placemats and coasters kit. So this is what you get to make. Oh, I like these. You do love Japanese, don't you, Beth?
I love my Japanese. Is it obvious?
That's but it's subtle. It's the cherry blossom thing, isn't it? Yeah. So in the kit that you can make the 2 placemats and the coasters. Let me open the kit. We'll start off with that. Oh, there are the coasters, if you want a closer look at them, while I open the kit. There we go. So in the kit, you get the full instructions, as always, everything you need to know in there, and the traces and the templates, all the information with, full colour photos. It's really simple to understand. The felt, which is...
wadding.
Oh, is this wadding?
It's your thermal.
Oh, it's thermal. I should have known that, shouldn't I? Because
thermal
thermal is so similar to felt, isn't it? It has
you can use it in that way sometimes, can't you?
Yeah, but it is proper thermal.
Yeah,
It is insulated wadding, but it does feel. I guess it's so compressed, isn't it? Like felt.
Yeah.
So this is your insulated wadding, especially for which you need for table mats and coasters. Can you microwave it? Why would Elliot says, can you microwave it?
You can, because it's not got the metal strand in it. The Insubright, is it Insubright?
Yes, that does.
That one you can't put in the
I'm
microwave.
not sure why you'd want to microwave this.
I suppose if you put something on it, then you could have it as a mat underneath, so you could lift it out without.
Yes,
like
I guess
a
so.
pot holder type thing. But I'm a bit like you. Why would you put it in the microwave?
Yeah, why, Elliot, would you put this in the microwave? Don't know. Anyway, this is for your placemats and coasters. Then you've got you've got the calico. Yeah, I like this.
No, it's
that
a cotton
calico?
Canvas.
Is it canvas?
It's a cotton canvas.
It looks.
actual...
When I've opened it up, I realised it's not calico.
No, it's a heavier weight cotton canvas.
But it's a creamier colour, isn't it, as well?
Yeah.
So that's for the table mat, and that's for the placemat, and this is for the coasters.
Yeah.
This is beautifully soft.
It's nice,
I like
isn't
that. And you've got the Bonder web, but just what you need, because often in the kids they don't have things like the Bonder web, which is very important, very, very important. You get the cherry blossom fabric, which has got metallic in it, the green fabric for the leaves, even the brown fabric for the stems, stranded cotton and a needle. I mean, really, I love the fact that you put everything in your kits.
Yes,
It
that's
just
one
makes
of
it
mine.
easy.
I don't like these kits where you've then got to go and spend a fortune just to finish it.
I know, and it's all here.
Yeah.
Except for the sewing machine. You only need a sewing machine.
And in all fairness, you don't even need the embroidery thread if you do it on the machine.
Right,
you
so
can
yes.
do that, you can sew
Oh,
them
like
on
you've
by
shown with
machine.
that one.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do
No, the embroidery threads are just in case you want to do it by hand.
Wow. Just in case. That's such a good price. $19.99. Fantastic. However, if you want just the instructions, we do have those on their own. So if you've got your own fabric and you think, oh, well, actually, I want to use different fabric, or I've got fabric that I want to use to match my tableware or your colour theme, if you want to, you could use them as Christmas. They could be poinsettias, couldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're not using Japanese cherry blossom fabric, you could quite easily turn those into poinsettias.
So £6.49 is just the instructions. And have a look on the Sewing Street website. We've got loads and loads of fabric. Just look under pattern fabric and you can choose from there. One more final set of instructions is the Life in Full Bloom lap quilt. I like this. This is really nice.
It's about that size.
It's about the same size as the Japanese quilt you did for us earlier. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Again, I love the fact that you're mixing patchwork and embroidery. It works so well, doesn't it?
I think, again, it gives people another skill to put in the bow. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
If they're learning something by hand. And as well, you can sit there on an evening and do your little bit of handwork and then go off and do it.
Yes,
So
and that's
you
quite
don't have to
nice.
isolate yourself from the whole family all the time just to do your sewing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I save special projects. I have some projects for the sofa and some projects for sewing machine.
I've got a big bag of stuff by the side of my chair in the lounge.
So it stops you falling asleep in front of the telly.
Yeah, I still do that.
So there we go. So this is the Life in Bloom full lap quilt. So you quilt and you've got a mixture between patchwork and embroidery. And in the instructions is everything you need, including the embroidery stitches and the templates for the embroidery too. So £6.49. So we've got a wonderful selection. Oh, and in there you also get the little charm. Oh, there's the picture. So that's everything. So let's start off with the embroidered cushion.
Right.
Which,
we're just going to do like a quick
well, you
through
show,
everything.
yes. Where do we start with this?
Well, you're going to start by taking the template and tracing through. Your fabric in the kit is thin enough that you can lay it on top and see straight through.
Okay, so we don't need.
And you don't need a light box.
or
You don't need anything like that. And then put your piece of calico that you've got behind it if you like using a hoop, fine, use a hoop at this stage. I prefer not to because I don't know, I just don't like.
So
the
is
hoops.
that why you put the calico on?
Yeah, but as well it helps travelling stitches behind.
Okay.
Because otherwise, if you're moving cotton from one place to another place, if your fabric's too thin, you can sometimes see the threads go behind. So your calico helps.
Yeah, and actually on the finished thing, you don't see that. You don't notice that there's calico behind.
I mean, and this is the one for the grey that's finished.
Right.
And if you flip it over, you can see like there's travelling stitches. And like between the green and that, but you can't see them on there.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Because of the calico.
You could embroider on the calico as well if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to put some wadding behind it, you could just use the calico as a separate one and do different ones.
Yeah. No, I quite like the calico though. I think, ooh, I might embroider if I did it. I might, because actually that would go well just as well. So you could go for the calico embroidered look or the white.
Yes, yeah, you could swap it around.
That's lovely.
And it's quilter's pre-shrunk calico, so it's not going to. It's not a cheap
no, it looks
that you can.
No, it looks really nice quality. That's why when I opened the canvas for that one, because
Yeah.
it is a really lovely quality. But you could embroider. I think embroidery on calico looks really nice.
Yes, it does actually.
Either. Okay.
It's the au natural look,
The
isn't it?
natural look, yes.
Yeah. So you've got a mixture of two basic stitches in this one. You've got a back stitch and then you've got a chain stitch. What I've done in the watering can, and it's entirely up to you again, I like to leave things so that people can change things around. I put different heart, one of each different colour heart in the actual watering can itself, just to lift the watering can, but I've chain stitched those.
Oh, that's lovely.
And then, there's a third stitch story because there's some nice little French knots at the watering spout.
Oh, on the rose.
Yeah. People either love them or hate them, don't they, French knots?
Well, once you've had a go and you work it out, they're fine.
Yeah, you just need to practice.
Just a little bit of practice.
Yeah, but then the rest of it is literally back stitch. If you wanted to do fancier stitches, great, but it's so that people can start and not get confused.
Yeah, but it's nice, isn't it? It's a really nice, if you haven't done lots of embroidery before, you want something quite simple. You can do as much or as little as you like, because you could add other stitches if you wanted to.
And it's something you can sit and do in front of the telly.
Very important. Keep calm and buy flowers. I love that. But you could put someone's name on this, couldn't you?
Yeah. And every now and then you can just literally point it at your other half and say, look, it says buy flowers.
Buy flowers.
That means I need some. So take the hint, please, hun. So your chain stitch is a nice simple one. You're going to come up through from the back. I've started there, but then you go back pretty much where you are through the loop and come back again. But you're going to make sure you put your needle, through your thread so that your thread is coming up. So you're going to create another little loop. And you don't want to pull it too tight because otherwise your chain will just become very sharp. So just pull it gently until you've got the nice size of little link that you want. And then you're going to go back down the same hole, up again, sort of 2 or 3 millimetres away, because you don't want them too big. Otherwise it's not going to create a nice curve, because they are quite small little things. But you need to... Sorry, I should have said to start with, you need to strip your thread down. Your embroidery thread comes in with 6 threads per strand. When you're doing something like the chain stitch, you want to do 2 threads. And for the back stitch, if you're wanting something to be a bit stronger, literally just use an extra thread, so use 3.
Okay.
So, because you can make a difference in the thickness and the style of your threads just by how many strands you've got of your embroidery thread.
And does it say in the instructions how many strands?
Yeah, it says to strip it down, and it tells you how to strip it down.
Okay.
So you just come, because as well, have I got a little bit here? I have got a little bit here. if you strip your thread and you just pull them apart like that, and you're just pulling them apart and taking 3 off or 2 off at a time, then you can still get them twisted. If you pull 1 off at a time and then pull another 1 off, then you can hold them together, straighten them out together, and they lose their twist. So they will lie a lot flatter when you're doing your work.
Oh, okay. So pull them out one at a time.
Pull them out one at a time. And don't cut more than an 18-inch piece.
Right.
Because that's when you will get tangled up.
Okay.
And then you'll lose patience with it. And throw it across the room. But at least
that would be a shame.
It would be a big shame. But at least it's not heavy and going to do much damage. It'll just float off somewhere and never to be found again. So so pull your threads separately.
Okay.
So that's your chain stitch. Your back stitch I've used that for the bulk of the watering can and the flowers, and the lettering. And you're going down. You come up, you go down, sort of 2 or 3 millimeters away, and come back up again the same distance, and pulling it through. And then you're going to go back down where you went down a second ago. So you're going back on yourself, and you're coming back up 2 or 3 millimeters again in front of where you just came up. So you're literally going back on yourself by the same amount and going forward on yourself by the same amount. And again, if with it being like little curves, if you keep your stitches smaller, you're going to follow around with the small curves. When you get to the watering can, when you've got nice straight lines, if you want to do slightly bigger stitches, do slightly bigger stitches. And again, you can use thicker thread, so you can use maybe 3 strands going around the watering can. So you're going down on yourself, and then when you get to maybe this join, come back up through that middle bit so that you're not leaving any gaps, because if you don't go back down the same hole that you just came up from, then you're going to leave yourself little holes and gaps in between, and it'll look more like a running stitch than a back stitch.
Okay.
Because this gives you a constant line. Okay. So, but it's very mindful once you get into it. Which I think a lot of people want these days, don't they?
Well, yes. I mean, we want different sorts of stitching, don't we? We want some slow, some fast. And it's concentrating, because the time that you're concentrating on this means you don't have to think about other things.
No, you can you can go off into your own little world, can't you?
Yeah.
So that's your simple stitches, and then literally you let's just go down there, and then I'll come up over here and just do a French knot for you.
Okay, that would be good to see in detail.
So your French knot, you've come up through from the back, and then all you're going to do is you're going to hold your thread about 1 inch away from the thing, and wrap it round twice round your needle, keeping hold of that thread, and then you're going to go down not the same hole, but very close to, keeping this tight as you're doing it, and maybe just giving it a little extra tug just before you go down. And then you're going to not get tangled up with all these other threads I've got behind, and you're just going to pull it through, and you've got a nice little French knot. So you come up, you wrap it round twice, don't drop it, go back down very close to where you came up, keeping that tension on that, and then just pull that through. And then you just fill your rows up with doing little French knots. So, and like when you get into the habit of doing them, they're not hard.
No, that's really good. That's really easy to understand. I can see that. That's fab.
You just need to make sure you keep the tension
Yeah,
on
no,
this
that
piece.
makes that sense, and it's nice that we've got it really close so you can see it. But I do love the contrast between the black and the pink. That's lovely.
Yeah.
So basically, all the instructions are in the kit for making up everything else. Shall we move on to we're halfway through. Shall we move on to the cherry blossom?
Yep. Let's bung that one away.
So the one that Beth has just shown us, there are 2 different colourways available. We have the grey, which is this one here, that has, you've got the grey, but hang on, Elliot's got a picture of the finished sample. There we go, that's the finished sample. You have got all the fabric, the calico, the print fabric, the fabric to do the embroidery on, you've got the trace, you've got the stranded cotton and the needle and all the instructions to create that. Everything that you need, $19.99 to do that one. If you want to do the other colourway, which is the one that Beth was just demonstrating, that had the black borders and the floral print fabric, that's this kit here, $19.99, exactly the same. So you just need to choose which colourway that you prefer, whether you want the black one, which is this one. That was the one that Beth was just showing to us now. Lovely. Remember, also, we do have the instructions on their own. So if you want to buy just the instructions, been really popular today, because I know some of you want everything, some of you want just the instructions. It all depends. We all have different things. So this one, a nice gift as well. I mean, if you know somebody who loves hand sewing or likes a bit of patchwork or does embroidery and wants to learn patchwork all the other way around, nice little present for them. And they all come with a little charm as well. That says handmade on it, little charm inside. So that's that. Right. Now, with the table mat, which we're going to go through now, the placemat kit, you can either get the kit, which is the one there, $19.99, which contains everything you need to make 2 placemats and a pair of coasters, featuring the gorgeous cherry blossom design. Everything is in here. You've got instructions, you've got insulated wadding, you've got this beautiful soft cream cotton canvas that's used for the background. You've got the lovely, this is like a metallic cherry blossom fabric. Gorgeous, isn't it? You've got the green fabric, which is for the leaves, brown fabric for the stems. You've got the Bonder web, which is used for the applique, but just what you need. So rather than you having to go and buy a big pack or a big roll, everything you need is there. You've got the stranded cotton for the embroidery if you want to do that, and you've got the embroidery needle and full instructions, including templates and the insulated wadding, all of that for $19.99. I mean, it really does have everything. If you want just the instructions, we do have those as well. £6.49 for just the instructions on their own if you want them and you want to use your own fabric. So, Beth, how do we do this? Where do we start?
I'd start with a coaster because they're nice and simple.
Right.
What you're going to do is you're going to just take your piece of Bonder web that's in there and you're going to trace over your flower.
Okay.
And then make sure that you've got rough side down.
So
before it goes
on
anywhere.
the paper.
Trace on the smooth side.
Right.
But before you go anywhere near your iron, make sure that rough side is facing down. Don't cut right up to the very edges on your Bonder web before you press it. Just cut loosely round it.
And then is that on the that's on the wrong side of the fabric?
Yes, sorry, wrong side of the fabric. And then you're literally just going to iron that on. Okay, and then again, with the centrepiece, there's a little bit of black, just cut round. And then once you've got, because you want to wait for it to cool before you cut and peel.
Okay, can you move in a bit? Oh, brilliant.
Sorry.
Thank you.
There we go. So you want to wait for it to cool before you cut and peel. Okay, that one's not cool, so I'll go on to use this one. I've got the smallest scissors in the world here because I forgot my bigger ones, but never mind.
I love this because it's got a real lovely metallic print in it, hasn't it?
So you're literally just gonna, and it doesn't matter if you're not perfectly accurate on the lines,
okay,
because you're going to be stitching over it anyway, and you can either free motion stitch it with your machine, or or you can go around it with the embroidery thread that's in it.
Okay.
You can blanket stitch it, you can zigzag it, it's entirely up to you. Those ones that you've got over there are done with black, but this one I did here, I went round with the machine, but I did it in cream.
Okay. Oh yes, gosh, it looks completely different, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I did a blanket stitch with the sewing machine. That took quite a while because you're having to lift the foot and pop it down.
Right.
Especially going round the little centre circle. It was literally doing one stitch, stop, one stitch, stop, one stitch, stop. But it looks different, and you can have different things. And again, with those, I put the cherry blossom at different ends of the actual placemats.
Yes, I can see. Yeah, that's lovely,
see that you
isn't it?
don't actually have to have them exactly where it says either.
No, you can choose, can't you?
You
but
can
that's
make
quite
your
nice as
mind
well,
up.
isn't it?
Yeah.
I quite like that. But then it.
Yeah, because if you've got two people next to each other, you could have one at each side, couldn't you?
Lovely.
So yeah, once you've drawn round, then peel your backing off. If you can just scuff it up a little bit, it tends to just come away. And then, again, you want to make sure you're not going to be ironing. There he is, look, let me coast a bit. Setting up your wadding. You want to make sure you're not going to be putting your design where your seam allowance is going to be.
Okay.
So maybe stick your wadding behind and then you can literally see where it's going to be when you're ironing it on. Because it's not going to make any difference to it being behind at this stage.
No, and it doesn't have to be right in the centre.
It doesn't have to be in the centre. It's more making sure you get your placement of your leaves.
Right,
not
okay, yes.
falling off the edge. And then you literally, and I haven't done any leaves, have I? Because I'm a bit bonkers. So we'll just have to put those in later. And then you're going to take your paper off the back, of course, Beth. It helps it iron on better if it's not on. You're going to take that off. Decide where you want your flower to be and press.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
And
but it works really well. I think the vibrancy of the red fabric against this, the cream of the canvas, it's really stunning.
Well, I've used cotton canvas as well because it's washable then.
Kind of important.
It is with its placemat, and especially a coaster because you don't want to get your red wine on it and not be able to get it out.
Elliot's still going on about putting it in the microwave.
He can if he really, really wants to.
If you really want to put you. Well, I suppose what you could do is you could put your plate on your placemat and then hold it as it comes out of the microwave. I don't know what he's on about.
Yeah, I think he just needs to have a pot holder.
Yeah, he needs a pot holder.
Or an oven glove.
Yeah. But it is really lovely. I mean, and I think that's why I love the kit, because I like the fact that you've got all this gorgeous fabric in it. So you press the flower on.
You're going to press the flower on. Ideally, you want to tuck your leaves under the edge before you press, but
that's fine.
I didn't have any leaves cut out, so we'll just skip this one's not going to have leaves because they don't have to have leaves if you don't want them to.
They don't.
And then you're literally going to decide what stitch you want to do. So it can either be a blanket stitch, a zigzag, a free motion. It can be anything. It could be in any colour stitching you want. It could even be in a rainbow thread.
No, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But I think the ones that you've hand embroidered, I think they're lovely. I think they look really nice on this one.
It's different, and it's just different ways of doing it, isn't it?
See, look at that one. It's really. He's going to get in close for me now. But it gives a completely different finish to the edge when you blanket stitch it, and then you've put a running stitch around the edge of the flower. It's lovely, isn't it? It makes it really 3D. So up to you. But your kit contains everything, and it does have the stranded cotton in it as well if you want to do hand embroidery. But as Beth said, if you want to do purely machine stitching, then that's fine. Right. So just as a warning to you, for the paperweight kits, there are only 5 left. So if you want those, you do need to put them in your basket and check out. They're only $9.99. They come with the batik fabric. We'll be talking about these in a bit, but if you do want them, there are only 5 left. Okay. Be quick.
And then literally you're going to put your 2 layers of fabric
Right.
together. Make sure your right sides, I've got 2 there, just ignore that one's got anything on it. And then you're going to sew round, do a backwards and forward stitch at the beginning and the end, leave a small gap halfway down one side, because you're then going to trim to about 1/4 of an inch all the way around. Snip your corners diagonally, and then you're going to turn it through, and you're going to push the points out. It's really important you push the points out, really, because it just looks neater.
What do you use for doing that?
I've got a little push pointy tool at home,
Pointy tool.
or I've got a crochet hook,
Okay, that's a good idea.
or
Hadn't thought of
I've
that.
got a pair of scissors that I really don't use.
That you shouldn't use.
Yeah, so we just don't play with those. And then I've also got a biro with a lid on it,
Oh, okay.
because it goes to it depends how big a point it is, really, doesn't it?
It does. I'd not thought of a crochet hook. I'm liking that idea. That's a really good idea, because I use scissors and then I always break a hole, and it's,
Then you get fed up with yourself,
and you
don't
think,
you?
what did I do that for? Just
Yeah,
couldn't be
because you
bothered,
know
but I'm
you
gonna-
really shouldn't do it when you're doing it.
I know, and but you think,
Yeah.
I'll just do it really, really carefully.
You think, I'll just give it a go,
Yeah,
because
but
I know what I'm
actually,
doing.
particularly a fine crochet hook.
Yeah, well, if it's a thicker fabric, you can use a thicker hook.
Yeah, that's true. I've got loads of those.
Yeah, because
Right.
we've all got the crochet hook rolls, haven't we? So we can
Yes.
pick it to decide which one we want to do.
Right.
And if you
Gonna do
haven't got
that.
a crochet hook roll, you need to get one.
You do. You do need to get a crochet
Yeah,
hook.
because you need to learn to crochet as well.
Yeah, exactly. Watch Yarn Lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on to Yarn Lane. Same P&P as well, and buy yourself a crochet hook for point turning. Got loads of them, all different sizes.
So yeah, that's, and then literally the placemats, you're just going to do exactly the same as you do with the cushion, with the coaster.
Same technique.
Exactly the same technique. When you're tracing around all your pieces, if you actually trace round these bits slightly bigger, there it is. If you trace round your twig, and your twig is going like that, give him a little extra bit at the bottom. Put a line where he's meant to be, and then give him an extra little bit there.
Oh, okay.
And an extra little bit there. Because that way they're the bits that are going to tuck underneath your flower.
Yeah,
and then you're not going to have those little... And again, the same with the leaf. Literally, draw around it. You don't need to draw the central line up. But literally, where that bit stops there, just do an extra little bit on the end so that bit can tuck underneath.
Yeah, so it tucks underneath. That's lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for that. That's brilliant. So if you want the kit, we've got the full kit with everything that you need. It's got the thermolam, which is the insulated wadding. You've got the cream cotton canvas that's used for the background of the placemat and the coaster. You've got the lovely metallic red cherry blossom fabric, green for the leaves, brown for the stems, and you've got the small piece of Bonder web, the embroidery needle, and the stranded cotton. Everything that you need to create those for $19.99. If you want the instructions only and you want to use your own fabric, we have those as well for only £6.49. That's all the instructions. That's got the templates in it and all the photographs so you can see how to do it. So we're going to quickly just, if that's okay, we're just going to quickly talk through the Sashiko table runner or wall hanging. Now we only have this as a pattern today. We don't have it as a kit. So how do we go about doing this? I presume we've got to trace the designs?
This is roughly what it'll be when it's finished.
Right, okay.
You want to trace, again, with my nice white.
With the white friction pen that we haven't got, but we will.
Yeah, you will be getting them.
But
Rebecca's going to make sure of it.
We do have an apricot friction pen, which is very pale. That might work.
Or red would work.
Or a red would work. Go onto the Sewing Street website. Remember, it's 20% off today if you've got the offer booklet. 20% off a friction pen. Why not? But go onto the Sewing Street website if you want one. Yeah. So you trace off the designs.
You're going to trace off the design for the Sashiko, and then you're going to do exactly the same as you did with your thread before, and pull a nice length off.
These are beautiful. These traditional
Yeah.
Sashiko.
Yeah, these are the fans, and then these are the noshi. Is that how you pronounce it? The ribbons.
Okay.
Which,
Noshi.
is it longevity? It's noshi.
Right. Good
Something
wishes.
I think it's good luck and longevity. I think, but they're very traditional.
They're beautiful
designs. And then with the fan, you want to the very first one. You want to start. Don't tie a knot. You
Just
want
move
to,
it right, just a little bit.
You want to start at the bottom, leaving a tail, and you want to come up, down, and round, and then again leave a tail. And you want to make sure you've got 4-5 inches. The second one, then you want to tie a knot, because you've already come up this one and down this side. So you're going to start here and you're going to come down there and leave the rest of the tail. And you're going to carry that on all the way over and leaving a tail each time, because at the other end you're going to plait
Oh, okay.
these.
I like that. It
and
gives
then
it like
tie
little
a small
bit
little
of
knot.
texture and 3D,
Yeah,
like with your Japanese collars.
I like that.
That's nice, isn't it?
And
Nice
then
little
this
touch.
one will go that way
Ah, okay.
when it's done. So it fits along in
Oh,
there.
there's the picture, the finished one. That's beautiful. Lovely table runner, though. Quite stunning, isn't it? It's quite a statement to have that in the centre. But I guess, as you said, you could use it for a wall hanging instead.
Yeah, yeah. And
so what sort of fabric do you need? Is it just a normal, like, navy cotton fabric?
this is navy cotton, 100% cotton. This is just a Japanese 100%
Yeah,
cotton.
but it's nothing...
No, it's nothing special.
Just a...
And you can get away with 1/2 meter.
Right, so have a
each.
look on the Sewing Street website for the plain fabric and all the print fabrics.
And it doesn't have to be in navy if you don't want to.
No, that's true. I think it's sort of... Often it is in navy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's traditional, isn't it? Navy and off-white or white.
Yes.
And then they use red quite a bit. But it doesn't have to be. You can do it according to your colouring in your lounge or your dining room.
Yeah, that's true, depending on what you're doing.
This one
What
can
colour
be
you
made
want.
up completely by hand, because the only sewing machine stitching, which is in green from last time, is this seam here.
Right, okay.
Doing these two. So you could actually do that by hand.
Yeah, in front of the
no,
telly.
Yeah, there's no reason why you can't. And then once you've cut everything to size, then you're literally just going to turn it over and then whip stitch it in place.
Beautiful.
All
But
the
yeah,
way
like you
around.
say, you could use it to match, any of your...
Yeah.
The room that you're in would work
Yeah.
well in denim, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would look lovely in denim.
Would look gorgeous,
Oh, it would
wouldn't
be
it?
nice, wouldn't it?
I know.
And especially if you got that mustard sort of thread because you could do like patch bits of seams and things on the
really,
back.
really lovely.
With the denim cotton colour in it. And you could use that for your Sashiko thread colour.
Yeah, be really nice.
Oh.
So please
Ooh, I'm
post your
thinking
finished
now.
ones on our fan page.
For definite.
If you've done it, because I'd love to see them. And then Beth can see them.
Yes,
The more
please.
ideas we have, the better. Because it's really lovely, isn't it, on the fan page to get feedback from our viewers, what you think, what you like, and what you've done. Because we're all as big as fans of sewing as you are. So really nice to see it anyway. Yeah. Thanks so much, Beth. It's really lovely to see you
That
today.
was a whistle-stop one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was lovely. Do you know when you're back in?
It's either the 19th or the 20th of October.
Okay.
And I've got some more Sashiko.
Have you? Nice.
A cushion and 2 bags, I believe.
Whoa, you're busy.
Yeah.
You're busy.
Yeah.
Well, we look forward to...
One bag isn't Sashiko. And there's some of the Sashiko is printed onto the fabric already.
Ooh.
I'm
Well,
having it specially printed.
well, we look forward to seeing you back because it's lovely to see your projects. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. It's our first day today, isn't it, together?
It is, I know.
Yeah, it's been lovely, thank you.
It has been a pleasure working with you, Beth. So thank you so much. Do have a look back through the rest of Beth's projects and all the ones that we've got here. Remember, at 8 o'clock, we had 9 o'clock. This because it was her first show. 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock we had gorgeous kimono and Sashiko wall hanging cushion and quilt. The one that's hanging. Well, the wall hanging is that one hanging up behind me there, and the quilt's the one hanging up behind Beth. Gorgeous. So do have a look at that. Please remember to put them in your basket and check out. There's the cushion. So please remember to check out because they are lovely. Now, yesterday. Very, very special. So I've got to talk about it. We had a special show yesterday at 12 o'clock. We had the WI. Coming to visit. No, sadly they weren't doing the calendar. We had Elliot all ready to do the photography for it, but no, wasn't the calendar. We were going to have him as November, I think. Oh, was it? But it wasn't that. We had an exclusive panel made for us. So let me show you. This is the panel. In collaboration with the WI. In fact, I'm going to show you the finished bag. So, it's pinned on. Ooh, it's just dropped its knees, and it's pinned on at the front as well. It was looking jaunty, but it's not anymore because I've taken it off. So, in association with the WI, we created a panel to make this beautiful bag for their 106th anniversary. The WI Inspiring Women. So that's their logo. So that's on one side. And then this is on the other side. And inside it, the prints are all their words, their sort of main words that they're using for what their purpose is, which is bold, grow, inspiring, flexible. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So if you look really closely, you can see all the words that are there. You know, they're sort of their main watchwords of what the point of the WI. Bold, grow, inspiring and flexible. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Anyway, so that is the bag, but let me show you the panel. On the panel, if you know somebody who's in the WI who would love this, or if it's you, if you're all in the WI, if you want to go to your next meeting with your tote bag, let me turn it around. On the panel, you have got the front of the bag, which is there. Then you've got the back. You can choose which way it goes around. You could make them, you could make them as cushions or little wall hangings, take them to your WI meeting. You've got these 2 strips at the handle, again, that feature their main words. You've got the labels. You could use them for whatever you want. The WI Inspiring Women, and you've got the instructions for making the tote bag. So obviously you can make a tote bag with these, or you can make cushions or other things, up to you. But what a beautiful memento. It is completely exclusive to us. Really, I'm looking forward to seeing people with this bag. And we designed it in collaboration with them. We had to get them to check it and approve it, so it was just perfect. But what a lovely thing! And the WI does some fantastic work. It is 106 years goes to prove it. It's a wonderful organisation. So we wanted to sort of help support them. But if you want to join the WI, if you go onto Google, just put in how to join WI and it explains it. It will tell you where your local group is and what you can do. But if you know somebody who's in it and would like to make the tote bag, this exclusive panel, there you are, just Google it. How to join the WI. There you go. It's all there. There's your local one. It's beautiful, isn't it? I really, really love this. And it's got all the little, I like all the little labels on it so that you can use these for different things. So it's nice for us to be able to support and celebrate with them because they do some fantastic work. So $12.99. But, tell us, how long has it been going? How long have you been in the WI? What have you done? And who got you into it? Because we would love to know. Because it is a wonderful organisation because it supports women, it supports charities, it supports crafts and all sorts of different things. Oh, and their current movement, I didn't realise that, Kat just said this. So their current movement is spreading awareness about ovarian cancer, which I think is something that really does need talking about. What a beautiful thing. But they have, 106 years, they've been a crucial part of so many different movements. So we wanted to help support them. So if you missed the show on Friday, you can always watch it back on YouTube on Catch Up if you'd like to see it when we had them in. Oh, it's yesterday. I don't know why I thought it was Friday. No, it was yesterday. Sorry, it was yesterday. So at 12 o'clock. If you want to see it, you can always watch it back on YouTube. So that's $12.99 for the whole panel. The WI Inspiring. We had hundreds that sold yesterday, but we just thought, you know, that if there were any of you that missed it yesterday and didn't realise, please do post photos of it on the fan page. We'd love to see your bag or what else you've done with it. It'd be really nice. We'd like to see whole groups of WIs with their bags. Yes, because this is exclusive to Sewing Street. But don't worry, we did have it checked by them. It was all approved by them. But it was really popular yesterday. So do watch the show back and then get the bag as well. Anyway, coming up after the break, we have got Suzie back with us with an amazing FPP hour, all about how to do it. It's a brand new book. It's already selling. If you want to get it, go onto the Watch Live, click on Buy Now and check out, because it's already selling. Then you can sit back and enjoy it. So if you've always wanted to have a go at FPP, this is the hour for you. If you already do FPP, this book is brilliant. It's got 100 blocks in it and ideas of what to do. So I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time with the joys of FPP.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi, it's me Neil and I have a surprise for you. I've been scouring the warehouse and for the entire week starting Monday the 13th of September to Sunday the 19th of September I'll be bringing you a manager special every day. So for 7 days I'll be here live bringing you an amazing auction with amazing savings. So make sure you tune in and don't miss out.
Is that okay, Elliot? You're not going to do anything funny with my voice, are you?
No, of course not. Of course not. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi, it's me Neil and I have a surprise for you. I've been scouring the warehouse and for the entire week starting Monday the 13th of September to Sunday the 19th of September I'll be bringing you a manager special every day. So for 7 days I'll be here live bringing you an amazing auction with amazing savings. So make sure you tune in and don't miss out.
Is that okay, Elliot? You're not going to do anything funny with my voice, are you?
No, of course not. Of course not. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. We have got this fantastic brand new book for you today. I love this. I used to be, a long time ago, really unsure about FPP. It looked like something I thought I really couldn't do. Then I had to go at it, realised actually it's really easy. And Suzie and I both fallen in love with it. So she came on and went and said, I've got this book. I said, I love this book. It's gorgeous. So the best thing about this is, well, there's two really good things. A, it's got 100 blocks for you to use, and they're all the same size. And number two, which is really useful, is that the instructions, if you've never tried FPP, are really good, or as Suzie says, they're phenomenal. And it has projects in it as well. So it explains what FPP is and how you do it. So FPP, if you don't know, it stands for foundation paper piecing, which basically is a method of sewing fabric onto paper so that you get incredibly accurate seams. Now that you wouldn't get those, you would never be able to get it as accurate as that if you were doing it without the paper. And it's, once you understand the technique and how it works, it's really simple. And it's so lovely to do. It's really mindful because you sew, you press, you cut, you sew, you press, you cut. And then you build this design. And then when you've finished, it's just beautiful. Anyway, all the instructions, and I spoke to Suzie because she used the book to work through to make sure that it worked properly. They're really, really good and they really make sense, which is great because some of the designs in the book are quite simple and some are more complicated. So you start off with all the basic techniques of exactly how to do it, how to nest seams and resize patterns, which is lovely to know actually, because like it says, one of the fun things about paper piece patterns, it's relatively easy to alter the dimensions. And now I have tried that because I made a peg bag, but I used a pig. And I made a big pig on the front in FPP and a small one on the back, and I just resized it and it worked. I didn't know if it would, but it's just brilliant. Once you then get into the book, what they have done in David and Charles, is they've asked some of the sort of foremost FPPers come together, they've collaborated, and they've asked for designs from each of them. So that's what's lovely, is that you do get a whole different style of sorts of designs in there. So Suzie, what did you think about, before we go into the designs, about the sort of the technical side of the book?
I thought it was brilliant. I thought if you've never ever tackled foundation paper piecing before, that is really hard to say, isn't it?
It is. That's why they call it FPP, I reckon.
Yeah. Even that you get your tongue twisted, don't you? I think it's fantastic. It explains why you'd FPP a piece rather than quilt it. You know, just go for it. It goes through how you copy a pattern, what the stitch length would be, how to cut your fabrics, how you can use scraps, how to complete it, how to put it together, the fact that you have to allow for a seam allowance when you're putting them together, because otherwise you're going to get gaps or the design isn't quite going to look as you expect it to. It's got just literally everything. And then once you've made your block, what you could then do with it. I mean, the inspirational projects at the end as well, I thought were great start points, as well as if you were a person that has done this for years. These are great inspirational projects as well, and they're not onerous. They're ones that you can achieve really quickly. I love the little coasters. I'm a big mug rug fan. Cushions, who doesn't need a cushion? And then you've got your purse. Remember, they've used specific blocks to illustrate these, but you could use any of the 100 blocks that are in this book to do that with.
Are all the blocks exactly the same size?
They all come up as 6.5 inches,
Perfect.
which is a really good workable size.
Yes.
If you're going to then put them all together in a quilt. I mean,
you could make a quilt, couldn't you?
Can you imagine? So I know I was harping on about picnic blankets earlier as well, but so there's quite a few foodie and cocktaily things in here.
Okay.
So I thought it would be fabulous to do all the fruit and vegetables that are in here with mixed in with cocktails. So you could have like a strawberry daiquiri, and you could have...
And it's the sort of thing you could just do over time as well.
Absolutely.
You know, one evening or a couple of hours in the afternoon, you think, I'll just make one block.
Yeah, I mean, one block, I mean, I think probably the animal blocks are the most complicated.
Right, okay.
And when I say complicated, what I mean is they've got lots of elements to them. So you've got a few seams to sew, and there's 4 or 5 pieces to then sew together.
So if you're new to this, you could start with the simpler blocks.
Yeah, I would say choose one that you really like is the best way to do it. And because they've broken it down bit by bit.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the first block, the shed. That looks really simple.
That is
That's
simple because you've only got a couple of angles, and learning to sew angles, I know that sounds weird because it's a straight line, but you need to work your head back to front because you're flipping everything.
Yes.
And you need to remember that when the fabric flips into place and pressed into place, it needs to cover your seam allowance. So you don't, although I say you can use scraps, you don't want to start using itty-bitty scraps when you're first new to FPP.
But you don't need massive pieces.
No, you don't need yardage.
And what's lovely with this, like if you were doing the shed, you could have a bit of wood grain fabric.
Absolutely.
It's those little pieces.
Yeah, and you can change the background to whatever you want. You could then embroider a number on it, so that would make a beautiful new home card for someone, because it's 6.5 inches. Just cut it down to 6 inches. Spray adhesive on the back, and you've got an instant card for someone.
Fantastic.
Or make it into a coaster for them with their new number plate on it, door number on it. So there's those.
Perfect.
They've all got lots and lots of scope straight away.
Right, I'm going to go through the designs for you so you can see, because I'm stopped on the shed. That was number 1. Let's go through. Tree. So Sarah Ashford has done these designs.
Yeah.
You could put little apples on that one. Oh,
you could, so you little red seed beads you could add in. The leaf.
I love the leaf because they've used so many different fabrics in there, but isn't that effective?
It is really effective, and actually I love the effect of the background as well, the way it curls round with the leaf.
Yes.
I think that's really clever. Really
and it's funny, isn't it? Because when you look at it like that, you can see all the different pieces of background.
Yeah.
But once it's quilted, that sort of
you don't.
disappears,
It completely disappears. Yeah, absolutely.
And actually, with my peg bag that's made from a pig, it was quite complex. And I haven't quilted that, but you can't really see the background now. It does.
Just all
meld into one.
And there's been quite a few FPP blocks that I've seen that I didn't even know were FPP because of that. It just melds. Yeah.
Oh, look at love the toadstool.
Yeah, the toadstool's wicked.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tulip. I think it'd be quite hard to decide which one to do.
Yeah.
Is it?
That's why I said.
Is it in sections?
Yes, they sort of
garden.
do garden
I've
theme,
got it now,
creatures, food,
Retro
drink,
bloom.
weather.
Look at the beehive.
The beehive
Love
is
that.
phenomenal.
Look
yeah.
at that.
Yeah.
Oh, the birdhouse is beautiful, isn't it? That does look like a bit of tulip pink in the background, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is.
That's definitely tulip
Yeah,
pink.
it
Look
is.
at the birdhouse.
So cute.
Oh, I love that.
It's even got a beak, so you haven't even got to embroider a beak. The little
It's even
bird
got
has
a little
beak.
beak, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So that one's got more pieces. So when you're going through, if
Yes.
you're new, the way it will, I mean, Susie, we're going through it in absolute detail soon, but the way you do, you make block A, then B, then C. So the more blocks that you have to make, then probably the little bit more complicated. So if you want to try something
it's
new.
just sewing it together. But even what they do is tell you exactly how to piece it together as well.
Yes,
and
that's
even
true.
what direction to press the seams.
Wow. Of
Because
course, yeah,
then
pressing
it
towards CDE.
means that your seam nesting is perfect.
Lovely. Feather's nice.
Yeah.
So we're still on garden. No, we're on creatures
No,
now.
we're on creatures, yeah.
Puppy. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, Joe
And remember, you
Carter,
can
the wonderful
change
Joe.
the fabrics.
Gorgeous.
So if you've got a specific breed of
Yeah,
dog,
that's true.
change the fabric.
And
I
the
changed
cat,
the fabric
that's
of the
the
cat.
one that you made,
Yeah.
the kitten. It's beautiful.
Give it different
isn't
colour eyes.
Oh, I love the crocodile.
Which could become a dragon.
Yes, he could, couldn't he?
Yeah.
He's lovely though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, I like the dragonfly. That's very subtle, isn't it?
Mm.
I'm thinking, I think you're right about this picnic. You could have we can have dragonflies on this
Exactly.
picnic quilt.
But wouldn't they be nice cornerstones on a picnic
Yes.
blanket?
Or, I mean, that's what you can use these for any quilt,
Yeah.
if you need to put cornerstones. and
Or
want
if you
to
just need the odd block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does say in here about sizing up. We'll talk about that later, but if
Yes.
you do want them to be bigger,
Yes.
then you can easily do that.
Yeah.
Butterfly, owl, that's lovely, isn't it? Goldfish.
I love the goldfish. Yeah.
Frog.
Why do I-
Puffin. Oh, that's nice. Morning, Delphine. Delphine's just popped in. She's obviously missing us on a Sunday. I think
Yeah.
she's trying to get out of cooking Sunday lunch. She's thinking, I'll come in here and hopefully it'll be cooked when I get home. Puffin, he's lovely, isn't he? Oh,
Yeah, I love the
raccoon.
puffin.
Oh, that's definitely the Tula pink, isn't it, on that
A lot
raccoon?
of the fabrics in here are Tula.
Oh,
Yeah.
Maybe they sent them all out to the designers, because the way this book works is they have put together all of these
Yeah,
different
they
designers. So maybe
collaborate,
they
don't
sent them
they?
some Tula pink. Love
Yeah.
the ladybird. Firefly. Oh, that's gorgeous. You do need that fabric though, don't you?
Well, if you've got the glow-in-the-dark fabric
Yes.
afterwards with it, that would be
That's the
amazing,
one, isn't
wouldn't
it?
it? Yeah.
A burger. We're now on food and drink. Oh, I love the burger.
Yeah.
My picnic blankets coming together. Milkshake.
Exactly, you see.
Gorgeous. I mean, a lot of them, it doesn't actually matter what fabrics you use. Obviously, the straw works well if you've got a red and white
If you've got striped
stripe.
fabric.
Pretzel, obviously.
Yeah.
Pizza. Love that. Pepperoni pizza. Oh,
But
I
the
like
pizza
lemon
slice, so turn the pizza slice upside down
Okay.
and you've got a hat.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So do it in blacks, you could do it a witch's hat. And
It's a hat.
And instead of pinks, you could make those the moon or whatever.
Of course, I never thought
Or
about
it could be
that.
a clown's hat or party hat. So,
We've now got 101 designs.
yeah.
Love the lemonade.
Yes. But again, do it orange,
Yeah.
orangeade.
Well, that's an extra block. Donuts, gorgeous, isn't it? That's good, isn't it? The perspective on that as well.
Yeah.
You see, this is what you will never get with normal patchwork.
No,
You just
no.
couldn't do it.
Those to do the curves
Yes.
as well on things.
Not a hope.
I mean, look at the Mr. Whippy ice cream. Other ice creams are available.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
This is just gorgeous. I love this book. And the popcorn's great. I'm just thinking, imagine just joining them all together. And if you used you could make these and you don't even need a colour palette. It can just be a really fun quilt.
funky.
You
Yeah,
joined it all
yeah.
together.
I
Or,
mean-
make a great tote bag.
Yeah, but as a great learning curve for FPP, well, it's not even a curve. It makes it really doable.
Oh, cocktail again.
You could do a block
The apricot.
block a week and then put it all together to make a
you
quilt.
could, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the cocktail.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's great fun.
Love the avocado.
Yeah, I like the avocado. I
Avocado.
don't know why.
A smoothie.
And I wish my avocados looked like that.
That could be all sorts, and you could make that all into. I mean, you could just take one block and do it all in different colours.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So you could take the ice cream block and think, right, I'm going to make a beach bag
Yep.
and just make loads of different flavours of ice cream.
Yeah.
The popsicle. Love that. It's such a good opportunity to use up those small scraps of fabric.
It
so you've got
is.
something that you think,
Yeah.
oh, I know exactly what I'm going to use for my popsicle.
And especially designer fabrics, because we all save our designer fabric
Yes,
scraps
exactly.
to the absolute
Yes, I
eighth of
do.
an inch, don't we?
Yes,
But
I have a bag of Liberty bits, tiny
yeah,
pieces.
funny enough, so do I.
And I love them.
Yeah.
They're
But yeah,
so-
I love the sunglasses.
That's
I think that's the
gorgeous,
next
isn't it?
page. Yeah.
But yeah,
Sorry,
if
I've
you
gone
did
ahead.
4, you'd have a
Yeah.
whole sun.
Exactly. Yeah, and that would look amazing. The sunglasses are so
Sunglasses.
cool, aren't they?
Oh, wow, look at the fabric. You have to have that fabric on the inside,
Well,
don't
but you could have metallic fabrics so they look like shiny.
Oh, wow. Well,
reflective
they've
sunglasses.
used that sunglasses
They
fabric
have on the bag.
to make the sunglasses tote, but they
Yeah.
put a different picture on the centre of those.
Yeah.
But that's beautiful,
But you
isn't it?
could also use a spot fabric, so you've got spots before your eyes, or
Oh,
you could make it
yeah.
into a glasses case. You could
Rose
do-
tinted.
Yeah, it could be all sorts, couldn't it?
Love that.
I just
I
love
don't know why I'm
it.
getting so excited about these. Cloud, that's a nice easy. I think that's slightly easier. This is great, isn't it?
It is. I love the
Oh, we're on
umbrella.
weather now. I love the umbrella.
So that I would sew dewdrop beads as the
Yes.
raindrops on afterwards.
Oh, yeah. It's perfect, isn't it? There's the rainbow. Oh, look. And there's the rainbow.
Yeah.
There's Susie's rainbow.
I thought that was really cute.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
As just a little to make into a little bag, just to say thank you to someone,
Yes.
who's helped during the last 2 years.
Mm.
Is just
And I mean, and this
amazing.
is beautiful, isn't it? Because you think, well, you can't do curves with FPP, but if you do them close enough, they become
curves, exactly.
And there's the raindrop.
Yeah.
I love this lightning. That's a nice, easy one. Start with that one. That's nice and easy.
But that, blocks like that with a vibrant colour and a paler, slightly decorative background, just pieced together as a quilt would look incredible.
Oh, amazing, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Just loads and loads of them.
Yeah.
I love the mittens.
The mittens
You've
are
got to get
just-
the right fabric for that one, haven't you? It needs that stripe. What number are we on? I don't know. Look, a woolly hat,
I love
matching
the woolly
hats. We're getting there. We've got to go through every single one.
Yeah.
Heart. Oh, what are we on now? Oh, we're on celebrations, obviously,
Yeah.
the
So
shamrock,
So you've got St Patrick's Day,
Easter egg,
Easter.
pumpkin.
I
Oh,
love
the
the
new
pumpkin.
home is really cute.
Yeah,
isn't
new
it?
home is lovely.
Gift box, perfect for Christmas. Make your own gift tags. Put it for the centre. I love the reindeer.
Yeah, the reindeer.
Ooh, that's quite stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, and not as complicated as you think. Because it breaks it down into sections, it's not
Then
as...
it's okay.
Yeah, it's not as bad.
Festive tree, it's all okay. Oh, I love the angel. Look at the angel.
Yeah, it's cute.
Stocking. Oh, the baubles nice, isn't it?
Mm.
Oh, it's just too much choice. Right, we're on kitchen now. I think this is probably my favourite section. I love things made like this.
Well, because you can embroider your tea
Yeah,
towels.
I
you can
love
do,
that. Look
you
at
know,
that.
your,
And you know when you've got that
the
piece of
mix.
fabric that's just perfect.
Exactly.
We often talk, we had some fabric right at the beginning at 8 o'clock that had all the little sewing baskets on it.
Yes.
That would be perfect for loads of these things. When
Yes.
you've got fabric with very small
ditzy
scale.
details, yeah.
Jam. Oh, I love the jam.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just brilliant.
But if you're doing somebody a hamper
Yes.
as a gift and with homemade jams and things in, how nice would it be to just put a mat in there
A little coaster with the jam
with
on
the
it.
jam pot on there?
I
Yeah,
know.
it'd be lovely.
Teapot.
See, that smacks of tea cosy.
It
I mean,
does,
you've just
doesn't it?
got to do a
Coffee
tea cosy
mug,
with that one.
definite coaster.
Yeah.
Rolling pin, of course. Apron. We are going through at the same time, yes.
Yes.
Egg cup. Oh, I like the measuring jug.
The measuring jug I thought was really cute.
Well,
as
I like the
well.
way they've used the text fabric.
Yes. So you've got that
it
gradient.
looks like it's measuring.
Yeah.
Kitchen scales are gorgeous. No idea why I'd put them on, but I love that. I don't know.
An apron, I'd put those on the front. Or my recipe book, because you're weighing out everything, aren't you?
Yes.
So a recipe book.
The milk carton.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tea bag.
See, I loved the tea bag.
Yeah, I think that's brilliant.
I am a
and then
tea
if you
waller.
were, you could give
So I'd
somebody a present with
Yeah.
some teas in a little drawstring
Well,
bag.
I'd have the teapot on one side of the tea cosy and the tea bag on the other.
Yes.
And that would be the present then.
That's just gorgeous, isn't it? Oh. A spatula, obviously, that's your apron. Well, so you could put that in an apron pocket
Yes. Yeah.
with the rolling pin. oven mitt.
But that
Coffee
could
pot.
be a a normal mitten.
Yes, it could. Could be
'Cause,
for a,
you know, you
doesn't
get-
have to be an oven mitt.
Exactly.
Teacup.
Cup and saucer's awesome. I love
Oh, I
even
love
the
the
steam.
cottage.
Yeah, that's really cute, isn't it?
Very nice.
I love the person in the doorway.
Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it? They've really, really fussy cut their
They
fabric
have,
well
yeah.
for
And
this.
that's the great thing about FPP. Once you, I wouldn't try and do an FPP project with all
With
that
fussy-
in mind
yes.
first. What I would do is just choose one and use plains or something that you haven't got to think about the print direction with, and then just go for it and just
And then once
play.
you've
And
got your
once-
head round
exactly.
it, then you can start fussy cutting. But we
Yeah.
all have fabrics with little icons and details, and we can
Exactly,
use them.
yes.
Like the windmill. We're on out and about now. Tent. That's great. They've used like fabric with frogs on. Campfire. That's a little backpack, isn't
See,
it?
that would be brilliant if you wanted to make a bag to put your portable barbecue
Yeah,
in.
I know. Look at the beach huts.
I know, it's so cute.
You could make a long row of those. Could be a doorstop, couldn't it? Like a draft excluder.
could,
Love the
yeah.
lighthouse. Loving that. That's really clever, isn't it, the canoe?
The canoe is, yeah, with the oar as well.
Beautiful, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's just...
Just so much.
I know,
to
there's
do.
so,
yeah.
there's so many things. I mean, I'm looking at this thinking, yes, and I'm going to make that and
Yeah.
that. And I'm going to definitely do... Love the cactus.
Strawberry's good.
Look at the strawberry. We're on fruit now. We're nearly there. We're nearly there, but
Yeah.
we've got to look at the whole book. Lemon. Let me actually speed up a bit or we won't do any FPP. Love the pineapple.
Yeah, the pineapple is
That
amazing.
absolutely gorgeous.
And I
isn't
think
it?
using a variety of different patterns
Yes.
in the two colours really makes
it really does
incredible.
work.
Yeah.
It's like
Love
a
that.
mosaic. It becomes like a collage then, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Apple, pear, obviously. Love the watermelon. Cherry. That's gorgeous, isn't it?
So
the
this
sewing
So
machine.
this is my favourite section.
Oh, I love the sewing machine. That's fab.
It is, isn't it?
Yes. And the vintage iron, obviously.
What about
Oh, I
that?
love
Is just amazing.
the thread spool.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then you do your little bit of embroidery to give the
Just to
trail
give
thread.
That bit.
Yeah.
That is beautiful. Scissors. Oh, look at those. They're so sweet, aren't they?
Yeah.
Do we sell those? I like that. But, you know, scissor keeper. Perfect for a little scissor keeper.
Yeah.
The book's clever. I've seen
So
a lot
that'd
of
be great
quilts.
for book covers. If you,
Yes.
I mean, I'm in a book club, so I could make that as a block for.
And that's just a
my book
fabric, the
club
butterflies
folks.
on it, isn't it?
Yeah, you could
But
put anything on there.
little book bag.
Yeah.
Oh, like the radio.
Radio with the tape measure.
Obviously,
bit
with the
on
tape
it,
measure
dial.
fabric. That's so clever. Hat. High heels. I love that one. Love the purse. But this is where this is where you can really use your fabric, isn't it?
Yeah, and add lots of embellishments as well. So you could add a button detail.
Music
awesome.
notes. Very good for anyone loving music. Look, they've used music fabric with it.
Yeah.
You could use that as your music bag, couldn't you?
Yes.
Love the camera, clearly for a camera bag.
Or a holiday bag.
Yes, I made a special zip wallet to put all my sort of tickets and passports
Yes.
and everything, and I FPP'd a pile of suitcases on
Oh,
it.
fab.
Absolutely love it. It took me hours, but I
Yeah, it's worth it though.
Oh, I just love it.
Absolutely.
Just lovely.
Yeah.
And a phone. They didn't. I mean, it was fine. You know, it's only a little thing, but I use it all the time.
Yeah.
And it has a pile of suitcases on it.
But it's nice to have projects like that you use
Yes,
routinely.
regularly.
Yeah.
So then at the back, we've got through all 100 now. These are ideas of what you can do with them. So cushion, just, you know, it's lovely. So you've got a few ideas, the lemonade zip purse, sunglasses tote, rainy day hoop art. So you haven't just got blocks to make into a full
No.
quilt. There are ideas of things that you can do. You know, this one. where
And they're
they've
useful
combined-
ideas as well.
Yeah, no, they're nice. They're things that you'd actually want to
Yeah.
do. Like the kitchen motifs apron. So it's got the milk and the rolling pin on. And look, the cottage is being used for the craft basket. Absolutely gorgeous.
So again, that would make a fabulous new home present.
Message from Anne. Hiya, I will use the kitchen and others as a centre for kitchen care
Yes,
cushion pads.
what a good
Oh, that is
idea,
a
Anne.
brilliant idea.
Very good
Nobody
idea.
would want to sit on them though, would they? I'm not sitting on that.
Well, not only would they not want to, you wouldn't let them.
You would let them, but what a great idea. Love the cottage craft basket.
Yeah.
And the grapefruit hot pad. So everything that you need is in the book.
It is.
Now,
yeah.
I'm just going to go through the fabric. We'll talk through the technical section. Now, you will need, well, you don't have to have, you can use ordinary printer paper, but using this foundation paper is so much easier. I was talking to Suzie and Beth about it beforehand, and it's, well, I said to you at the beginning, it's lightweight, so it's much easier to sew through. It's absorbent, so you don't have any ink transfer, and it's non-coated, so it won't slip. It is, and it was our early bird today, so supposed to be $14.99, but to you today it's $11.99. You get 100 sheets. You can, yes, you've got one piece per block. In fact, you probably get 2 on there. But you can put it through the printer if you want to print on it. You can trace on it, but it does make foundation paper piecing so much easier. So I would recommend you get this. Especially why it's at that special price, because at midnight it's going to go back up to $14.99. I've got 2 fabric bundles, because you know, most of these designs have used some really bright, so if you want to have a go and you think, well, I just want some nice bright fabrics, particularly good for starting off with, the spot bundle has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different spots fabrics. They're fat quarters. These are all the colours that you get. Spots work really well for FPP because they don't really have a direction, and you can use them either in the main or you can use in the background. So if you look at this one that Susie's done with the background, obviously you know you don't really notice what direction the spots go in at all. And with the cap one, where the fabrics are going in all directions, it works really well on a background because all the sort of spots blend together. So that's a really good pack to use if you're, well, either beginning with FPP or you want to use it. But it's great to have for your stash, all of the spots. That one is a white spot. It's because it's folded up, but it is actually a white on white spot. So if you want the spots, $17.99 for 10 fat quarters. That works out as $1.79 a fat quarter. Bargain. So that's that pack. Now, if you want some plain brights, as Suzie said earlier, you know, they're really good for starting off with. But obviously, in all of these designs, you'll need lots of different colours. A lot of them you'll have in your stash. But if you want a nice selection of plain solids, then the 2 bundles work really well together. So you've got black, orange, turquoise, white, yellow, green, red, blue, pink and mauve. That's all the colours you're going to need, isn't it? So if you buy the book and the paper and you get one of the fabric bundles, perfect. The final thing that you will need that makes the FPP a lot easier, and you'll see why when Suzie explains, are these add a quarter rulers. Now, we have 2 different sizes for you. When you trim your FPP, when you're finished, you need to trim it to 1/4 inch. You'll see why in a minute. If you haven't got one of these, this makes life easier. When I used to do my FPP, I used my rotary cutting ruler and cut off a quarter. This has a small lip on it. So when you do your add a quarter, when you need to cut off a quarter, it's much easier because there's a tiny lip here and it's much easier to line up. Suzie will show you in a minute. But we have 2 different sizes for you. This is the first time we've had the longer one. So this is $17.99 and it's 12 inches long. Or if you want the 6-inch one, there's that one for $12.99. So it depends on how big your FPP piece is as to what length you need, but it makes it a lot easier. But we have got one more choice for you. We've got a bundle with both of them in for $24.99, which is fantastic because how does that work? Because those 2 added together aren't $24.99.
No. So guess
That's
which
weird.
one you go for.
But it really works because sometimes when you've got the short one, it's not quite long enough.
No.
But then sometimes you want the short one because you're doing a really
it's handy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little piece. So it's really worth getting. I mean, it always finds out. I mean, you know, now we've given you masses of inspiration. I'm so excited by this book. I really want to go home now, make them. Oh, right. Some really quick questions before we start off. Hi, can FPP be adapted to EPP as I don't have a machine? No, it's totally
it's a different thing.
Totally different because, yeah, It is, no, I mean,
You
although
don't
they
have
both...
to, you can hand sew.
You can hand sew them, you don't have to use a machine. They're only tiny seams, so if you backstitch the seam, you don't have to machine stitch. But although they're both paper, they are completely different. You wouldn't be able to do FPP as EPP, but just do it by hand. You don't need to use a machine. Question from April. Incoming. Hi ladies, loving this book. Can I please ask if the book lies flat to photocopy the pattern?
Yes, so what they've cleverly done with the spine is put a crease line just in from the edge.
Good question.
So I've photocopied a lot of the book just to try it out. And even when you've got, like this one, which we're going to do in a minute, the high heels, which is towards the end, when I turned it over to go on my flatbread scanner, you can push down on the spine and you get a completely flat plate then to be scanned and copied. So they've thought about the photocopying aspect. But yes, when you are copying, just be aware of the page you're copying, not the edge of the book. Make sure you've got the very edge of the page you're copying in line with your printer setting, you know, your A4 setting. The other thing I would say is when you come to set up your printer, make sure you change your paper setting. If you're using the Carol Dart foundation paper, set your printer to light paper. Mine had a recycled paper setting as well. So I actually used that for this because this is pretty much like recycled sugar paper, as we used to call it at school. So change your setting on that as well, because then the printer knows the pressure with which to draw through the paper, and it will only draw one sheet at a time as well. So just those things. If when you photocopy you find, and I think I've left an example in there. Yeah, here we go. So can you see how this edge of it, which is the spine is here, has gone blurry? So this bit may not be as accurate as it should be. So what I did was just shuffle the book over, because obviously I don't need the blue bit here, and redid it so that this edge was good as well. So just have a look at your copies as they come through. So
but you can trace them. If you haven't got a photocopier, you can just trace them.
You don't have to have a copier. A copier is lovely, but you don't have to. And I would always advise copy it more than once, just in case.
Yeah, just in case. So, if we are a complete beginner, where do we start?
Well, you start by copying. Choose the one you want to do, is the first thing. And then you copy your picture.
Okay.
Remember, with FPP, you're working back to front.
Right.
So what you will always look at as you stitch is the paper side, but your fabric needs to face the other way. So if you can see the right side of your fabric when you've sewn, you're doing it wrong. In effect. So the other thing that I then do is decide which fabrics I'm going to use to make up my design, and then write a code, whatever you want to, on the actual pattern. And you can see here, well, I might not be able to because I write very small. Should have written this a bit bigger. So I'm doing the high heel in white, a royal blue and the blue spot. So from our bundles. So I have, I've gone really small, sorry Elliot.
Small.
I should have done it bigger. So number one I know has to be white because that's my background piece. Then this is section B. So it's the middle bit of my high heel. So I've got the blue spot, so BS I've written for 2 and 3. Then I've got number 4 is a blue, and then number 5 is back to white. So if you do that, it's a cross-check for you.
Yes, or you could colour it in.
Or you could colour it in, indeed. But you don't have to do that. But I do, because then I don't get it wrong. Yeah. The other thing, on some of these, the cat, for example, when you come to do the eye bits, there are loads and loads of tiny pieces. I can't write small enough to do that code in there. So what I do is write them on a post-it note and have it on my cutting mat.
Right,
So
just
that
to
I
make
know
sure.
what number is
Yeah.
what colour, and double check, because otherwise you'll make the deliberate mistake I did.
Yes, yeah, with your little white bit
With my
missing.
little white
but
bit
we all
missing.
do that, you see.
We all do that,
We
but
all
I
make
I
mistakes.
didn't redo it. I brought it in to show you that it's not the end of the world. I just cried for half an hour, but it's fine. So the next thing you want to do, and I'm just going to iron this piece of fabric, is, so you've got your fabrics from your stash or whatever you're going to use. So obviously if you're buying the fat quarter bundle, yours will come as pieces. I would suggest that when you're new to FPP, you don't try and cut yourself miniature little bits. Don't give yourself a hard task. What you want to do is to make life easy for yourself, and does it matter if you waste a tiny bit, because you can save it for scraps,
Yes,
for pieces
yeah.
afterwards.
But just to make it easy
Just
for
to make
yourself.
it easy.
So
Now-
how do you go about working out the size then?
Okay, so what you want to do is separate each of the pieces out. So A, B and C, you need to separate into 3. So you work with one at once, because otherwise you're going to get in a tears, and then by the time you get to C, you won't even recognise C because it will be in a mess. So as I say, you're working back to front. Working with planes, you haven't got to think about direction of fabric, but that's why I've put in a spot so I can talk about the right side together side of life. But you'll notice that the pattern has a solid line and a dashed line. Now the dashed line is your 1/4 inch seam allowance. That is what you want all the fabric to end up being up to, or beyond, because you trim it down. But what you don't want is only go up to the solid line, because then when you come to stitch it together, you're going to have gaps.
Yes.
Okay, so I always just cut enough, a strip. I'm a strip person. That sounds wrong, doesn't it? But you know what I mean. I'm a strip, yeah. So I'll just cut a strip that is wider than my seam allowance, and that's for my number 1, which is white. It's bigger than I need, but again, I'll just rough cut, still bigger than I need, so that I know I've got enough. Can you see that that whole of that design is now,
and that's
white is
which
underneath?
is the number 1 piece.
Yeah. So my second piece, number 2, if you've ever done painting by numbers, this is just
it's
like
sewing by numbers.
It is. So I've got a strip of blue on the go. Now this one is at an angle. And remember what I said, we're working back to front. And when we stitch, we usually, unless you're doing French seam, do right sides together, and then they open out the right way, yes? So we've got to remember that as well. So not only are we working back to front, you have to remember that you have to work right sides together. So this is the line that I'm going to stitch on, this one between number 1 and number 2. And I want the fabric to flip back to cover number 2 and this seam allowance here. So all of that bit, not just this bit that's labelled 2. It's got to come over this way. So the fabric needs to be right sides together with white, so it goes underneath my white, and I want to make sure that when I lay it, so I've got my open edge running along here, this is where I'm going to sew, but when I flip it, and you can test this out just by holding it in your fingers, is it going to cover everything? Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah?
So
just play around. And if you can't hold it, use one of the Soline glue sticks and just temporarily glue it down.
That's a good idea.
So you've got everything in place. Don't try and pin it, because you don't want to put lots of holes through your paper, and you'll see why in a minute. So let's reposition that. And I often work with strips like this, so that, and I cut off as I go. And my waste is really minimal doing it this way, because the number of times I've tried to guess it and I've guessed it wrong, and then I get cross because I've wasted fabric. So I'm just going to position that there, and then when you stitch, so let me bring that back to you, Elliot, and if you can zoom in for me, that would be amazing. So when you stitch, it doesn't matter if you stitch into the seam allowance. It does matter if you stitch beyond a solid line. So you must stop at the junction. Don't go past the junction.
No going
it is a
past the
stop, not a
junction,
give way.
Unless it's outside into the seam allowance.
The seam allowance is a give way. The junctions are definite stops. The other thing that you need to do is, because we're sewing through paper and we want to tear that paper away when we assemble and use the block, is reset your sewing machine stitch length. It wants to be around 1.5 on your sewing machine is what I use. What you want is a stitch length that is small enough to hold everything, but not completely destroy the paper.
Yes.
Yet. So I found 1.5 was about the right size. Now the next thing you want to do is to stitch, basically. So you can choose how you start. It just depends what you've got going, and you need to be able to
sewing along
eyeball.
the first line that's between
so you've
1
got
and
that
2.
line there. So you're following a line, which, as we know, we all love.
Yeah, love sewing along a line.
It makes it easy. Put your needle down to check you've got it in the right place, and off you go. And as I say, you can go into the seam allowance, that's not a problem. Before you cut anything, just flip your fabric and double check that it's going to cut. And once you know that that works, you're good. So the next thing to do is peel back your paper along that line, peeling down the piece you're trying to cover, not the piece you've covered. I've done that before as well. So then you add a quarter.
Now this is where you add a quarter.
Absolutely. As you said, having that lip, you'll find it is a perfect fit to slide up against the paper. It's fantastic. And then all you're going to do is take away that waste. Don't throw them because there's bound to be a piece. I mean, that is definitely the corner of the cat's eye. I can see it already. Then you're going to bring back your paper, flip down your fabric, and then press. And you do need to press as you go. Some people like to finger press, which is great, but if you don't want to finger press, you can press with an iron. I choose to press with an iron because I like crisp.
Yeah, I do. I'm a bit of an iron
seams.
But I like pressing. Press everything.
Yeah, I do. Press everything within a
But you don't have to. Some people use those little rollery
the little
things,
rollers work just as well. Finger pressing works. It's your choice, but do press in some way. So that's number 2 done. Number 3 is along here, so I'm just going to cut off a bit of this, making sure that I've still covered all of number 2. Number 3, similar. So it's a big triangle, but again, I've got this seam allowance. So what I want to make sure is that when I do sew along between 2 and 3, and then flip, I'm going to cover that, and yes, I will. So here, you've got a seam allowance either side, so I can start and finish into the seam allowance. I can even drop the fabric on the floor.
And that one's with the same colour, isn't it?
It is, yes. So I've gone for the blue spot because I've labelled it as that. And it's a straight one, so it's easy to eyeball. And the other thing is, make sure your fabrics are right sides together underneath as well. Just also watch that you haven't got anything tucked up the wrong way.
Yes.
And that's another reason why pressing is a really good thing to do, because it means that your fabrics stay in
I
position.
quite like the process of
I have
machine,
a little,
you press, you cut, and it's quite nice, which is why
you get into a rhythm, don't
people
you?
will have like a mat like that and a small iron by the machine so they don't have to move.
Yeah. So I had a little chant going yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah. So mine was stitch, quarter, press. So I was just going stitch, quarter, press all day. The dog thought I'd totally lost it. So again, press that down. I'll keep going for my iron there. It's because at home I have it all set up the right way around. There you go. So
Yeah,
you can
we'll try
all
and
you
get
can
that sorted.
start
Elliot,
to
if you can
see.
sort it out for us, please. Susie's got it all in the wrong order.
I know it's all
I know,
back to
it
front.
is on the wrong
But he
side.
told me off earlier because I knocked it all over, having it on that side. So just trim that bit off, and now we are going to do.
Oh, that's a little
4.
bit.
It's a tiny bit, and can
What's
you
that little
imagine
bit for,
trying to
then?
do that? The
Never.
quilt, that's the base of the shoe.
Oh, yes, of course, I can see
Very
that.
clever, isn't it?
Yes.
So again, I'm not going to faff about with little pieces. I'm going to use a strip, and it's a sew across between 3 and 4.
And all of this is in this book, isn't it, what you're doing now? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, to do that would be a nightmare. So again, fold down, in with your add a quarter, cut the waist, fold
Yes,
up.
that's why I think having both sides of the add a quarter, because when you're doing tiny bits,
Yeah,
like
you
little
don't
eyes,
want the
you only want a
12
little
inch.
ruler,
Yeah.
then that's not always big enough.
Yeah, I mean, I've done FPP blocks that are 12-inch squares, so the 12-inch ruler was perfect. But for this one, I used the other one more, I think, yesterday. So let's just rough cut some of this off, because I don't want masses of it on there. So that can come out of the way. And now we're on number 5 already, which is my last piece, which is white. So I know I've got plenty here. But
yeah, well, let's go back and find my shoe now.
Page 207.
Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, that's the sort of the underneath the shoe.
Yeah.
Between the heel and the shoe.
Yeah, the sole, isn't it? There we go.
The
So fold back, quarter ruler, and the trim bit is really important, especially when you're doing things like the cat's eye where you've got a lot going on. Because if you don't trim, it gets too bulky.
Nice to do though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Because you have all of this fabric and then you trim it and you think, oh.
Yeah, what can I do with that? But look how fine
Oh,
that
you'd never
is.
do that, never.
Crazy. Crazy. So what you then do is take your add a quarter ruler, and you can use that ridge to line on that solid line to give you your cut line to trim it back.
This is my favourite bit, when you trim it to the size of the paper.
Exactly.
'Cause it starts to become a thing.
Well,
then.
it looks a bit of a mess until you do this, because you can't really see it, can you? Because you've got all this overhang everywhere.
Oh, it's lovely.
So I just take that round. If you haven't got the add a quarter ruler, all the Creative Grids rulers have got the 1/4 inch marked on the edge, so you can use
well,
those.
I always used to use that, and then I bought an add a quarter, and it's just easier.
It is, because of that ridge.
I know,
the
it's
ridge
just
is
easier,
a game
isn't it?
changer.
I mean, you don't have to have it, but oh, it's so much easier.
It is. So much better.
Cat's getting excited now.
I know, look at that.
Let's see.
It's just so cool.
Look at that. That's amazing,
So
isn't it?
precise.
I mean, I can see because I've got the pit. Look at my book. Elliot, can we just look at my book? No. Oh, it's all right. You don't need to now because Susie's done the other bits. I was going to show you where that bit was.
So there you go.
So it doesn't
Fitting
matter
it
now.
all together.
Look, so that was the bit that Suzie was doing with that dark colour there. Tiny. Okay, right.
So you can see
Look at that.
everything's put together.
So you've made
So-
the other two
Yeah, I
exactly
have.
the same thing.
So
Looks
when
like
you-
they don't meet up.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
I think they will.
They should do.
I was joking.
Yeah.
Because when you do that, because of the 1/4 of an inch,
Yeah, it works.
it looks like it
I
won't
know.
work in a million
So
years.
that's why I know there were a couple more that I did, and I thought, oh, what have I done wrong?
But when you join them,
But
it's
when
like,
you join them, it all works, and it's like, oh, that's quite good, isn't it?
good. Yeah, I know.
But what's even better is we've got our line to sew on.
Oh, we love a line to sew on.
We do.
I think this gets a bit addictive because you get like, well, I'm just going
So-
to do piece 6 and then I'll stop. And then you
So
think,
it
oh.
tells you to do A to B, so she's doing it wrong already. A to B,
Press seam towards A.
and press towards A. So I will have a little bit of a dog ear.
What a
to
lovely
line up.
shoe bag.
Yeah.
When you're going on holiday, Put your shoes in there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or present for a friend.
Yeah.
Present for wedding, yes.
Yeah, wedding shoes.
Bride's name on. Bridesmaids put their shoes in.
Yeah.
Buy a pair
Or
of very cheap
flip-flop.
flip-flops. Put them in. Looks like an expensive present.
So that's A to B. And again, keep your stitch length on the 1.5 and then you press that seam towards A. So as we do with quilting, set your seam first. And it does tell you this in the instructions. And then you're gonna, oh, that didn't line up. That was my bad, probably. There you go, that'll do. And then the next one is C to B. So we're gonna put those two together. And again, you've got that line. You can, I wouldn't pin if you can help it. Use clips if you need to hold pieces. Because
Is that because of the, why is that? Because of the
the
paper?
least number of holes you put in your paper,
Okay.
the better. And the other thing, let me just do this because it's noisy. When you're doing pieces that have got lots of joining, just sew a little bit sewer.
Right.
Give your
okay.
machine a chance.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was joining the cat pieces, there's one particular bit where the eyes are right on the edge. Make sure that you press that, sew that carefully, because otherwise your machine just kicks back a bit.
And you've got a section, that's got a lot of bulk on the middle of that nose.
Exactly, yeah. So we've got our block. Let's just trim that bit off that I obviously missed that bit when I didn't trim it properly to start with. There you go, that's better. We're back in the room. So it gives you your 6.5 inch finished, unfinished block. So what I would then recommend, and this is what it says in the book, is do not take the papers out until you're ready to use it.
Oh, okay.
And the reason for that is because, not so much with this one, but with particularly the creatures, there's lots of little details and they could so easily, the stitching could come undone, because you know what it's like. Once you remove the papers, you've weakened the stitches. Now, I've got some tips for removing the papers. So let me find, well, you can do it with a pin, I suppose, but I use a pair of tweezers as well.
Okay, now I'm on for that because it does take me a long
Or
time.
a stitch remover.
And I am very, very FPP, very self-taught, so any good tips?
Yeah, so these are the arsenal of tools from paper removal. So I've got a pin, my seam ripper and a pair of angled tweezers.
Ooh, nice.
Which I like to use. You'll find that this tears so easily. So again, fold the piece and just rip. And it's like tearing, when we used to be able to tear stamps, you know, when they were the tear and lip stamps.
When we were responsible enough to tear them, but now we're not.
Now we're not. Well, I think it's to do with, I don't know.
We're not even allowed to lick them now.
No, but you'll find that it tears away really neatly.
That's so much better, isn't it?
Don't try and yank because you'll rip your seams, but it's very satisfying.
That is so much easier than printer paper.
Yeah.
Ridiculously
easier. This is definitely a sit in front of the telly activity. I love it. And just have a little bag next to you because it's all recyclable because it's paper.
So you only remove these when you've actually put the block
when
into
you're
something
about
else.
to put it into something. So if you want to make loads of blocks up ahead of time and have them lying around ready to go into projects when you've decided what you're going to do, leave everything in like you do for EPP really. You don't take those papers away until you need to.
I like the section here it says about resizing.
Yeah.
So all it says is that you can enlarge them or reduce them to whatever you want, but the only thing you have to do is make sure that the outer seam allowance is 1/4 inch.
Yes.
That's the only thing.
Yeah.
So if you want to make a 12-inch kitchen scales,
just blow it up.
then it's only the outer dotted line, there needs to be a 1/4 inch between. So if you wanted to make massive kitchen scales, enlarge it all to whatever size you want it to be. And then it's just this bit between the the outer line and the dotted line, make sure that's 1/4 of an inch. You don't have to change anything else at all. But that's how you make them bigger and smaller, and it really works. I know from my pigs.
Yeah. Well, so when you enlarge it, obviously that seam allowance line will enlarge as well. So that's where your add a 1/4 ruler is perfect, because you know you're only going to be adding a 1/4
because it won't enlarge by a 1/4. It'll add whatever. So if you just work out the percentage. So if you want to double it, that's easy. But if you want to do it as a different percentage, it just means that because there are so many beautiful blocks in here, if you don't want them to be 6 inches, you can make them any size.
Exactly. So you can do miniature things as well. So you could have doll's house stuff. Oh, God, that would be incredible. I don't know whether this sounds...
It's just brilliant, isn't it? I love it.
Yeah, it is.
Right, while you're doing the peeling, we'll do a quick recap. So if you want the book, obviously we've been through so many of you got it. Honestly, I really, really want this book. It is probably the best FPP book I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So it's edited by Sarah Kellogg, but it has been put together by a whole host of your favourite FPP designers. I've seen this on all of their socials. Very excited for it. It is gorgeous. If you've not tried FPP, honestly, this book will explain how. Rewatch Susie's demo, read the book, and gorgeous. 100 paper piece quilt blocks. Yes, and it's 101 if you turn your pizza upside down and make it into a hat. The other thing that you need that will make a massive difference is the foundation paper. Now, this is normally $14.99 for 100 sheets. It is designed for FPP. It's thinner, it's absorbent, it's not coated. It makes FPP easier. And only today, up until midnight, it will be $11.99. Fantastic. So it will make a massive difference. If you've got the book, pop it in your order. The third thing that will make a really big difference are the add a 1/4 rulers. Now, we've got the small one, the big one, but the best value is the pack with the 2 of them. So one is 6 inches, one is 12 inches, but this $24.99, you get the 6 inch and the 12 inch. And as well, you've watched the demo, Susie explained, this does make a big difference. If you don't have it, you can use the 1/4 inch marker on your normal rotary cutting ruler, but it's a lot easier to use this. And if you want some fantastic fabric, there's the Spotty Bundle, 10 fat quarters of spots, which, as you can see from the gorgeous ones that Susie has done, so I'm losing my words, the spots work brilliantly, don't they, with the planes? So they're really good for backgrounds because the direction doesn't matter. Really good for beginning at FPP because you don't have to think so much about direction. 10 fat quarters. £1.79 a fat quarter, aren't they gorgeous? Finally, we've got plain fabrics, rainbows, and I tell you what, for very beginning, your first ever block, use a plain fabric. There's no right or wrong side, so you don't have to think about that. You can just think about cutting fabrics to size, and you can think about how to sew them together. When you go on to the next fabric, use an all-over print that doesn't matter about fabric direction, like a spot, which does have a right side and a wrong side. Once you've cracked that, the whole book is yours. You can do whatever you like with it because you've worked it out. So I would say just start with the plain because you don't have to write wrong sides. Honestly, by the end of an afternoon, you will be FPP genius. Thank you so much, Susie.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure having you on air today.
One tip with removal of papers that I didn't say, if you're struggling to get into it, just wet it slightly or spray a bit of your Starch Savvy or your Best Press. Just to moisten it, and the paper will come away easily. And of course, moisture doesn't hurt your fabric.
So tomorrow on Sewing Street, we have at 8 o'clock, well, we have Vicky Carroll, who is coming to present for you tomorrow. 8 o'clock is International Chocolate Day Fabrics. Wow, if there was ever an excuse to eat chocolate tomorrow.
Do they smell of chocolate?
Well, we have lots of bundles that have been inspired by chocolate. 9 o'clock, we've got Jules in doing free motion quilting. Brilliant. I love free motion quilting. I'm going to watch that. 10 o'clock, William Morris gifts and bundles. Don't we? Oh, yes. And at 10 o'clock, it is the start of Managers Specials. Neil will be here on air at 9 o'clock. That's going to be exciting. Oh, at 10 o'clock. Sorry, Neil will be for his manager special at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Jules will be back making some Love from Beth bags. That will be great. And at 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane. And Jules will be on with needlepoint and latch hook kits. We have got some brand new needlepoint kits and latch hook kits. They are fantastic. You will love them. So thank you very much for joining me today. Please don't forget to check out your 680 special deal price for £1,000.99, and we have 5 equal payments of £219.80. Stocks are limited now because we've had so much interest in it. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. Come back tomorrow to see Vix and enjoy your FPP.